Chapter 1257. Who would have thought that there would be someone inside the dead snake's body? If not for the 13th prince's vigilance, Ling Xiao would have been deceived by the other party. However, when Ling Xiao made his move, the other party seemed to have sensed it and immediately attacked from inside. Rumble! A powerful force instantly smashed the snake's body, and the snake's scales also flew up one by one. Ling Xiao was forced back by this powerful force. The 13th prince and the prodigal instantly flanked the other party and attacked at the same time. At this time, Ling Xiao clearly saw the person who suddenly appeared and immediately shouted, "Zizi, 13th, stop!" When the two of them heard Ling Xiao's order, they abruptly stopped their terrifying attacks. The person who rushed out was taken aback and looked directly at Ling Xiao. His nervous expression instantly turned into a smile as he said, "Haha, how come it's you? Could it be that you were also caught by the righteous snake sect and thrown here? Wasn't this smiling man Euro Fei's adoptive father, Mad Monk?" Ling Xiao didn't expect Mad Monk to be completely fine. He immediately heaved a heavy sigh of relief and said, "Father-in-law, I came to save you. I thought you. It seems that we were the ones who were worried. You're also fine." Apart from his clothes being slightly damaged, Mad Monk's mental state was very good. It didn't seem like he had been injured at all. This made Ling Xiao very curious. After all, he knew from Zhuayaking's memories that Mad Monk was already on the verge of death when they threw him into the 100 Snakes cave. Moreover, his spatial ring had also been taken away. It had to be said that Ling Xiao was very surprised that he was still alive after falling into the 100 Snakes cave without anything to rely on. Mad Monk landed next to Ling Xiao and his smile faded as he said seriously, "How did you know that I was captured by the righteous snake sect? And how is Fei? Don't let her take the risk to come here." Mad Monk was well aware of the strength of the righteous snake sect. If he wanted to go against such a powerful force with his own strength, it would undoubtedly be like striking a rock with an egg. Ling Xiao smiled, "Father-in-law, don't worry. Ro Fei is fine now, and the Snakey sect has already been exterminated by me. Otherwise, how could I come here to find you?" "What? You actually destroyed the Snakey sect? Could it be that you asked the people of the Blazing Flame Business Alliance to help?" the Mad Monk exclaimed. Naturally, he did not think that Ling Xiao had the ability to deal with the Snake Righteous sect alone. When he first met Ling Xiao, he knew that Ling Xiao was an elder of the Blazing Flame Merchants, which was why he made such a guess. Ling Xiao shook his head, and then he gave the Mad Monk a simple explanation of the sequence of events. Mad Monk's heart could not calm down for a long time. From Ling Xiao's words, he knew that Ling Xiao was actually a member of the Dragon Gate. Moreover, he was a descendant of the legendary Kim people. Although Ling Xiao had described it lightly, Mad Monk could still feel that Ling Xiao's position in that overlord faction was not ordinary. Otherwise, how could Ling Xiao have reached the peak of low-level God King from a high-level Holy Emperor in a few short years? Similarly, it would have been impossible for him to lead the elders of his faction to exterminate the Snakey sect. Although in the end, Ling Xiao had gathered an army of holy beasts, Mad Monk could still feel that Ling Xiao's ability was truly heaven-defying. Such an outstanding young man, no matter which faction it was, would definitely focus on grooming him. The evil emperor has really taken in a good disciple. Mad Monk patted Ling Xiao's shoulder and exclaimed, "Hee, but am I not a good son-in-law to you?" Ling Xiao laughed. Being able to successfully rescue Mad Monk, he could finally answer to Euro Fei. Naturally, he was in a good mood. "Haha kid, you're right." The Mad Monk laughed boldly. Following that, Ling Xiao asked the question in his heart, "Father-in-law, how did you stay in the snake's stomach? And nothing happened to you at all?" "It's a long story." Mad Monk laughed and told Ling Xiao about the dangers that had happened to him. It turned out that after Ling Xiao was handed over to the Snakey sect by Tianlang, he was tormented by the people of the Snakey sect to the point that he was no longer human. Unexpectedly, he was thrown into the snake cave. It was also because of this that he was able to keep his life in the snake cave. Perhaps this was inconceivable. After all, the snake cave was the most terrifying place of execution in the Snake Righteous sect. Anyone who was thrown here by them would be bitten to death by 10,000 snakes. That kind of pain was definitely not something that an ordinary person could understand, and the taste of death was definitely the most terrifying. At first, Mad Monk had also been bitten by those poisonous snakes. Fortunately, he cultivated the power of the light attribute, and possessed an aura that these poisonous snakes hated. As a result, he was not immediately bitten to death by those poisonous snakes, and it was even more impossible for those high-level snakes to eat him. After all, a single human was not even enough to fill the gaps between their teeth. They were all left for those little poisonous snakes to eat. Mad Monk rolled down to the bottom of the snake cave, and when he saw the Snake King, he almost despaired. However, because of this, he was able to escape from death's door. The Snake King looked down on Mad Monk and couldn't be bothered to pay attention to him. It allowed the little snakes to ravage Mad Monk and continued to sleep. As for Mad Monk, he was tortured to the point of going crazy. He saw the snake gallbladder that was emitting waves of light under the Snake King's body, and he pounced over and swallowed it. This time, the Snake King went crazy. This snake gallbladder was its treasure, and it was also the treasure of its snake descendants. How could it let this person swallow it? In a fit of anger, it swallowed Mad Monk into its stomach. For a Snake King like it, the venom in its body was extremely tyrannical. Anyone who fell into its stomach, even if it was a divine king, would not have a chance to survive. However, Mad Monk was lucky. After he swallowed the snake gallbladder, not only did it allow him to block the corrosion of the snake venom, it also allowed his injuries and strength to recover extremely quickly. At the same time, it made him fall into a state of madness. This was because the power contained in the snake gallbladder was so terrifying that it almost caused him to explode. This kind of power did not refer to pure divine power, but a kind of transformation of his body, as well as healing and recovery. Even a divine king like him could not withstand the excess energy. However, the snake venom helped him greatly once again. After the Snake King felt the pain, a large amount of snake venom surged in, wanting to get rid of Mad Monk as soon as possible. It was precisely in this desperate situation where he was being attacked from both the inside and the outside that the Mad Monk was able to unleash his excess power. As for the Serpent Queen, when the excess power was unleashed by the Mad Monk, the Serpent Queen was killed. At the peak of the 10th tier, it was not easy for a divine beast like the Snake King to die, but Mad Monk could do it after absorbing the snake gallbladder. However, Mad Monk did not know about this. He did not know when he had fainted, nor did he know about the changes that had happened to his body. When he woke up recently, he learned that he had obtained a heaven-defying opportunity, which also gave him the qualifications to aspire to become a supremacy in the future. In the boundless world, there would be people who had heaven-defying opportunities everywhere, and they would also become famous throughout their lives. It wasn't that Ling Xiao was born lucky, that's all. Father-in-law, you are just like the saying, one who survives a great disaster is bound to have good fortune later on. Ling Xiao said with emotion. As he stood next to Mad Monk, he could faintly sense Mad Monk's surging vitality and the terrifying power it contained. The Mad Monk also laughed and said, I originally wanted to refine that power here and casually understand my own abilities before killing my way out of seclusion. Since you're here, then let's go out first. Otherwise, I'll make Fei worry. Ling Xiao nodded and left the snake cave with Mad Monk. As for the Snake King, Ling Xiao kept it into an interspatial ring, and at the same time, he gave it to Mad Monk. Mad Monk's interspatial ring had already been taken by Tianlang. Once the snake loyalty sect dealt with Mad Monk, Tianlang would be able to use the things inside the interspatial ring. However, Tianlang had never expected that not only did Mad Monk not die, he would even personally kill him in the future and take back everything he had lost. If he had known this would happen, he would have killed Mad Monk when he captured him. After coming out of the snake cave, Ling Xiao and Mad Monk did not immediately leave. Instead, they searched the snake loyalty sect. After all, the people here had long been killed by the divine beasts, and the rest had run away. No one had the time to take care of some of the precious things stored in the halls of the various peaks. This could also be considered as some of Ling Xiao's spoils of war. Ling Xiao sighed with emotion as he looked at the army of divine beasts. If it were not for them, he would not have been able to take down the snake loyalty sect. If the people of Dragon Gate had charged in, they would have suffered heavy losses. If he had to sacrifice more people just to save one person, he would rather not save this person. Although it was the divine beasts that had died, Ling Xiao still felt terrible. After all, these divine beasts were not his private army. It was truly a bit against the harmony of the heavens. Of course, this was just a momentary lament from Ling Xiao. After all, this was a dog-eat-dog world. It was either you die or I die. He had already gotten over it a long time ago. Ling Xiao asked the 13th prince to dismiss the divine beasts and let them return to the ancient mountain range. Then, he brought Mad Monk with him to the place where the other Dragon Gate members were stationed. However, just as they were about to leave the Snake Ridge, Mad Monk called out to Ling Xiao, "Xiao, don't be anxious." As he said that, he gave Ling Xiao a look. Ling Xiao frowned slightly. He began to spread his divine sense, but he was unable to detect any strange movements. Just as Ling Xiao was about to let down his guard, Mad Monk, who was beside him, suddenly moved. He shouted, "Get out here!" He pushed his hands up, and balls of dazzling light bloomed, shooting out in all directions. All of a sudden, a few people dressed in white suddenly charged towards them from several directions to kill them. These people in white had actually used some kind of secret technique to conceal all their life auras. Even a god king like Ling Xiao, the prodigal, and the 13th prince could not sense them. When they attacked, they did not cause any movement. It was as if they had completely turned into the air of this world. These 8 sword shadows were all aimed at Ling Xiao's vital points. They had already arrived in front of Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's hair stood on end. He wanted to dodge, but it was too late. Chapter 1258. Ling Xiao didn't expect to be in such a good mood after destroying Snake Loyalty Sect and rescuing Mad Monk. He didn't notice that someone would sneak up on him, and he didn't notice it at all. By the time Mad Monk exposed them, it was already too late. 8 divine swords stabbed at him from different directions. It was enough to turn Ling Xiao into a beehive. Fortunately, Ling Xiao's body was freakishly strong. Those divine swords were only mid-level and not high-level. They couldn't completely break through Ling Xiao's physical defense. However, the power of the 8 swords stabbing at him was extremely terrifying. Ling Xiao was severely injured, and his internal organs were severely impacted. "Damn it!" Mad Monk roared angrily and attacked the 2 people closest to him. He sent out 2 palm strikes at the 2 mid-level godly kings at the same time. Bang bang! Mad Monk was already a mid-level high-level godly king, and his strength wasn't something ordinary high-level godly kings could compare to. He instantly sent the 2 godly kings flying. The other godly kings were shocked. Their swords changed direction and slashed at Ling Xiao's head. These people were extremely ruthless. They would only be satisfied after Ling Xiao's life. However, they didn't manage to take down Ling Xiao just now and gave Ling Xiao a chance. How could they kill Ling Xiao now? Although Ling Xiao was seriously injured, he used his many years of fighting experience. He used the 1,000-ton fall, and his whole body fell down at a rapid speed. At this moment, the prodigal and the 13th prince reacted. "How dare you hurt my boss? You must be tired of living." The prodigal roared and punched at one of the godly kings. That godly king immediately used his sword to block and counterattack. However, the prodigal's punch was extremely terrifying. It directly broke the godly king's divine sword and landed heavily on that godly king's chest. Bang! That godly king couldn't take it anymore. His chest exploded. On the other side, the 13th prince also killed a god king with a single punch. It was as easy as playing. 6 of the 8 god kings were immediately gone, and the other 2 were shocked. They immediately used a secret technique again and vanished from the world. However, since Mad Monk could discover them, he could naturally sense the direction in which they were fleeing. He rushed over again and blasted 2 punches in 2 different directions. Then, 2 screams rang out, and 2 figures fell heavily from the sky. "How weak!" Mad Monk said disdainfully. He could sense that out of these 8 god kings, 3 of them were mid-level god kings, while 5 of them were only low-level god kings. With such strength, he was indeed qualified to assassinate Ling Xiao, but don't forget that he was still by Ling Xiao's side. However, it was indeed very dangerous just now. The other party's invisibility secret technique was really terrifying. He could actually approach and assassinate without making a sound. This was definitely the most mysterious assassination technique. Just as Mad Monk relaxed, he became alert again. Then, he instantly slammed his palm in another direction. At the same time he shouted, "Xiao, be careful." Mad Monk's palm missed. An extremely fast shadow had already swept above Ling Xiao. A sword descended from the sky like the Milky Way, rushing towards Ling Xiao. This force was extremely majestic and terrifying. It compressed the surrounding space to the point where it collapsed. This was definitely a high-level god king's full strength. It wasn't something that the 8 godly kings could compare to. Moreover, this sword landed on Ling Xiao's head. It was a completely fatal blow. There were no flaws to speak of. This thunderous blow came too suddenly. Mad Monk, the Prodigal, and the 13th Prince were all too far away to help. Just as Ling Xiao was about to be killed by this blow, Ling Xiao's divine soul rushed out and blocked this blow. Wah! The sword attack was too fast. The divine soul clone couldn't even circulate its energy in time and was directly injured by the other party. However, because of this, Ling Xiao managed to gain some breathing space for himself. His body once again descended rapidly. At this moment, Mad Monk, the Prodigal, and the 13th Prince were already attacking with all their strength. Go to hell! The furious monk used the phaseless divine technique. His figure disappeared without a trace, and he instantly appeared in front of that person. His fists were like a violent storm, mercilessly bombarding that person. The Prodigal and the 13th Prince couldn't care less about the arrogance of a divine beast. They also attacked that person with all their strength. That person didn't succeed in his first attack. It was too late for him to continue attacking. He wanted to escape immediately. However, facing the combined attack of a high-level divine king and 2 divine beasts, he didn't even have a chance to escape. He was immediately smashed into meat paste by these punches. Boom, boom, boom. The defensive armor he was wearing couldn't hold up at all. It immediately cracked, and his body exploded into a bloody mist. Mad Monk didn't stop. He immediately rushed in the direction of Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was already lying on a mountainous area. Blood flowed out of his 7 orifices. He looked abnormally ferocious and terrifying. Xiao, are you all right? Mad Monk exclaimed. Ling Xiao used his divine soul to block a fatal blow just now. His head was saved, but his divine soul was seriously injured by the other party. Fortunately, his divine soul was different from that of ordinary people. It was an existence of flesh and blood. Otherwise, his divine soul would have been destroyed and he would have lost his life here. Now, he was still breathing. His divine soul was on the verge of collapse. His mind was in a mess and he was unconscious. Just when Mad Monk thought that Ling Xiao was about to die, a group of people rushed over from a direction. Mad Monk looked back and found that these people were abnormally powerful. Some of them were even more powerful than him. He was worried that they would also come to find trouble with Ling Xiao. Foster father, is that you? A voice came from the group of people. Mad Monk noticed the woman. It was his foster daughter, Euro Fei. He immediately exclaimed, Fei, it's me. Come over quickly. Ling Xiao, What's wrong with my husband? Euro Fei and Yun Mingqi's expressions changed as they exclaimed. The expressions of the people around them changed one by one, especially Lai Yuru and Zhou Zhijing. Their faces turned extremely pale. The group of people landed beside Mad Monk as fast as they could. Seeing Ling Xiao bleeding from his 7 orifices, their hearts sank to the bottom. Uncle Xiao should be fine. He has our clan's ancient emperor divine art. Ling Gang said calmly. If Ling Xiao really died, he would probably receive the most severe punishment when he returned to the clan. One had to know that Ling Xiao was the future hope of the Kim people. He was also one of the pillars of the Kim people's future. The clan had already given him a death order. No matter what, he must protect Ling Xiao. Quick, feed him a divine pill. He should be fine. Xianyu Yi said hurriedly. Only then did everyone wake up. Yun Mengqi hurriedly fed a pill to Ling Xiao. However, even though Ling Xiao had taken the pill, his aura didn't recover at all. It was as if his last breath was going to be cut off at any time. Feeling this state, the women couldn't help but cry bitterly. They couldn't accept that Ling Xiao was going to die just like that. If that was the case, they would feel that the sky was going to be ruined. The other people who came with Ling Xiao were also grieving. They had all witnessed how monstrous Ling Xiao was. They absolutely didn't want such a legendary existence who could become a supreme in the future to die. They were all helpless because they knew that Ling Xiao could only hurt his head, which meant that his knowledge might have been damaged. They didn't have any divine pills or divine herbs that could heal the soul at all. After an unknown amount of time, the little green tree in Ling Xiao's knowledge finally began to flicker. It passed a trace of life force to the soul in his knowledge allowing his soul to gradually regain some consciousness. If Ling Xiao's soul was an illusory existence like an ordinary person's, it would be impossible for him to receive Lu Wang's energy. Fortunately, he had formed a flesh and soul, allowing him to absorb this energy and recover his consciousness. After Ling Xiao's soul regained some consciousness, he immediately operated the soul-controlling art to heal his soul injury. It was just that this time his injury was really too heavy. Most of his soul power was almost destroyed. If he didn't have a little bit of it to save his life, he wouldn't be alive right now. Ling Xiao felt much better now that he was able to recover a little of his divine sense. He wanted to refine the divine souls that he had absorbed before to restore his divine soul, but he felt a little bit of coldness attacking him, so he had no choice but to immediately wake up from his coma. Xiao, you're awake. How do you feel? As soon as Ling Xiao woke up, Yun Mingqi immediately felt it and quickly cried out in joy. Only then did Ling Xiao clearly see that the cold feeling was from Yun Mingqi's tears dripping on his face. Following his cry of surprise, several familiar faces appeared. They were Yuro Fei, Lai Ruyu, and Zhou Zhijing. Their eyes were red and swollen, and they looked very haggard. They were in a very bad state. But when they saw Ling Xiao wake up, they all had excited smiles on their faces. Tears flowed down their cheeks once again. Husband, are you all right? You scared me to death. If you're not here, I don't want to live either. Yuro Fei held Ling Xiao's hand and said emotionally. In order to save Mad Monk, Ling Xiao was assassinated. Of course, she didn't know that the assassins weren't from the Snake Righteous sect. Although Lai Ruyu and Zhou Zhijing didn't say anything, from their expressions, Ling Xiao knew that his injuries affected many people's hearts. He forced a smile and said, I've made you all worry. I'm fine, I'll be fine soon. After pausing for a moment, he asked again, Where is this? Is father-in-law all right? He was now in a house, and he knew that he shouldn't be in the Snake Ridge anymore. Yuro Fei said, Godfather is fine, we are now in Summer Rock City. Soon after, Ling Xiao found out that he had been unconscious for nearly a month. Fortunately, he was still breathing, otherwise they would have thought that he was dead. Ling Xiao asked them to go out and tell the others that he was fine. At the same time, he had to immediately recover from the injuries of his soul. But in his heart, he was puzzled. Who was the person who attacked him? Chapter 1259. This was the first time that Ling Xiao's divine soul had suffered such a serious injury. Back in the Ghost Divine Pond, he had not been injured by the spiritual beasts that could use soul power to attack him. But this time, in order to save his life, he had no choice but to use his divine soul to block the fatal blow. At that time, he had also wanted to buy some time for Mad Monk, the Prodigal, and the 13th Prince. It was also because of this that he had a chance to save his life. As long as he was alive, he could recover again. Ling Xiao drank the Ghost Divine Spring and recovered his divine soul and physical body. Then, he absorbed and refined the remnant souls that he had stored. Injuries to one's divine soul were different from injuries to one's physical body. Although the soul-controlling art had the healing ability and the Ghost Divine Spring also had the magical effect of recovery, he had suffered too serious an injury this time. The little bit of soul power he had left was not even at the heavenly venerable level. Therefore, it took Ling Xiao almost a month to fully recover. After refining the remnant souls, his divine soul improved to the middle stage of the advanced level. If not for the fact that he had suffered such a serious injury this time, the souls he had absorbed would have been enough for his divine soul to reach the late stage of the advanced level. It was a pity. However, what Ling Xiao could not understand the most was who the people who had tried to assassinate him were. They had actually cultivated a kind of stabilizing secret skill that even he could not sense. This was indeed more terrifying than the people from Sha Tian's organization back in the central region. Even a high-level god king might not necessarily be able to withstand their kind of assassination. Thinking of the sudden fatal blow from the other party, Ling Xiao felt a little uneasy. He hated the feeling of being watched by hidden enemies. He would not feel good if he did not know who the hidden enemies were. If his divine soul had not been so seriously injured, he would have absorbed the remnant soul of the dead divine king. Then, he would have known who these people were. At the same time, he would have known when he had gotten into trouble again. He felt that he had already kept a low profile after coming to the heaven region. If anyone else had heard his words, they would probably have killed themselves with a piece of tofu. He had caused such a huge commotion, and he had even led an army of thousands of divine beasts to destroy a major force. If this matter were to spread out, it would probably cause a stir in the heaven region. Moreover, he had personally destroyed the Senjin kingdom of Goguryu's verification. If this was considered low-key, then it was simply making others want to die. This was a symbol of one's status, a proof of one's strength, a halo of glory, a title that any god king would desire to obtain, but in Ling Xiao's eyes, it was actually so worthless. Ling Xiao came out of seclusion, and everyone was happy. They had been worried sick for a while. Ling Xiao immediately looked for Ling Gang and asked, "Ling Gang, do you know who tried to assassinate me?" Although Ling Gang was of the same generation as Ling Xiao's nephew, he was many times older than Ling Xiao. He was also much more knowledgeable about the matters of the heaven domain than Ling Xiao. Ling Gang replied, "According to the way you were assassinated, it should be done by the shadow assassination group that had just risen in the past 100 years. They said that as long as they could afford the divine crystals, they would dare to kill anyone. They must have eaten a bear's heart and a leopard's gall to actually dare to cause trouble for Uncle Xiao. When I return, I will immediately gather my men and find them and kill them all." Ling Gang revealed a vicious look, and he looked rather angry. If something happened to Ling Xiao while he was by his side, he would definitely be punished by the elders in the clan when he returned. Shadow assassination group? Ling Xiao frowned and muttered. Since there was nothing else to do for the time being, Ling Xiao sent his men back to their posts. He was not in a hurry to return to the Dragon Gate. He had already stayed in the gate for quite a while, and it was rare for him to come out. He would bring Meng Qi around the Sky Dragon region. In addition, he also wanted to see the two mistresses that he had not seen for a few years, and see if his master had come out. Other than the women, Ling Xiao left behind Ling Gang, Mo Inyo, Kong Wen, Kong Wu, Chong Haoyou, Shen Yu Yi, Sha Tian, and Mad Monk. Of course, the prodigal and the 13th prince were definitely inseparable. Originally, Ling Xiao wanted to let Lai Ruyu and Zhou Zhijing return to the Blazing Flame merchants, so that Yun Mengqi would not be unhappy. However, who knew that in such a short period of time, Lai Ruyu and Zhou Zhijing had already gotten Yun Mengqi and Euro Fei mixed up, and even called them sisters. Moreover, they had come all the way to tell him about the news of Mad Monk, and it would not be right for him to burn the bridge after crossing the river. Therefore, he allowed the two of them to follow him. Anyway, he was too lazy to care about this relationship, and let everything take its course. The group's goal was to rush to Cloud Mound City, but along the way, Ling Xiao deliberately slowed down the process, and took a good look at the local customs of the various cities in the Sky Dragon domain. Most of the time, he would bring the women to stroll around the city, enjoying this rare leisure time. He could not help but feel a little like he was back in the Xianling continent. If only his women were by his side, how happy would he be? Thinking of this, Ling Xiao could not help but become excited. He decided that after this trip, he would immediately go into seclusion to reach the mid-level godly king realm as soon as possible, and then apply to the clan to return to the Xianling continent. First, it was to complete the mission given by the clan, and second, it was to bring all his relatives to the heaven domain, and share the superior cultivation environment here, so that they could live together forever in the future. In addition, he hoped that the people from the shadow assassination group would reappear. By then, as long as he killed them and refined their souls, everything he wanted would be clear. However, since that sneak attack failed, the people from the shadow assassination group never appeared again. After running around like this for more than half a year, Ling Xiao finally brought his group to Cloud Mound City. Ling Xiao could not wait to bring the group to Xu Ziqian's residence. However, when they arrived at Xu Ziqian's residence, they found that there was no one there, and at the same time, she also saw that the house was mostly destroyed, as if it had been through a fight. Ling Xiao's brows instantly furrowed, and then he roared, "Damn you, Yungang's sect!" Back then, he had asked the people of Yungang's sect to look after his two mistresses. Looking at the situation now, something must have happened, and naturally, anger rose in his heart. If anything happened to the two mistresses, he would definitely massacre the Yungang sect. "Xiao, don't be anxious. Maybe the two mistresses have already moved away." Euro Fei comforted him from the side. "Ask the people of Yungang's sect about this matter," Ling Xiao said in a low voice. Then, Ling Xiao rushed to Yungang's sect with a group of people angrily. The people guarding the mountain gate could not stop Ling Xiao and the others at all, and could only watch these terrifying godly kings rush into the important place of their sect. Yun Mengtian, come out. Ling Xiaofei flew above the Cloudy Ridge sect and casually waved his hand. A golden fist smashed into a mountain, turning it into dust. Boom! Shocked roars and explosions reverberated within the Cloud Ridge sect. One by one, figures rushed out of the church. Who are you? How dare you cause trouble in our sect? A low-level godly king shouted at Ling Xiao and the others. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he felt a tightness in his chest, and a powerful aura sent him flying to the ground. The people of Yungang's sect were scared out of their wits. They knew that the person was one of the few godly king elders in their sect, and yet he was able to suppress him with just a wave of aura. One could imagine how terrifying this kind of strength was. The people of Yungang's sect were all suffocated by the other party's aura. The godly kings and demigod kings of Yungang's sect finally rushed out from every corner, as if they were facing a great enemy. As the leader of Yungang's sect, Yun Mengtian finally recognized Ling Xiao, and quickly led a group of people over. Young Master Ling Xiao, you're finally here. Yun Mengtian went up to greet him. When Ling Xiao saw Yun Mengtian, he immediately asked, Yun Mengtian, I'm asking you where my two mistresses went. Didn't I ask you to find someone to protect them? Why was he nowhere to be seen? If you don't give me an explanation today, I'll annihilate your Yungang sect. Ling Xiao's domineering tone made the people of Yungang's sect very unhappy. After all, not everyone present had seen Ling Xiao before. However, someone who could make their leader humble himself like this must have a powerful background. However, when their gazes landed on Ling Gang, each and every one of their expressions turned ugly. They had already recognized Ling Gang's identity, a top-notch powerhouse from Senjin Kingdom of Goguryeo. Just based on Ling Gang's strength alone, it was enough to slaughter the entire Yungang sect cleanly. Moreover, Ling Gang had another identity. He was a member of Dragon Gate. When they thought about this, they knew that this young man in front of them was also a member of Dragon Gate. When Yun Mengtian heard Ling Xiao's question, his body trembled for a moment, and he said, Young Master Ling, didn't you receive the message I had someone pass to you? What is it? Hurry up and say it clearly. Ling Xiao really didn't understand what Yun Mengtian meant by those words. Yun Mengtian didn't dare to hesitate and immediately explained the situation. It turned out that Xu Ziqian's whereabouts had somehow been found out by the Xu family. Half a month ago, the Xu family sent experts to take Xu Ziqian away, and at the same time, Feng Qingyuan was also taken away. The people of Yungang's sect naturally wouldn't allow it. Although the Xu family's power was above their Yungang sect, they were ordered by the people of Dragon Gate to protect them here. Unexpectedly, the Xu family did not give face to the Yungang sect, and even killed two of their divine king elders on the spot. Yun Mengtian didn't dare to immediately fall out with them, so he could only immediately send people to Dragon Gate to look for Ling Xiao. However, he didn't expect that Ling Xiao would actually come to their Yungang sect a step ahead of him. The Xu family really has guts. They actually don't even put our Dragon Gate in their eyes. Ling Gang coldly snorted and shouted. People of their level cared about face the most. If someone didn't give them face, then they were enemies. It was no wonder that Ling Gang was so angry. Then you mean to say that they've already been brought back to the Xu family? Ling Xiao asked with a frown. Ling Xiao really couldn't blame Yun Mengtian for such a thing. Chapter 1260. I don't think so, they went to the chaotic burial space. Yun Mengtian continued, Miss Xu is threatening her family with her own life. She wants them to go to the chaotic grave space first, then she'll follow them back. She's deliberately stalling for time, hoping that young Master Ling Xiao will help them. It's been half a month, they're already near the chaotic burial space, Ling Xiao murmured. He turned to Yun Mengtian and said, I've wronged you this time. Take these God King pills as compensation for what you've done. Ling Xiao then threw a bottle of Divine King pills to Yun Mengtian. There were a total of 10 God King pills in this bottle. To a force like the Cloudy Ridge sect, it was definitely a divine item that they could only wish for. Yun Mengtian excitedly received the Divine King pills. Thank you, young Master Ling. Thank you, young Master Ling. He knew that working for the Dragon Gate would definitely be beneficial, but he didn't expect this young master to be so generous. Just as Ling Xiao and the others were about to rush to the chaotic burial space, Yun Mengtian reminded. Young Master Ling, there are people from the sword cleansing manor among the Shu family. You guys should be careful. Sword cleansing manor? Ling Zhao's eyes flashed fiercely. Then he disappeared from the Yun Gang sect's territory. Chaotic burial space, one of the 8 great forbidden grounds of the heaven region. It was a place filled with spatial turbulence. From afar, it looked like a bottomless black hole that constantly spun. It was filled with a power that made people feel fear, insignificance, and fear. There were at least 8,000 divine kings who entered the chaotic burial space, but the number of people who came out alive could be counted on one's fingers. The divine kings who managed to come out had undoubtedly obtained astonishing fortuitous encounters, and most of them had even stepped into the honorable stage. Everyone knew that aside from the terrifying death rate, there were also unknown divine items in the forbidden grounds. There were many peak divine kings, including many Sinjin of Goguryeo, who had no choice but to enter the forbidden grounds in order to become supremes. Currently, there was a group of people stationed not far from this forbidden zone for humans. There were actually no less than 30 god kings among them. There was even a peak god king and 3 high-level god kings among them. Such a force would be extremely powerful no matter where it was placed. They didn't look like they were going to enter the chaotic burial space. Instead, they had something to do and were just staying here temporarily. There were a total of 50 to 60 people, and most of them were wearing alchemist robes. It was not difficult to tell that they were from some alchemy sect or family. There were also a dozen or so people who walked alone. They all carried long swords on their backs and looked like swordsmen. In this world where everyone carried a space ring, no one would carry one on their back unless they were the kind of people who had great respect for their weapons. However, the people in front of him were all wearing the same attire. Moreover, there was a sword symbol printed on their martial robes. In the Sky Dragon domain, apart from the people of the sword cleansing manor, no one else would dress like this. As for those dressed in alchemy robes, they were one of the biggest subsidiary forces under the sword cleansing manor, the Shu family. The Shu family was a traditional alchemy family. They were rather famous in the Sky Dragon domain and were much stronger than a major force like the Righteous Snake sect. Moreover, after they attached themselves to the sword cleansing manor, they became even more famous. Ordinary forces would not provoke them. And the reason why these people were here was to bring their family's young miss, Xu Ziqian, back. They had been looking for Xu Ziqian all these years. They didn't expect her to be hiding in Cloud Mound City. If it wasn't for the fact that she didn't disguise herself to stroll around Cloud Mound City with Feng Qingyuan and was seen by a deacon who was working there, no one would know that she was living in seclusion here. It was also because of that accident that the people of the Shu family received the news and immediately rushed over to bring her back. Xu Ziqian and the rest wanted to resist, but it was already impossible. Their family had sent quite a number of people, and there were even people from the sword cleansing manor. They were determined to capture her back. Feng Qingyuan was just a fish in the moat. Xu Ziqian was naturally unwilling to go back. She had waited in Cloud Mound City for many years just to wait for the evil emperor to appear again. How could she give up halfway? Moreover, she knew that after she was brought back, she would be married to the young master of the sword cleansing manor. This was something she didn't want to face the most. But the situation was pressing. She had no choice but to go back. Therefore, she could only use the tactic of delaying, find an excuse to come to this chaotic burial space to pay her respects to an old friend, and then return with her family. Now, they had already been here for half a month. Adding the time it took to rush here from Cloud Mound City, it was only a month's time. It was simply not enough for the people of the Cloud Mound sect to bring news to Ling Xiao of the Dragon Gate. And today, her family and the people from the sword cleansing manor also began to urge them to return. Little Qian, we must go. A high-level god king stepped forward and said to Xu Ziqian. This high-level god king was a guardian elder of the Xu family. He was Xu Ziqian's uncle, Xu Pengcheng. Uncle Pengcheng, I beg you, can you give me a little more time? Xu Ziqian pleaded to Xu Pengcheng. Her current strength had already been sealed by the joint efforts of the few great god kings, and the aunt who was with her couldn't come forward to save her. Sigh, little Qian, I know what you're thinking, but you have to understand, for families like us, who can control our own marriage. Moreover, young sect master has already named for you to marry him, so we can't go against this matter. Xu Pengcheng sighed lightly as he said. Xu Ziqian frowned and revealed a distressed expression. Then I can go back, but you must release my friend, she has nothing to do with this matter. You should talk to the young master about this matter. Xu Pengcheng frowned and said. Xu Ziqian was furious. Then she angrily ran towards a tent. Just as she approached the tent, she heard Feng Qingyuan scream. What are you doing? What are you doing? Let me tell you, my disciple is a member of the Dragon Gate. Don't come over, you bastard. Xu Ziqian wanted to barge in, but she was stopped by the people of the sword-washing manor. All of you scram. If anything happens to my sister, I'll commit suicide in front of you. Xu Ziqian choked on her tears as she shouted. She had never thought that she would harm Feng Qingyuan because of her own matters. If that was the case, how would she have the face to meet the evil emperor again? Her words were indeed effective, and a lazy voice came out from inside. Let her in. The people guarding the tent immediately opened up a path for Xu Ziqian. Xu Ziqian hesitated for a moment, but still barged in. Just as she entered, she saw that Feng Qingyuan's clothes were somewhat disheveled, his face was covered in tears, and he was sitting on the ground. Needless to say, he must have been bullied just now. How can you be like this? You're truly despicable and shameless. Xu Ziqian ran to Feng Qingyuan's side and scolded the man who was lying on the soft couch drinking wine. The man looked to be in his 30s, and his beautiful hair hung down in a somewhat slovenly manner. His eyes that were filled with arrogance and greed made people feel disgusted. Even though this person looked lustful, his strength was not ordinary. He was actually already at the middle stage of the Divine King. He was the young master of the sword-washing manor, named Zhuang Jianxing, and was over 3,000 years old. Zhuang Jianxing was famous for being a good woman, and there were at least 80 women in his harem. It was just that most of the women were abandoned after he got tired of playing with them. The reason why he was able to become the young master with his personality was mainly because he was the eldest son of the current manor lord, and the tradition of the sword-washing manor was to pass it on to the elder and not the younger. It was also because of this that Zhuang Jianxing was able to take over the position of manor lord in the future. Otherwise, with his personality, it would be impossible for him to have the qualifications to sit in that position. Look at what you're nervous about. You're going to marry me, and she's going to be my maid. Zhuang Jianxing drank a mouthful of wine and said with a faint smile. His eyes were unrestrainedly admiring the two beautiful women, and his heart was blooming with joy. He never thought that he would be able to buy one and get one free on this trip. He couldn't help but be happy. The women he had taken in the manor were all pretty good, but compared to the two women in front of him, there was still a gap. Therefore, no matter what, he had to get them back. Qingyuan, let's go. Xu Ziqian glared at Zhuang Jianxing, pulled Feng Qingyuan and walked out. However, before they could take a few steps, Zhuang Jianxing's aura was released, suppressing them. Did I let you go? Come back. Zhuang Jianxing laughed. He grabbed with one hand, and a strong suction force appeared, pulling Xu Ziqian and Feng Qingyuan into his embrace. What are you doing? Let me go. Xu Ziqian exclaimed. On the other side, Feng Qingyuan scolded again. Bastard, let go of me or else. When my disciple comes, he will make you die a horrible death. Zhuang Jianxing seemed to be getting more and more excited the more he was scolded. He licked Feng Qingyuan's earlobe and said, Even you are not my match, so what if your disciple is here? If she is beautiful, I will take care of her as well. In the future, all of you can just stay by my side. You bastard, you bastard. You will die a horrible death. Feng Qingyuan's tears flowed down as she cursed. She felt extremely wronged in her heart. If she were to really suffer today, how would she have the face to see the evil emperor again? But now, she didn't even have the chance to commit suicide. Xu Ziqian cried out from the side. Uncle Cheng, Aunt, quickly come and save us, quickly come and save us. Unfortunately, no matter how much she shouted, her voice only echoed within the tent. Because ever since she stepped into this place, Zhuang Jianxing had already quickly set up a restriction, isolating all the sources of sound. A long time ago, he had already sent people to the Xu family to propose marriage to Xu Ziqian. However, he didn't expect that something would happen and she would actually run away with another man. After more than 100 years, he had finally found someone again. He couldn't wait to get rid of her first. Chapter 1261. How could he, the young master of the sword-cleansing manor, marry a woman who had been slept with by someone else? Therefore, before he went back to get married, he might as well play with her first and get rid of her when he got back. The Shu family would not dare to do anything to him. One had to admit that Zhuang Jianxing was really a daring person. He also tore apart Xu Ziqian's clothes, revealing her tender and smooth shoulders, causing his index finger to move. "Let go of me, bastard, get lost." It was Xu Ziqian's turn to struggle again. However, her cultivation base was sealed, so how could she break free? Zhuang Jianxing was an expert at playing with women. He didn't pounce on them like an ordinary lustful man. He suppressed his impulse and pressed the two women onto his soft couch. Then, he picked up the wine glass beside him and poured it on the two women. The two women kept screaming and struggling, revealing many parts of their bodies. The wine slowly flowed from their necks to their fragrant breasts, which was filled with a strange charm. Fragrant wine drenched the beauties. The spring was overflowing. "Haha, scream as much as you want," Zhuang Jianxing said with an extremely lewd smile. Then, he was ready to force himself on the two women. However, at this moment, there was an intense quarrel coming from outside. "Who are you?" "Our Shu family and the sword cleansing manor are here on business." "Unrelated people, get lost." A few demigod kings who were on sentry duty shouted when they saw a group of people rushing over from afar. However, the group of people did not slow down when they heard them. Instead, they rushed over even faster. That powerful aura scared them so much that they quickly let go. It was also at this moment that they saw a divine beast Qilin among the group of people rushing over. They thought they were seeing things. Who is that? It looks like a divine beast Qilin. I saw it too. I don't think I've heard of anyone who has a Qilin mount in this area. Could it be some people from some hidden force? Why are they here? I think the man sitting on the golden lion is one of the legendary Senjin kingdom of Goguryeo, Ling Gang. The few demigod kings on sentry duty were all stunned on the spot. They kept talking about something and completely forgot about their duties. Ling Xiao and the others landed in the sky above the Shu clan and the sword cleansing manor. The god kings of the Shu clan and sword cleansing manor immediately soared into the air as they looked at Ling Xiao and the others warily. At this time, the prodigal had already returned to his human form. Otherwise, he would be very uncomfortable with those humans staring at him like that. "Who are you? Can't you recognize that we are from the Shu clan and the sword cleansing manor?" Xu Pengcheng asked arrogantly. Ling Xiao did not want to listen to what these people had to say, and immediately shouted, "Quickly release Xu Ziqian and Feng Qingyuan." The moment Ling Xiao arrived, his spiritual will had already scanned the area. He actually did not discover Xu Ziqian and Feng Qingyuan, and was extremely worried. He couldn't help but wonder, could they have entered the chaotic burial space? This place was very close to the chaotic burial space. If his two mistresses didn't want to be captured, they would have to barge into the chaotic burial space. Xu Pengcheng frowned and replied, "There's no one you're looking for here. If you know what's good for you, scram." Although he could sense that Ling Xiao and the others were not weak, they were even stronger. Naturally, they would not give Ling Xiao and the others any face. "What big words! Big dog Zhang, look at who we are. Don't think that the Shu clan and the sword cleansing manor are amazing." Ling Gang shouted in a domineering manner. The name of the Senjin kingdom of Goguryeo had long spread to every corner of the Sky Dragon territory. Anyone with a bit of strength would have seen the records of the Senjin kingdom of Goguryeo, and there would even be pictures of him. With Ling Gang's shout, the people from the Shu clan and the sword cleansing manor immediately noticed Ling Gang. Immediately after, their expressions changed. It was obvious that they recognized Ling Gang. Just as Xu Pengcheng was about to step forward and say something to Ling Gang, the peak divine king from the sword cleansing manor called Zhuang Nan immediately said to Ling Gang with a smile that was like a spring breeze, "So it's brother Ling Gang from the Dragon Gate. I wonder what business you have here." Ling Gang also recognized Zhuang Nan. The other party was also a Senjin kingdom of Goguryeo. He was ranked in the top 600, and was one of the 70 or so Senjin kingdom of Goguryeo from the sword cleansing manor. "Didn't you hear my uncle Ling Zhao's words?" Ling Gang said coldly. Even if the other party was also a Senjin kingdom of Goguryeo like him, Ling Gang's strength was stronger than his, and the power behind him was also stronger than his. No matter which aspect, Ling Gang's arrogance was a notch higher than theirs. Zhuang Nan looked at the young Ling Xiao with some astonishment. He didn't need to guess to know that this young man was definitely an outstanding genius of the new generation within the Dragon Gate. Otherwise, How could a Senjin kingdom of Goguryeo like Lingang be a law protector elder? Sir, as far as I know, Xu Ziqian is the eldest miss of the Xu clan. How is she related to you? Zhuang Nen probed. As a last resort, he definitely didn't want to offend the people from the Dragon Gate. She is my master's wife, so naturally, she is my master's wife. Where did you hide her? Quickly bring her out, Ling Xiao said indifferently. After a pause he said, don't say that you don't know, I just came from the Yungang sect. Zhuang Nan, Xu Pengcheng, and the others already knew that they couldn't hide it even if they wanted to. At this time, the aunt who had been protecting Xu Ziqian finally spoke. Xiaoqian and Qing Yuan are both in that tent. Quickly go and save them. Ling Xiao recognized this old woman at a glance. Listening to her words, it was clear that his two masters' wives were in danger. He was about to rush in the direction of the tent, but he was stopped by the people of the sword-washing manor. He shouted in a deep voice, "Get out of my way immediately!" His aura instantly soared, and his voice even contained the might of a dragon's roar. It shook the eardrums of the people who were blocking him, causing them to lose control of their minds. Ling Xiao also took the opportunity to rush over and hit the tent with his palm. Zhuang Nan, Xu Pengcheng, and the others wanted to stop him, but it was already too late. Pah! Ling Xiao's control of his palm was perfect, and the tent was only cracked by his palm. What the hell is he doing? Is he tired of living? Just as Zhuang Jianxing was about to enjoy the bodies of the two beauties, he was shocked by the sudden alarm and started to curse loudly. Zhuang Jianxing was furious, and one of them was even more furious. Ling Xiao looked at Xu Ziqian and Feng Qingyuan, who were only wearing underwear, and saw the tear stains on their faces, and a monstrous anger instantly erupted. Bastard! You even dare to touch my master's woman, I'll kill you! Ling Xiao roared. He rushed towards Zhuang Jianxing, and the 9 sun-burning heaven fist smashed towards Zhuang Jianxing. Ling Xiao's killing intent was awe-inspiring, his anger overflowed to the heavens, and his fist intent was exceptionally tyrannical. Round after round of bright suns seemed to have fallen from the sky, engulfing Zhuang Jianxing. Zhuang Jianxing was shocked by this sudden attack. Although he came from a famous sect and had barely reached the strength of a middle-stage god king, his battle prowess was truly ordinary. Facing such a terrifying attack, he slipped away without even thinking and cried out in alarm, "Uncle Nan, quickly come and save me!" His cry for help was already too late. Ling Xiao's terrifying fist force mercilessly smashed onto his body. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Zhuang Jianxing was blasted into a bloody mess by this round of attacks. His internal organs and bones were shattered, and his entire body was sent flying 1,000 meters away. Ling Xiao did not have the time to finish him off. Instead, he quickly landed in front of Xu Ziqian and Feng Qingyuan and took out 2 sets of clothes to cover their bodies. "Xiao are scared the 2 mistresses," Ling Xiao said guiltily. If he had come to see these 2 mistresses earlier, he would not have discovered such a thing. Fortunately, from the looks of it, they had not been taken over by that guy. Otherwise, he would not be able to absolve himself of his guilt even if he died 10,000 times. Zhuang Nan and Xu Pengcheng could not be bothered to find trouble with Ling Xiao immediately. Instead, they rushed over to Zhuang Jianxing's side. Zhuang Nan could not help but be furious when he saw Zhuang Jianxing's miserable state. However, he still endured it and fed Zhuang Jianxing elixirs and God's spring water to protect Zhuang Jianxing first. Otherwise, he would not be able to explain to the manor lord when he returned. You guys quickly go and kill that little bastard for me." After Zhuang Jianxing consumed the elixirs and God's spring water, he barely recovered a bit of consciousness and immediately ordered Zhuang Nan and the others. His eyes were filled with killing intent. When had he, the dignified young sect master of sword-washing manor, suffered such a serious injury? He was truly furious in his heart. "Jianxing, you better recover quickly. They are Dragon Gate's people," Zhuang Nan said in a deep voice. "Heavens! Dragon Gate's people. So what?" Zhuang Jianxing shouted unwillingly. "Heavenly Dragon Sect people are nothing much, they just want to kill you." Ling Xiao suddenly appeared in front of them and coldly shouted. This time, Zhuang Nan was furious. He suddenly flew in front of Ling Xiao and said, "Your Excellency is too unreasonable. Even if you are Dragon Gate's people, you cannot bully my young sect master like this. You must give my young sect master an explanation. Haha, what a joke. They are my master's wives. He actually dared to disrespect them. Even if he is your sect master, he must die. Ling Xiao laughed maniacally. Ling Xiao had always respected his master. He had the respect of Feng Qingyuan and Xu Ziqian. Naturally, he would not allow others to bully them. What a joke. Ziqian is my young Mississippi. She is young sect master's fiancée. When did she become your master's wife? Xu Pengcheng had no choice but to stand up and reply. Although the Heavenly Dragon sect was strong, their Xu family and the Cleansing Manor sword were bound together for good or ill, so it was impossible for them to cower at this time. I don't care whose fiancée she is. I only know that they are my master's wives. They are my master's wives. Whoever dares to insult them, I will kill them even if the Heavenly King comes. Get out of my way! Ling Xiao shouted. Ling Gang, don't tell me you think so too? Although our sword-washing manor is not as strong as your Dragon Gate, we will not let you bully us. Zhuangnan shouted at Ling Gang. Ling Gang flew over and sneered. My Uncle Zhao's thoughts are my thoughts. Get lost. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Chapter 1262. All right, everyone come over here. Zhuangnan sneered a few times, then called everyone over. There were a total of 10 people in the sword cleansing manor, while the Xu family had 30 people. There were a total of 50 to 60 people, and more than half of them were divine kings. It was also because of this that Zhuangnan dared to challenge Ling Gang. After all, although the Dragon Gate's name was frightening, other than Ling Gang and the other 3 people who made him feel a little troublesome, the rest of them were all low-level divine kings, so it was not enough to make them afraid. Ling Xiao looked around at the people surrounding him and said indifferently, Are you sure you want to protect that bastard? Impudent, if you dare to spout such arrogant words again, don't blame us for being impolite. Quickly apologize to my young sect master, or else this matter will not end. Zhuangnan shouted, throwing caution to the wind. Haha, all right, since all of you are courting death, then I will fulfill your wish. Ling Xiao laughed wildly, and prepared to give the order to start killing. Who knew that Xu Ziqian would open her mouth and call out, Ling Xiao, forget it, let's go. Xu Ziqian was worried that Ling Xiao and the rest would be at a disadvantage, so she said that. Master's wife, rest assured, that bastard will definitely die. Ling Xiao replied indifferently, then shouted, Whoever blocks me will be killed. It was said that women were like clothes, and brothers were like hands and feet. However, Ling Xiao had always thought that women were his reverse scale, and even if they were brothers, he was not willing to give in. Hypocritically abandoning a beloved woman for a brother, on the surface, this person seemed to be righteous, but in reality, he was a person who did not care about relationships, a complete hypocrite. Besides, a teacher for a day is a father for life, and the wife of the teacher naturally saw her as her mother. Seeing his own mother being humiliated by others, no one would be able to sit still and explode in anger. Ling Xiao was a person who could not tolerate any harm to the people around him, and it could also be said that he was an extremely protective person. Today, the enemy was outnumbered, and Ling Xiao was also not afraid. The cold killing intent that he displayed made people feel suffocated. He walked towards Zhuang Zhenxing step by step. That golden light carried a dense imperial might, making people submit. Since that's the case, then don't blame me for being impolite. As one of the Senjin kingdom of Goguryeo, Zhuangnan's strength had already reached the pinnacle, so how could he be scared by a low-level divine king? When he attacked, Ling Gang had already taken the initiative to attack him. Zhuangnan, your opponent is me. Come at me together. Ling Gang jumped down from the lion's back and thrust the golden spear in his hand towards Zhuangnan's face. Today, let me see if you, Ling Gang, are really as powerful as the rumors say. The rest of you, protect the young master. Zhuangnan did not dare to be careless. The divine saber in his hand rushed towards Ling Gang. Zhuangnan left, but there were still 2 high-level god kings protecting Zhuang Zhenxing. Xu Pengcheng was naturally one of them. He looked at the approaching Ling Xiao and waved his hands to the sides, getting the other god kings to block Ling Xiao. And Nan and At. Nan. Ling Xiao instantly split into 2. The divine soul clone wielded the golden dragon spear and smashed it towards the 2 high-level divine kings. Ling Xiao instantly split into two. The divine soul clone wielding the golden dragon spear smashed towards the two high-level god kings. The two god kings leapt in fright. They had never thought that their opponent's strength would erupt to such a terrifying degree in a single moment. But when they met the power of the spear, they felt a tightness in their chests, and they were sent flying. They spat out a mouthful of blood. They were all high-level divine kings. Although they had only used elixirs to increase their strength, their combat strength was not what an average mid-level divine king could deal with, let alone a low-level divine king. They were all high-level god kings. Even though they had only reached that level through the use of elixirs, their battle prowess was not something that an ordinary mid-level god king could deal with. Moreover, the person in front of them was just a low-level god king. They were all high-level divine kings. Although they had only used elixirs to increase their strength, their combat strength was not what an average mid-level divine king could deal with, let alone a low-level divine king. But they did not expect the clone that had suddenly appeared to be so powerful. The power it emitted was comparable to a peak divine king, and it made them vomit blood. The three god kings from the cleansing sword manor beside Zhuang Zhenxing immediately attacked Ling Xiao. Two mid-tier god kings and one low-tier god king attacked at the same time. The might of their attacks was definitely extraordinary. They locked down the direction Zhuang Zhenxing was in and bombarded it. The three of them felt that even a mid-level divine king would die. Unfortunately, by the time their attacks landed, the young man had already arrived in front of them. "I said those who block me will die," Ling Xiao said coldly. His figure split into three, and he blasted several bright suns at the three of them. The torrential fist intent filled the sky, and its power was majestic and terrifying. The three of them did not expect Ling Xiao to be fine. Instead, he attacked them so quickly. Bang! The three of them felt their chests shatter. When they were thrown out, they immediately lost consciousness. The three of them landed thousands of meters away. Their upper bodies had been completely blown up, and it was impossible for them to recover. They could only use their divine souls to rush out in a panic. Ling Xiao did not have time to care about them. Instead, he went in front of Zhuang Zhenxing. After Zhuang Zhenxing consumed the elixir, his injuries recovered significantly. However, he did not have the guts to challenge Ling Xiao. Seeing Ling Xiao continuously injure the people around him, a sense of fear overwhelmed him. "What? What do you want?" "I am the young master of the sword cleansing manor. If you dare to touch me, you will be offending the sword cleansing manor." Zhuang Zhenxing panicked. At the same time, he kept retreating. Those who wanted to rush over to save Zhuang Zhenxing were blocked by Ling Xiao's divine soul and the 13th prince. Ling Xiao snorted disdainfully. "I said that even if you are the master of the sword cleansing manor, I will still kill you today." With that said, Ling Xiao reached out and grabbed Zhuang Zhenxing's neck, lifting him up. Zhuang Zhenxing only felt his neck tighten, and a suffocating feeling almost made him unable to breathe. Immediately after, he was sent flying by Ling Xiao, and then heavily smashed onto the ground. Bang! Zhuang Zhenxing was in so much pain that he started to bite. He had never suffered such a heavy punishment since he was young. "Immediately kowtow to my two mistresses and admit your guilt. I can leave you with an intact corpse." Ling Xiao stepped on Zhuang Zhenxing's back and shouted. Zhuang Zhenxing was also a coward. He immediately cried for his parents. "Spare! Spare me! Two grandmothers, spare me!" Xu Ziqian said with hesitation. "Ling Xiao, why don't? Let him go." It was not that she did not want to kill Zhuang Zhenxing, but Zhuang Zhenxing was the young master of the sword cleansing manor, and their Xu family was relying on their subsidiary forces. She was afraid that if Zhuang Zhenxing died, it would implicate their Xu family. Ling Xiao knew what Xu Ziqian was worried about, but his gaze was still on Feng Qingyuan. When he was in the profound spirit continent, he had already acknowledged Feng Qingyuan as his mistress. His relationship with her was also the best, so it was still her decision. Anger flashed across Feng Qingyuan's face as she said, "Even if I don't kill him, I will make him pay the price." From Feng Qingyuan's eyes, it could be seen that she could not wait to devour Zhuang Zhenxing's flesh. If Xu Ziqian had not spoken first, she would definitely not have let Zhuang Zhenxing off. Ling Xiao could understand Feng Qingyuan's emotions, and immediately nodded, "Then let him live a life worse than death." Just as Ling Xiao was about to attack Zhuang Zhenxing's divine soul, Zhuangnan rushed back from another direction with his sword in hand, shouting in shock, "Quickly release my young sect master!" Zhuangnan, why are you running so fast? Today, I will make you accept your defeat wholeheartedly. Ling Gang chased after him and shouted. In the surroundings, the people from the sword cleansing manor and the Shu family wanted to help, but unfortunately, they were unable to break through the defenses of the 13th prince, the prodigal son and the others. Although Ling Zhao's side had few people, each and every one of them had extremely powerful battle prowess. It was impossible for the people from the sword cleansing manor and the Shu family to win with numbers. Instead, many of them were killed. Little Qian Yu, quickly let them help. Could it be that you can bear to see them kill us all? Xu Pengcheng cried out for help to Xu Ziqian. He and another high-level divine king from the sword cleansing manor had been blasted by Ling Zhao's divine soul to the point that they were unable to distinguish north from south. If this continued, he would probably be killed as well. Looking at the others, they were simply not a match for the people from the Dragon Gate. Many of their companions and holy beasts had been slaughtered by them. He had no choice but to seek help from Xu Ziqian, hoping that she could make the people from the Dragon Gate stop. No matter what, Xu Ziqian was a member of the Shu family. She couldn't bear to see them die one by one. She immediately begged Ling Xiao, "Ling Xiao, I'm begging you, please make them stop first." Ling Xiao frowned, then shouted to the others, "Everyone stop." Actually, he didn't want to let it go just like that. According to him, he wanted to kill all of them. Anyway, there was nothing for him to be afraid of. The two groups of people split up. There were no casualties on Ling Zhao's side, but more than 10 people from the sword cleansing manor and the Shu family had died, and more than half of their holy beasts had died. It was obvious who was stronger and who was weaker. Quickly release my young sect master. Zhuangnan looked at Ling Xiao with a livid face and shouted. Their sword cleansing manor was second only to the Dragon Gate. There was quite a gap in strength, but they were still a famous existence in the Sky Dragon domain. Their young sect master was trampled underfoot. It was simply an insult to their sword cleansing manor. Humph, if not for my master's wife begging for mercy, all of you would have died. Ling Xiao snorted coldly. His soul power attack instantly rushed into Zhuang Zhenxing's divine soul in his sea of consciousness. Zhuang Zhenxing only felt that his head was about to explode. He kept letting out strange cries. Everyone didn't understand what Ling Xiao did to Zhuang Zhenxing. But when they heard these extremely tragic cries, they all felt their hair stand on end. Zhuang Nan's face was already extremely gloomy. Veins appeared on the hand that was holding the sword hilt. Scram! Ling Xiao raised his leg and kicked Zhuang Zhenxing fiercely. Zhuang Zhenxing immediately flew towards Zhuang Nan like a cannonball. Zhuang Nan caught Zhuang Zhenxing and immediately fed him a medicinal pill. It was just that although Zhuang Zhenxing's injuries were stabilized, he was still screaming crazily non-stop. It was as if he had suffered some kind of stimulation. "What on earth did you do to my young sect master?" Zhuang Nan questioned Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao said solemnly, "Nearly humiliated my two masters' wives. If he doesn't pay a price, do you think that it's possible? Quickly scram. Otherwise, don't blame me for turning hostile." Zhuang Zhenxing's divine soul had already been blasted into an idiot by his soul power attack. He was also inflicted with the soul-locking curse. In the future, he could only live like a lunatic. This was indeed more satisfying than killing him to vent his anger. Chapter 1263. You! Zhuang Nan was so angry that he couldn't speak. He had originally thought that his side was much stronger than the other party, but he didn't expect them to be so strong. It was truly out of his expectations. He knew that there was no point in continuing to pester them. "Elder Nan, why don't we retreat first?" Xu Pengcheng was scared by Ling Zhao's divine soul clone just now. He was afraid that if they continued, only death would await them. Zhuang Nan had no way to vent his anger, so Xu Pengcheng became his venting bucket. "It's all your Shu family's fault. If anything happens to my young sect master, just wait for our manor lord's wrath." With that, he carried Zhuang Zhenxing and glared fiercely at Ling Xiao before leaving with the rest of the people from the sword cleansing manor. The people from the Shu family wanted to follow them, but Xu Pengcheng looked at Xu Ziqian with a heavy expression and said, "Little Qian, this matter. If you still care about your family, you must make a trip back. Otherwise, I'm afraid that even the patriarch will not be able to withstand the wrath of the sword manor." Immediately after, he didn't wait for Xu Ziqian to say anything and left with the rest of the Xu family. Xu Ziqian had a sad look on her face. She knew that because of her matter, it would probably cause a lot of trouble. For a moment, her heart was in a mess, and at the same time, a resolute thought emerged from the bottom of her heart. Feng Qingyuan was obviously frightened by Zhuang Zhensheng. Even with Euro Fei's constant comforting and persuading, she was unable to calm down quickly. After 2 days, her condition improved by quite a bit. Xu Ziqian seemed to be ashamed of Feng Qingyuan, as she stared blankly at the distant chaotic burial space. Her beautiful eyes rippled with indescribable complex emotions. Ling Xiao didn't know how to persuade them, so he could only let the women beside him communicate with them. At this time, Mad Monk appeared beside Ling Xiao and said, "In front of us is the chaotic burial space. Can you feel the terror of that place now? I'm afraid that even a high-level God King wouldn't be able to withstand the Heavenly Might's attack at the entrance and would die." Back then, when Ling Xiao had found Mad Monk had wanted to bring Ling Xiao with him to the chaotic burial space to fight the evil emperor. But in front of the mighty Heaven's Might forbidden land, he had felt uncertain and didn't dare to enter. Ling Xiao nodded and said, "And back then, Master was forced to come here by the Shu clan. It seems that he really had nowhere to go." The Mad Monk laughed, shook his head and said, "I don't think that's possible. Your master has a prideful personality. Even if he's being forced by others, it's still very easy for him to find a place to hide. The reason he ran here is to find a chance to advance quickly and take revenge for being hunted down." Hearing this reminder, Ling Xiao felt that his father-in-law's words made sense. The Sky Dragon domain was vast, and it would not be easy to find a person in any mountain range. "Master, you seek riches in danger. But he's still fine now. I don't know what's holding him back." Ling Xiao sighed. As one of the 8 great forbidden areas, not everyone had the courage to enter. "If it wasn't for the opportunity one got from the Snaky sect, I would also like to enter the chaotic burial space to take a look. When your master comes out, I don't want to be left far behind by him." Mad Monk sighed with his hands behind his back. The 4 legendary figures of the Xianling continent were all outstanding existences. It was mainly because the cultivation environment in the Xianling continent was inferior, which hindered their speed of advancement. And each of them was a proud and brave generation. Their temperament was really not what ordinary people could compare with. It was not surprising that Mad Monk had such a thought. As he spoke, Ling Xiao had an impulse to go in. However, he suppressed his impulse. After all, he was only a step away from the middle-stage God King, and the continuous battles had brought him closer and closer to that level. He only needed to accumulate a little more divine power before he could break through. At this time, he definitely did not want to take the risk of entering the chaotic burial space. Furthermore, he still had to return to the Xianling continent to bring his family to the Heaven Realm. Perhaps he would wait until his realm reached a higher level, and he had the confidence to enter the chaotic burial space. However, at this time, Yun Mengqi hurriedly ran over and shouted, "Xiao, have you seen Mistress Ziqian?" Seeing Yun Mengqi's anxious expression, Ling Xiao had a bad premonition, and immediately replied, "Father-in-law and I have been here the whole time, but we haven't seen her. Isn't she always on your side?" Yun Mengqi hurriedly said, "I clearly saw her just now, but in the blink of an eye, I didn't see her. I thought she was walking around, but I didn't see her around. What is Mistress Ziqian trying to do?" Ling Xiao said somewhat irritably, then continued, "Tell everyone to split up and search, but don't get too close to the chaotic burial space. Once you get sucked in, you won't be able to save yourself." Yun Mengqi nodded and immediately went back to tell the others to split up and search. Ling Xiao thought for a moment, but he himself headed towards the direction of the chaotic burial space. He felt that Xu Ziqian might have suffered a blow, and probably went to the chaotic burial space. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao couldn't help but speed up a bit, hoping that he was overthinking it. The closer he got to the chaotic burial space, the more he could feel the chaos of the energy here. No divine will could be spread out to search. The huge black hole in the sky spun from time to time, like a ferocious beast that could devour people, causing them to be terrified. Waves of chaotic auras continued to wreak havoc in all directions. Occasionally, bolts of lightning could be seen flashing by, and waves of baleful energy filled the air. The closer Ling Xiao got, the more pressure he felt. The cold wind and explosive power made him feel a little uncomfortable, and the pressure of the distorted space was enough to make it difficult for any saint to move an inch. Without reaching the strength of the Holy Emperor, it would be impossible to even think of this. After Ling Xiao advanced another few thousand meters, the pressure of the space here increased greatly, and the cold wind made him feel pain. He had no choice but to slow down. He sighed in his heart. Even if the Holy Emperor came here, he would probably have to stop. The chaotic burial space is indeed one of the forbidden areas. It was also at this time that Ling Xiao saw a figure slowly walking in the distance. Wasn't that the mistress he was looking for, Xu Ziqian? She was dressed in purple satin, and her clothes fluttered in the strong wind. She looked like a sad fairy as she stared blankly in front of her. Her beautiful eyes flickered with sparkling and translucent tears. "Mistress Ziqian, don't act recklessly," Ling Xiao cried out in alarm. He couldn't care less and rushed towards Xu Ziqian. Xu Ziqian didn't seem to hear Ling Xiao's words and continued to walk forward. Ling Xiao flew with all his might, shaking off the cold wind and the pressure of the space, and quickly arrived in front of Xu Ziqian. Arriving here, Ling Xiao felt that his body was a little out of control, as if he was about to be sucked into the chaotic burial space. Without saying a word, Ling Xiao stopped Xu Ziqian and said, "Mistress, what do you want to do? Quickly go back with me." Xu Ziqian looked at Ling Xiao with a wry smile and said, "Ling Xiao, get out of the way. I don't want to wait any longer. I want to go in and find your master." "Mistress, don't be silly. So what if you go in? You don't even know what's going on inside. I'm afraid you won't be able to see Master even if you die in vain. Hurry up and come back with me. Master will come out one day," Ling Xiao anxiously advised. This place was too close to the entrance of the chaotic burial space. If anything unforeseen happened, they would all be sucked in, and that would be the end of them. Xu Ziqian shook her head and said, "I really don't want to wait any longer. Maybe your master is trapped somewhere and is waiting for me to save him. Go back and tell Sister Qing Yuan that you will definitely bring your master back later." She was at a loss right now. Not only had she completely fallen out with her family, she had also offended the people of the sword-washing manor. Was there still a place for her in this Sky Dragon region? When she thought of her family, they would probably hate her to death a long time ago. Right now, her heart was like dead ashes. Then she might as well take the risk and enter the chaotic burial space to find her only lover. If she found him, then everyone would be happy. If she couldn't find him, then she could just accept it and not feel so sad right now. Xu Ziqian was a little agitated. She actually bypassed Ling Xiao and continued to go inside. Ling Xiao knew that it was useless to say anything now. He immediately pulled Xu Ziqian's hand and shouted, "Mistress, I have offended you." Immediately after, he forcefully pulled Xu Ziqian and flew back. Xu Ziqian struggled for a moment and said, "Ling Xiao, let me go. I really don't want to wait any longer." "Mistress, why don't you understand? Even if you go in, you will only die. If Master comes out and you die inside, he will definitely be sad," Ling Xiao reprimanded. "So what? I have been waiting for him for so many years. I only know that he is still alive, but I don't know if he will come out again. Now because of my matter, I have caused so much trouble for everyone. My family will definitely be implicated. Although you are from the Dragon Gate, but that Zhuang Jianxing is the young master of the sword-washing manor. If you hurt him, I am afraid they will not let this matter go," Xu Ziqian said. She felt that she was a jinx now. She had harmed her man, Feng Qingyuan, and her family. "What are you worried about? I was the one who hurt him. If they dare to cause trouble, our Dragon Gate will only make them suffer," Ling Xiao said. After a pause, he said, "How about this? You and Mistress will return to the Dragon Gate with me to meditate. When Master comes out, we will definitely get the news immediately. At that time, it will be easy to find him." Indeed, after this incident, Ling Xiao really did not dare to let Xu Ziqian and Feng Qingyuan stay outside alone. If the sword-washing manor and the Xu family were not willing to let this matter go, when they were really captured again, he was afraid that he would be powerless to do anything. Xu Ziqian obviously hesitated for a moment, but then she shook her head and said, "Forget it. If I continue to wait like this, I will go crazy sooner or later. I want to go in and find your master." Ling Xiao did not give up. He simply ignored Xu Ziqian and forcefully pulled her away from this dangerous area. Suddenly, Ling Xiao seemed to have noticed something. He looked around and shouted, "Who is it? Come out!" Chapter 1264. As his voice fell, more than 10 figures quietly walked out in front of them. These people were like phantoms, not emitting any aura. They were all dressed in black martial attire, holding all kinds of weapons as they surrounded Ling Xiao and Xu Ziqian. Among these people, there was a pinnacle god king, 2 high-level god kings, and the rest were mid-level and low-level god kings. The leader was a peak divine king who wore a white scarf and a shining gray armor. He waved his hand and signaled for the people beside him to attack. "Master's wife, I'll hold them off. You leave immediately. They're here for me. Remember to call our people over." Ling Xiao threw Xu Ziqian in a direction as he shouted. Xu Ziqian was also a god king, so she knew how terrifying these people were. She didn't dare to hesitate. Borrowing the force of Ling Xiao's throw, she quickly flew in a direction. At the same time, she didn't forget to remind him, "Ling Xiao, you must hold on. I'll bring people back right now." However, the spatial energy pressure here was too great, so Xu Ziqian couldn't escape far. She was immediately blocked by a high-level god king. The other party thought that a high-level god king like him could easily stop a peak low-level god king like Xu Ziqian. Xu Ziqian also thought that she couldn't escape, but she still gritted her teeth and attacked the high-level god king with all her might. The high-level god king looked at Xu Ziqian with disdain, a playful look in his eyes. In his eyes, the strength of this girl's attack wasn't worth mentioning. Just as he was about to raise his hand to block this blow and take down this little girl, an invisible attack instantly hit his sea of consciousness and divine soul. Ah! He felt like his sea of consciousness was ruthlessly stabbed, and he couldn't help but scream. It was also at this moment that Xu Ziqian mercilessly slid her sword across the high-rank god king's neck. The high-level god king's head instantly flew off, and blood spurted out from his neck. Xu Ziqian didn't expect that her attack would succeed. Although she was surprised, she also knew that the situation was dire, so she immediately fled in the direction she came from. Damn it! Among those people, another high-level god king sensed that his companion had been killed inexplicably and shouted, preparing to chase after Xu Ziqian. "Don't waste time, get rid of this kid immediately, or we won't have a chance when Ling Gang and the others arrive," the leader said in a deep voice. That person was unwilling, but he didn't dare to oppose the leader. At this time, they had already surrounded Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao was like a slippery eel, constantly dodging and evading their attacks. For the time being, he didn't strike back. When he saw that Xu Ziqian had successfully escaped, he finally let go. "Who sent you to kill me? As long as you tell me, I can spare you." After that, I of you of me of you I can you. Hee, you'll know when you get to the netherworld. The leader sneered, then said to his men, "You're all good for nothings, hurry up and get rid of him." As the leader's voice fell, a few more people appeared on their side. A total of 8 people surrounded Ling Xiao at the same time. Facing such attacks, Ling Xiao wasn't afraid. He sneered, and his divine soul attack instantly split into 3, attacking 3 low-level god kings at the same time, killing them before their attacks even reached him. Ling Xiao's divine soul power had already reached the mid-level high-level god king realm, so his soul power attack wasn't any weaker than a high-level god king's attack. How could the divine souls of those low-level god kings withstand it? Ling Xiao's spiritual power had already reached the mid-level of a high-level godly king. His soul power attack wasn't any weaker than a high-level godly king's attack. How could those low-level godly kings withstand it? Ling Xiao's power was already at the mid-level high-level god king realm, so his soul power attack wasn't any weaker than a high-level god king's attack. How could the divine souls of those low-level god kings withstand it? With the attacks from 3 directions gone, Ling Xiao took the opportunity to dodge the others' attacks, took out the golden dragon spear, and immediately launched an all-out counterattack against those people. Those people were instantly sent flying by Ling Xiao, swallowing blood. "Leader, this kid is really tough. No wonder you failed last time." A high-level god king beside the pinnacle god king frowned and shouted. "If we continue to suffer losses like this, the rewards won't be enough. Finish him off." The pinnacle god king frowned and said. He felt that this kid was very strange. He didn't even see him make a move, but a few of his subordinates were already dead, which was really unimaginable. The high-level God King could also hear the seriousness in the Pinnacle God King's tone, so he immediately nodded and attacked Ling Xiao. His attack was very strange, and just as his body flashed, he actually disappeared from this part of the world, as if he was completely invisible, and his aura was also very well hidden, so ordinary people wouldn't be able to detect him at all. Ling Xiao dealt with a few God Kings in front of him with all his might. He killed another 2 low-level God Kings, and the other 3 mid-level God Kings were forced to retreat by him. Although he had been constantly vigilant of his surroundings, the sudden sneak attack still made him break out in a cold sweat. He had experienced this kind of experience half a year ago, and it was also a fatal blow that pierced through the top of his head. It was enough for him to suffer the same move once, so he definitely couldn't suffer a second time. Ling Xiao didn't use his Divine Soul Clone at the beginning, but this time, he used his Divine Soul Clone just like the last time. But this time, he was already prepared and on guard. Before the attack landed on top of his head, his Divine Soul Clone immediately attacked and took the golden dragon spear in his hand, and faced the sword light that was coming from above his head. The high-level God King who sneaked an attack clearly didn't expect that Ling Xiao would actually use his Divine Soul to block his attack, but he didn't think that a low-level God King's Divine Soul could block his attack. Just as well, I can make your soul scatter, and you'll never be able to reincarnate. The high-level God King shouted ferociously, and a majestic power poured out. Try it if you can. Ling Xiao's Divine Soul snorted coldly, and the golden dragon spear in his hand burst out with power that was dozens of times stronger than before. A peerless golden dragon instantly rushed up, as if it had just broken through the sky, and let out a loud and clear roar. The high-level God King completely didn't expect that a mere low-level God King's Divine Soul could instantly burst out with such ferocious power. His sword technique collided with his opponent's spear light, and his divine saber was instantly shattered. The golden dragon still surged forward unstoppably toward his head. No! The high-level God King's head was hanging downwards, so when faced with such a powerful attack, even if his head was made of 10,000-year-old rock, it would still be smashed to pieces. Rumble! The high-level God King was instantly killed by Ling Xiao's attack, and his body turned into a pool of blood that splattered everywhere. This shocking attack stunned all the God Kings who came to surround and kill Ling Xiao. If the death of the first high-level God King didn't attract much attention, then the death of the high-level God King in front of them was witnessed by everyone. The high-level God King was actually blasted apart by a direct attack from the other party, so one could imagine how powerful the other party was. At this time, they also saw that there were 2 identical Ling Xiao in front of them. Apart from the strength of their auras, they couldn't tell which one was the real one and which one was the doppelganger. They even thought they were twins. The leader was finally moved. Damned Dragon Gate, what kind of information did they provide? If this kid can only defeat a mid-level God King at most, then what on earth happened just now? The leader couldn't help but curse in his heart. As the vice-leader of the Shadow Assassin group, he was also very knowledgeable. He could immediately tell that the clone that suddenly appeared just now was probably formed by the condensation of Divine Soul. He originally thought that since Ling Xiao was alone, he could easily end this kid's life with his subordinates. However, he had lost 2 of his generals and several other trusted subordinates. This was really a heavy loss. At this moment, he no longer dared to be careless and led these last people to attack and kill Ling Xiao together. I'll deal with this Divine Soul Clone. The rest of you destroy his real body for me. That Pinnacle God King shouted. That Pinnacle God King couldn't be compared to others. He clearly cultivated the wind attribute, and in this environment, his speed was still extremely fast. At the same time, his attacks were also abnormally fierce, making it hard for people to block. It was also fortunate that Ling Xiao was of the wind attribute. After increasing his combat strength by several tens of times, he could still fight to a draw with this person in front of him. After all, back then, this Divine Soul Clone of Ling Xiao was an existence that could contend against the Senjin of Goguryeo. If not for being suppressed by this spatial power, he might still be able to gain some upper hand. The other side's 2 high-level God Kings were already dead. The rest were 5 mid-level God Kings and 2 low-level God Kings besieging his real body. Due to his Divine Soul's power being extracted, Ling Xiao was unable to use soul power attacks. He could only use the 9 Suns Heaven Burning Fist to kill these people. He already cultivated the 9 Suns Heaven Burning Fist to the extreme. 9 brilliant suns appeared together, all making heaven and earth change color. Those god kings were all blasted, flying backward, and vomited blood, while those attacks that landed on Ling Xiao's body did not cause much damage to him. At most, his internal organs suffered some internal injuries, and the ancient sovereign divine technique could recover very quickly. As long as he delayed until others came to save him, then everything would be easy. If not for the other side having this pinnacle god king, he would not need to let out the divine soul clone at all, and would directly use divine soul attacks, then coordinate with his own methods to kill the others. Even so, Ling Xiao still had the upper hand despite fighting 2 against 8, and even killed the other 2 low-level god kings. After all, his speed and movement technique were absolutely not random. The group of people fought closer and closer to the chaotic burial space, but Ling Xiao did not seem to notice at all. And that pinnacle god king seemed to intentionally lead Ling Xiao's side to fight. A sneer quietly appeared on his face. "All of you back off." After that pinnacle god king burst open Ling Xiao's divine soul, he suddenly shouted. Immediately after, 2 lifeless figures instantly appeared. And following the sudden appearance of these 2 lifeless figures, Ling Xiao encountered the greatest danger since the beginning. He was actually sent to the legendary Forbidden Area. Chapter 1265. The 2 silhouettes charged at Ling Xiao's real body and clone. Ling Xiao didn't hesitate to attack the 2 silhouettes at the same time. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The 2 silhouettes were still able to charge at him after receiving his attacks. "It's a puppet!" Ling Xiao suddenly thought of something and shouted. Ling Xiao's real body and his doppelganger were hugged by the 2 puppets, which were almost rotting. Just as Ling Xiao was about to break free, the Peak Divine King shouted, "Send him into the chaotic burial space immediately." The others received the order and immediately attacked Ling Xiao without holding back. Numerous forces intertwined and combined in this part of the world. Wave after wave of earth-shattering power surged towards Ling Xiao. These powers didn't want to kill Ling Xiao directly, but to send his body into the chaotic burial space. Ling Xiao's face paled. He didn't think that his opponent would come up with such a devious plan. His soul clone was able to blast the puppet away, but the Peak Divine King's attack was already heading towards him without holding back. On the other side, the real body couldn't shake off the puppet in an instant. He was forced into the entrance of the chaotic burial space by the power. Everything happened so suddenly that Ling Xiao wasn't prepared at all. Rumble, rumble, rumble. These powers continued to wreak havoc in this space, exploding non-stop. The direction of these powers was the entrance of the chaotic burial space. It seemed like these forces had triggered the power of the heavens. The power of the chaotic burial space suddenly became more violent than before. Waves of level 12 cold wind roared, and many purple thunders kept bombarding. Black clouds rolled up, and a huge vortex appeared. It was like a demon baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. The grayish-black power spun rapidly and a powerful suction force burst forth. Ling Xiao was instantly blasted thousands of meters away by the powerful impact. His body was also injured. His soul clone was also forced back by the Peak Divine King, but it wasn't as far as his real body. When Ling Xiao felt that his real body was about to be sucked into the black whirlpool by the powerful suction, his divine soul doppelganger flew over at top speed, pulling his real body and flying forward. "You want to escape? Impossible." The Peak Divine King had always been paying attention to Ling Xiao's situation. He realized that Ling Xiao's spirit was about to bring his real body out. He roared again and attacked with the others. But this time, Ling Xiao was prepared. The obsidian cauldron instantly enlarged and stood in front of his body and soul. Once again, the obsidian cauldron was blasted back quite a distance by the other party, while Ling Xiao was also pushed back by the backlash. "Damn it!" Ling Xiao cursed, but there was nothing he could do. On the other hand, the other party's attacks came in wave after wave. No matter how strong Ling Xiao was, wanting to rush back had become an extravagant hope. Suddenly, the suction behind him became even more terrifying, and a force like a devil's claw instantly entangled Ling Xiao. Whoosh! Ling Xiao and the obsidian cauldron were immediately sucked into the black whirlpool by this powerful force and disappeared. At this time, Xianxia had already returned and hurriedly brought the others over. They happened to see the scene of Ling Xiao being sucked into the chaotic burial space, and each and every one of them was stunned. "No!" Ling Xiao's women all let out heart-wrenching screams. Each and every one of them desperately wanted to rush over and rescue Ling Xiao. However, Ling Gang, Mad Monk, Kong Wan, and Kong Wu, who were beside them, immediately stopped them. "You bastards! This prince will eat all of you!" The prodigal shouted at the few people who were trying to escape from afar. The prodigal instantly transformed into his true form and rushed towards the shadow assassination group members who were scattering and running away. The raging flames on its body surged up instantly, burning all the air in the vicinity. The temperature instantly rose to a terrifying level. A dazzling meteor-like light shot towards two of them. Roar! The prodigal roared twice, and his two front claws instantly crushed the two mid-level divine kings. The 13th prince's actions were not slower than the prodigal. His body shook, and he immediately chased after the peak divine king who was the fastest to escape. A golden light shot out from his mouth and hit the peak divine king. The peak divine king jumped in fright. He never thought that there would be a true dragon divine beast that had taken human form here. He raised his strength to the extreme, and his figure fluttered like the wind, dodging the 13th prince's attack. However, in order to dodge this attack, his figure also slowed down, and the 13th prince's huge basin mouth instantly enveloped him. "Damn it! You really think I'm easy to bully?" The peak divine king's greatest desire to survive was aroused. He shouted, and the long sword in his hand burst forth with his full strength, directly stabbing towards the 13th prince's throat. This was a desperate fight that would cause both sides to suffer. If the 13th prince insisted on devouring him, his divine sword would definitely pierce through the 13th prince's throat. One had to admit that the peak divine king's ability to adapt was quite outstanding, and he was not afraid of death. It was a pity that he had underestimated his and the 13th prince's abilities. Before his sword light could pierce through the 13th prince's throat, a bead appeared from below the 13th prince's throat. Boom, boom, boom. The bead instantly burst forth with terrifying power, blasting the peak divine king and his divine sword into ashes. The dragon bead was the crystallization of the true dragon's power. Once it appeared, it was enough to raise the true dragon's power to a terrifying level. Those who had surrounded Ling Xiao were all hunted down and killed by the two mythological beasts. One of them was captured by Ling Gang, and he used the soul-searching technique to get some useful information. He wanted to find out who had sent them to assassinate Ling Xiao. Unfortunately, they were not leaders, and they were only following instructions from their superiors. They had no idea who had sent them. These people sent Ling Xiao into the chaotic burial space, and they all died. A sobbing voice cried out, "Godfather, let go of me. I want to find Xiao Xiao." Needless to say, it was Euro Fei who wanted to struggle free from her godfather, Mad Monk, to find Ling Xiao. Mad Monk shouted, "Are you crazy? Even if you go in, you won't be able to find him." "No. I can definitely find him. Let go of me, I can't let him stay there alone," Euro Fei begged. The chaotic burial space was known as a forbidden area, and anyone who entered it would most likely die. Although she didn't want to face the fact that Ling Xiao could die, she couldn't bear to watch as Ling Xiao was sucked in. Her heart was broken. She wanted to go in because she wanted to die with Ling Xiao. "Calm down, Ling Xiao might not die," Mad Monk shouted, and then he said to the others, "Take them back." Yun Mengqi, Lai Ruyu, and Zhou Zhijing's reactions were not much calmer than Euro Fei's. All of their faces were full of tears, and they kept wanting to go to the chaotic burial space. However, when Yun Mengqi heard the Mad Monk's shout, she immediately held back the tears on her face. She then looked in the direction of the chaotic space and shouted, "Xiao, I know you'll definitely be fine. I'll definitely wait for you to come out." She paused for a moment before continuing, "But before you come out, I'll definitely take revenge for you. No matter who harmed you, one day I'll definitely find them and kill them all. At that time, I'll come and accompany you." Yun Mengqi spoke more decisively, and her beautiful eyes flashed with an unprecedented hostility. Her water god body erupted with terrifying power, and the divine sword in her hand stabbed upwards, making a ferocious sound, showing her determination. Thinking about how Ling Xiao had gone through untold hardships to find her and reunite with her. It hadn't even been 3 years, and he was sent into the chaotic burial space. She knew how terrifying the chaotic burial space was. Thinking about Ling Xiao dying, her heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. She didn't understand why the heavens wanted to torture them like this. If something happened to Ling Xiao, after she got her revenge, she would follow Ling Xiao into the chaotic burial space. Whether it was to find him or to be in love with him, she didn't care. Right, we have to get revenge for Ling Xiao. No matter who the enemy is, no matter how great the price, we have to exterminate them all. Lai Ruyu also made a vow. Her fire god body flickered, and the intense flames soared into the sky. Her aura was no weaker than Yun Mingqi's. Zhou Zhijing didn't say anything, but looking at her tightly clenched fists, she knew that she had made up her mind. Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao, it was Master's wife who harmed you. If Master's wife hadn't come here, this wouldn't have happened to you. I deserve to die 1,000 times. The one crying the most emotionally and sadly was Xu Ziqian. She didn't think that Ling Xiao would have such a thing happen to him just to find her. She felt like she was born to be a jinx. She wanted to break into the chaotic burial space, but she was knocked out by her aunt from behind. Everyone, I'm sorry, Ziqian was too emotional. Xu Ziqian's aunt apologized. She knew that Xu Ziqian had already lost control. If she was allowed to make a scene here, it would be even more embarrassing. Xu Ziqian was Ling Xiao's master's wife, but she wasn't anyone else's master's wife. Especially Ling Gang and Xianyu Yi, the way they looked at her was almost emitting fire. But they still held it in. They were all cursing in their hearts. Ling Xiao died for such a stinky woman, it's really not worth it. Feng Qingyuan didn't say anything. She was also crying her eyes out. At least she knew that the evil emperor was still alive, it was just that he couldn't come out. But Ling Xiao was suddenly sucked in, and he didn't even leave them the jade tube of life. They didn't even know if he was dead or alive. I say you don't cry. Boss should be fine. The prodigal didn't understand human emotions, but after spending a long time together, he understood a little, so he spoke up. As soon as the prodigal said that, everyone looked at him. The prodigal scratched his head and said, I think boss should be fine. Isn't he an undying cockroach? As soon as he said this, everyone's expression darkened again. Chapter 1266. In the end, the prodigal proposed an acceptable verification method. That was to rush back to the Kim people's territory to see if the Golden Wolf King was still alive. As long as the Golden Wolf King was alive, it proved that Ling Xiao was still fine. After hearing this method, all of them finally recovered some of their vigor. They did not stay any longer and immediately rushed back to Dragon Gate. They were all praying in their hearts that Ling Xiao would be fine. In fact, they did not know that there was another best way to find out if Ling Xiao was still alive. That could be verified from Mo Inyo. After all, he was cast a soul-locking curse by Ling Xiao. If something happened to Ling Xiao, he would not be able to survive. However, they were already at a loss. No one thought of this, causing them to be nervous and sad for a long time. Before they could return to the Heavenly Dragon Sect, a piece of news had already been secretly transmitted here. In the secret room of Feng Buer's mountain peak, Feng Buer laughed loudly. Haha, good. He was sent to the chaotic burial space? So what if that little bastard has the ancient Emperor Divine technique? He's still dead. Among the people sitting there, a satisfied smile appeared on their faces. Only He Gong's expression was a little solemn as he said, Commander Feng, although that little bastard has been dealt with, the Shadow Assassination Group is still a hidden danger. Elder He, what are you thinking? Feng Buer squinted at He Gong and asked. He Gong made a gesture of cutting his throat and said, Only the dead can keep this secret forever. The others also nodded in agreement. Feng Buer hesitated for a moment and said, Okay, but this shadow guy is not easy to deal with, and his whereabouts are not easy to find. We have to make a good arrangement and try to catch them all in one fell swoop. There's no need to go through so much trouble. Let Elder Meng and I handle this matter. I don't think he can cause any trouble. He Gong said confidently. If that's the case, then I'll leave this matter to you, Feng Buer replied, then continued. The next step is to find a way to get Ling Chen to step down. The Water Dragon battle team already has the 3 of us as commanders, so we just need to get the other 2 guys over. The only pity is that the first team is controlled by Ling Chen. Otherwise, the entire Water Dragon battle team would be under our control, and the position of Heavenly Dragon Sect would definitely be mine. It wasn't the first time that Feng Buer had revealed his ambition in front of his people. According to the higher-ups, They hoped that the new generation could seize control of Dragon Gate. But he didn't think so. When he was pushed down by Ling Chen, he had been thinking about how to overthrow Ling Chen. He thought that as long as he could get the elders of Dragon Gate to join him, ruin Ling Chen's reputation, and suppress the other Kim people's people, the position would be his. His idea seemed to be very good, and it filled him with fighting spirit. In the following days, he often stirred up trouble in Dragon Gate, and he also built a good relationship with many elders outside, as if he wanted to control Dragon Gate. Of course, this didn't mean that Ling Chen could be replaced immediately because of Ling Xiao's absence. Previously, Ling Xiao shocked the younger generation, and he competed with the other miracle apothecaries of the other peaks. His prestige was quite prominent, and he suppressed the other 5 miracle apothecaries in one fell swoop. The news that Ling Xiao was forced into the chaotic burial space didn't spread. Zhang Can, as the chief apothecary, was on good terms with him, so he naturally leaned towards the Kim people's side. Moreover, the middle faction had already confirmed to follow the Kim people's faction. Therefore, Feng Buer's little tricks only achieved very little effect. Later, he let people spread rumors that Ling Xiao had been forced into the chaotic burial space, hoping to sway the hearts of the others. But this rumor was quickly quelled by Ling Chen. Because this rumor had no proof whether Ling Xiao was really in trouble or not. And because of Feng Buer's stupid decision, Ling Chen suspected that he was the one who contacted the Shadow Assassination Group to assassinate Ling Xiao. With this suspicion in mind, Ling Chen immediately asked Ling Gang to investigate. Unfortunately, he received news that the Shadow Assassination Group had already been annihilated. At first, Ling Gang thought that it was Ling Xiao's friend, Lai Yuru, who did it, but it wasn't easy for him to find out. After all, she was the young miss of the Blazing Flame Merchants, so he couldn't do anything about it. The Dragon Gate began to fall into a situation where the two factions fought, and the Divine Body faction once again regained the situation where they wanted to suppress the Kim people. However, the Kim people's determination to quell the internal strife this time was very strong. They sent out many Divine King experts from the Kim people to enter the Dragon Gate to take up important positions. The people of the Divine Body faction might have sensed that the Kim people had already made a move, but they didn't dare to go any further. They were afraid that the elders would come out and cause a real internal strife, and it would be difficult for the elders of the Divine Body faction to contend against them. Otherwise, they would have long since replaced the position of the Kim people. Feng Buer was very depressed. Although he had gotten rid of Ling Xiao, he had forced the Kim people to become even more unyielding, causing him to have no choice but to lie low for the time being. After Ling Xiao was sent into the chaotic burial space, the people who followed him did not disperse just like that. For example, the elders who followed him were still guarding the mountain peak. They did not know that Ling Xiao had already entered the chaotic burial space. Ling Xiao's wife, Yun Mingqi, and Euro Fei were still here. Furthermore, Ling Gang, Kong Wen, Kong Wu, Chong Haoyou, Shen Yu Yi and the others were also here. At the same time, there were a few more people. They were the Mad Monk, Feng Qingyuan, Xu Ziqian, and Xu Ziqian's aunt. They had also entered the mountain peak to cultivate. They all had the position of an outer sect elder in the Dragon Gate, and these were all arranged by Ling Gang for them. Only Lai Ruyu and Zhou Zhijing had already returned to the Blazing Flame Merchants. However, before they left, Lai Ruyu and Zhou Zhijing still called Yun Mingqi and Euro Fei over and chatted for an entire day. No one knew what they were talking about. They only knew that when they were separated, they were hugging each other and crying their hearts out. Those who didn't understand would think that they were old friends who had known each other for hundreds of years. They also made an agreement, which was to start making use of every minute and second to cultivate, and use the fastest speed to reach the peak Divine King realm. If Ling Xiao still hadn't returned by then, they would disregard everything and enter the chaotic burial space. At the same time, Lai Ruyu was preparing to use the enormous resources of the Blazing Flame Merchants to find out who had bribed the Shadow Assassin Group to deal with Ling Xiao. But unfortunately, she was destined to come up empty-handed. In the Xiao family of the Profound Sky region, in a forbidden area of the Xiao family's ancestor seclusion, a beautiful woman wearing a white veil stood on the balcony of a pavilion, looking at the bright moon hanging in the sky. This woman was like a fairy of the moon, appearing refined and otherworldly under the moonlight. Waves of multicolored light occasionally flickered on her body, appearing especially mysterious and beautiful. Her pair of large eyes blinked continuously, as if they possessed a pure and holy divine light that could accommodate all rivers. Why do I feel so uncomfortable recently? The woman lightly clutched her chest, looking up at the sky and sighing. Then, she looked at Hao Yue and muttered to herself, I really miss grandfather, I really miss brother Ling Xiao, I wonder if they are doing well? Brother Ling Xiao said that he would visit me when he has time, but it's already been a few years, and I still haven't seen him. Does he hate my mother, and hate me too? I really miss the days with grandfather and brother Ling Xiao, but I don't know where grandfather is now, and I still can't help brother Ling Xiao. Ancestor said that I need to at least reach the high-level Divine King realm before I can go to the Sky Dragon region to visit brother Ling Xiao. It will still take a long time to cultivate to that step. Although Ancestor has always praised me, I don't feel it at all. I really want to become a high-level Divine King tomorrow. Then I can go and find brother Ling Xiao. Brother Ling Xiao, I miss you. Do you miss Ling Er? A fairy-like woman slowly poured out her heart to Hao Yue. In the sky, the stars that accompanied the bright moon seemed to be her best listener, constantly twinkling in response. However, when a meteor rapidly fell from the east, the woman only felt a painful pain in her heart, and the tears in her beautiful eyes automatically slid down. Even she didn't know why she was crying. Perhaps she missed her grandfather and brother Ling Xiao too much. On the mystic spirit continent, far away from the flame heaven region. Today, the proud smiling palace was worthy of being the leader of the major forces that were on par with the martial spirit pavilion. Even the medicine sect, which had always been inferior to the martial spirit pavilion, had to admit that the proud smiling palace was far more powerful than them. It wasn't that they occupied a vast territory, but that the overall strength of the proud smiling palace had indeed surpassed them. This was also recognized by the other 16 major forces. As for who was stronger between the martial spirit pavilion and the proud smiling palace, the people of the central region had tried to figure it out. In the end, the conclusion was that they were neck and neck. This result was truly inconceivable. After all, the martial spirit pavilion had a longer history than the proud smiling palace. There were many experts in the martial spirit pavilion, and most importantly, there were many mystic emperor stage super experts and many saints. However, although the proud smiling palace was a new major force that had been around for less than 100 years, it had a legendary palace master Ling, who was known in every corner of the central region. This made it qualified to be on equal footing with the martial spirit pavilion. Speaking of Palace Master Ling, everyone in the central region was full of admiration for him. He had once suppressed the younger generation of many forces and obtained the first emperor seat. He had also won the title of the champion of the younger generation in the Alchemy Conference of the Alchemy Alliance. From then on, he had risen to prominence in the central region. Not long after, he had established the proud smiling palace as a heavenly master. He occupied land in the Wind Cloud City and became the king. At that time, he had dared to challenge the Gu clan, which was one of the 18 great forces. Even the Gu clan had sent a super strong Emperor Xian to kill him, but the Emperor Xian had failed. He had also killed all the people from the Heaven-Slaying organization, which made him famous as the youngest Emperor Xian in history. In less than 20 years after the establishment of the proud smiling palace, he had destroyed the Ouyang clan, the Gu clan, the Heaven-Slaying organization, and the Black Demon sect, which was the most famous sect at that time. He had been in the limelight for a while, and he had become the 5th legend in the central domain with the title of Shao Di. It could be said that without the Shao Emperor, the proud smiling palace wouldn't exist. Chapter 1267. Every generation has its own talents. After the retirement of the Shao Emperor, a new generation began to emerge in the central district of the Xianling continent. In the 25 years since the Shao Emperor left the Xianling continent, a lot of interesting things happened. The marriage between the Shao Emperor's son, Fengling Tian, and the granddaughter of the supreme leader of the martial spirit court by Yuemei, caused a sensation in the central district. The proud smiling palace and the martial spirit court were two of the most powerful forces in the central district. Did their marriage mean that the two forces had formed an alliance? Regardless of whether the two forces had formed an alliance or not, they all knew that the proud smiling palace's younger generation had not become enemies with the martial spirit court in the imperial ranking list. Fengling Tian and Bai Yuemei had gone through many twists and turns before they could be together. Everyone knew that in the previous 3 imperial ranking list competitions, the first martial emperor was Xian Li, the direct disciple of the Shao Emperor. However, All the earthly sovereigns who had participated in the imperial ranking list competition knew that the first martial emperor was Feng Ling Tian, the son of the Shao emperor. However, Feng Ling Tian did not care about his reputation at all. He defeated the outstanding disciple of the martial spirit court, Lang Feng, and took his great imperial dan. Then, he gave the great imperial dan to Xianxia and became the first martial emperor. At that time, Feng Ling Tian was being chased by Yuma of the martial spirit court. In the beginning, Feng Ling Tian did not seem to be interested in this lady. However, Yuma was extremely infatuated with him. No matter where Feng Ling Tian went, Yuma would appear right behind him. Later, Feng Ling Tian had no choice but to teach Yuma a lesson, trying to force her away. Unfortunately, after the fight, Yuma became even more determined to marry him. Because she had already been completely captivated by Feng Ling Tian's outstanding charm, and in her entire life, she would only fall in love with a man who could give her a good impression. Yume's pursuit lasted for more than 10 years. In the end, Yuma accidentally fell into a dangerous situation and was captured by a roving bandit. Seeing that Yuma was about to be defiled by these roving bandits, Feng Ling Tian finally appeared in time. At that moment, he also expressed his true feelings for Yuma. His cold-killing intent soared into the sky, and with the strength of an Empyrean at that time, he slaughtered over 1,000 bandits. Among them, there were even 2 half-emperors and no lack of Empyrean-level powerhouses. This battle not only established Feng Ling Tian's reputation in the Central Territory, it also established the outcome of his love with Yuma. The fact that White Fairy chased after Feng Ling Tian became a popular story among the women in the Central region, and Feng Ling Tian killed thousands of people to save the beauty, which made the women in the Central region admire and love him. The marriage between Feng Ling Tian and Yuma was a beautiful story. A beautiful story. Now, it was finally time for the couple to blossom and bear fruit. On the main peak of the Ao Shao Palace, there was a quiet and elegant courtyard. In front of a private room, a group of beautiful women were anxiously walking around outside. Among them, there were a few dignified men with dignified expressions. It was obvious that they were quite nervous. A young woman was walking the most. She clasped her hands together and looked into the private room from time to time, as if she was expecting something. The young woman murmured to herself, "Why is it taking so long? I'm so anxious." A handsome man in front of her said unhappily, "I say, don't walk around. You're making my eyes dizzy." Who knew that the young woman would immediately retort, "Get out of my way. I'm waiting for my good great-grandson to be born. It's an eyesore. Didn't you say you were going to cultivate in seclusion? What are you still doing here?" The man immediately became speechless, and his face was full of depression. This couple was Shao Emperor's father, Ling Zhan, and mother, Meng Xiun. Sigh, Shao heir has been gone for 20 to 30 years. He doesn't know that Ling Tian is already married, and his child is about to be born. It would be great if Shao heir was here. Meng Xiun sighed with a face full of longing. As soon as she said this, everyone's anxious mood immediately turned into nostalgia. Really, today is a happy day. Why mention that kid? Maybe he's having fun in Heaven Domain right now. Ling Zhan said angrily. As he said this, his eyes secretly revealed a gratified expression. He only had one son in his life, but this son was the pride of his life. Thinking back, if it wasn't for his son persevering in the face of adversity, not only could he cultivate again, but he also gave his father a big surprise. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the cultivation of a peak celestial master today. How can you talk about your son like that? If it wasn't for Shao heir, would you be the emperor in the palace? Would you have so many beautiful daughters-in-law and granddaughters? You're going to be an old man soon, yet you don't know how to care about your sons and grandsons. You only know how to cultivate all day. Meng Xiun had a lot of opinions about Ling Zhan. These past few years, Meng Xiun had enjoyed the happiness of a family, but Ling Zhan kept cultivating and didn't spend much time with her. It was no wonder that she didn't like him. Of course, her heart was like tofu, so the others didn't find it strange. At this time, a beautiful woman in plain clothes walked over while supporting an old man. The woman smiled and said, "Granny, don't blame the old master. Don't tell me you want him to stay with us women and chat all day? I'm afraid the old master will be bored to death." The woman who walked forward was the Shao Emperor's wife, Feng Xianyun. She was supporting her grandfather, the high priest. 20 years had passed, but Feng Xianyun's appearance hadn't changed much. However, she now had a mature and charming beauty. She also had the grace of a mother of the world. I think Xiao Er has been influenced by him. He only knows how to chase after the peak of power. Now that his grandson is about to be born, he still doesn't know where he is. When he comes back, let's see if his grandson will still recognize him as his grandfather. Meng Xiyun complained. You're a woman, what are you talking about? Without Xiao Er, we wouldn't be where we are today. Really? Ling Zhan was a bit angry. He muttered in his heart, this old woman is becoming more and more unreasonable. There are so many wives here, yet you criticize your man like this. All right, Grandpa, Grandma, stop arguing. Mother said that father is also working hard to bring us to Jianghu in the future. It's understandable that he didn't get to see our little nephew being born. A clear voice interrupted from a direction. A young girl with a long tail came in front of Meng Xiyun and Ling Zhan with a reproachful expression. This girl looked somewhat similar to Feng Xianyun, but she looked more like Xiao Di. She had a heroic spirit that was not inferior to men, and at the same time, she had the charm of a little woman. She was a beautiful woman who could bring disaster to a country and bring disaster to the people. This young girl was the daughter of the Xiao Emperor and Feng Xianyun, Ling Ying. She was only around 30 years old, but she was already a high-level Earth sovereign. Although her Tenbin couldn't compare to the Xiao Emperor and her mother, she was still one of the best in the younger generation. Sister is right. Father will come back sooner or later. Let's see if our good nephew is as handsome as this young master. A young man with a flirtatious expression interrupted with a smile. The man's facial features were regular and he had an imposing appearance. He was dressed in gorgeous clothes and held a folding fan in his hand. He gave off the vibe of an elegant young man and was the type that young girls liked the most. The second son of the Xiao Emperor and Kai Xianyun, Ling Yu, was only 2 or 3 months younger than Ling Ying. His cultivation was also extraordinary, reaching the peak of the Earth Sovereign. Actually, with his Tenbin, he should have the strength of a heavenly venerable. However, this guy inherited his father's dissolute personality and spent most of his time looking for women. If it wasn't for the fact that his brother Feng Ling Tian often urged him to cultivate, his strength would probably be a bit weaker than Ling Ying. What are you guys talking about? Let's hope that Yuma can give birth to a baby as soon as possible. She has been in there for a long time. It's really worrying me to death. Another beautiful woman with a full figure said. She was Ling Yu's mother, Kai Xianyue. She was now at the mystic the arch tier, and her temperament had already risen to another level. Could it be that Yuma gave birth to twins? It would be great if that was the case. A woman with a calm and elegant face said. Hee, Sister Xianxia is right. It must be twins. It's best if it's a boy and a girl. Young master will be very happy when he comes back. Another woman in a white dress said excitedly. They were Ji Beixin and Bai Yushi. They were still so beautiful that it made people feel pity and love for them. In addition, Wei Dyer, Bing Ruoxue, Yao Qingmin, Yu Laiyan, Wu Meinyang, Dongfang Jing, Luo Meiying, and a few other women also started to talk about the children in by Yume's belly. Each of them had greatly improved in terms of cultivation. Their appearances hadn't changed much, but their temperaments had undergone a completely different transformation. They had become more mature and beautiful. Any man who saw them would be tempted. Every single one of them was a beauty capable of causing the downfall of a nation. Anyone who could have one of them would feel that they had cultivated for 3 lifetimes. However, they were all Xiao Di's women. It had to be said that the Xiao Emperor was the same as his master, the evil emperor. They both had the title of dissolute. Apart from these women, the Grand Elder of the Proud Smile Palace, Yi Yunfeng, and the new Palace Lord of the Proud Smile Palace, Xian Li, were also among them. Yi Yunfeng had naturally reached the mystic the arch tier. He assisted Xian Li to manage the Proud Smile Palace. Xian Li was now a high-level celestial venerable. He was tough, calm, and decisive. He was more suitable to be the Palace Lord than his master, the Xiao Emperor. The position of Palace Lord was originally reserved for Feng Ling Tian. However, Feng Ling Tian was like his father, the Xiao Emperor. He didn't take responsibility and only knew to cultivate. He was still in seclusion to break through to the mystic the Arch-Tier. He didn't even know that his own child was born. However, just as the sound of melons falling to the ground was heard, a dazzling and majestic golden light swept over from a direction. A handsome young man smiled brightly and said, "My child has finally been born." Chapter 1268. Chaotic Burial Space, one of the 8 Great Forbidden Lands. The space energy at the entrance was so chaotic that people didn't dare to approach. That black hole seemed to spin unceasingly. That terrifying energy was enough to grind any god king into dust. The god kings who entered this mysterious space had almost no chance of survival. Not many could come out. Even incipient god realm experts would have the same result. However, those who were able to come out of there had all obtained unique opportunities. However, if they had to enter the chaotic burial space again, even if they were beaten to death, they wouldn't come a second time. That was because the terror inside was beyond everyone's imagination. Starting from the entrance, besides the extremely chaotic energy that people couldn't adapt to, there was also the terrifying gravitational field. Compared to the outside, the gravitational field was tens of thousands of times stronger. In other words, if a person weighed 100 pounds, then they would weigh at least several million pounds in here. Ordinary warriors, even saints or holy emperors, would be crushed into powder by this sudden increase in energy. Only god kings with god bodies could use their god power to resist this force that was tens of thousands of times stronger than normal. However, flying was also extremely difficult. Of course, if it was just the gravity, it wouldn't be enough to kill a god king. The most important thing was that the chaotic energy constantly stirred up and created chaotic attacks. There were all sorts of explosive elemental attacks, such as heavenly thunder lightning, metal sharp blade twist, burning sea of fire, hailstorm, and a series of other attacks formed at the entrance. All spatial elemental attacks could instantly kill ordinary god kings. These attacks were like the chaotic attacks of a supreme being, and any one of them was enough to destroy several cities. Normally, every godly king who dared to enter the chaotic burial space would be fully prepared. They would all wear the best defensive armor before venturing in. Otherwise, they wouldn't even be able to enter the entrance. They would die here. In this entrance that no one dared to enter in 10,000 years, there seemed to be a shadow moving along with the explosive energy. He was like a small boat in a storm. He could be destroyed at any minute. However, if anyone were to see that someone could survive such an explosive force without the help of any defensive armor, they would definitely be shocked to the point that their jaws would drop. There were not many complete pieces of flesh left on the man's body. His entire body was flowing with a golden liquid that was different from ordinary people's. His deep bones could be seen, and they also seemed to be cast from gold, appearing extremely hard and sturdy. His beautiful hair fluttered in the wind, and his figure constantly flickered to avoid those attacks. At the same time, he did not forget to blast out a powerful attack that was as bright as the sun, in order to rush out of this violent and dangerous area. However, no matter how hard he tried, the various powers still blasted him to the point where he couldn't tell which direction to go, and his flesh and blood splattered everywhere. Ah! He screamed incessantly, but he was like an undying cockroach. He was actually able to endure it, and his flesh and blood were recovering at an extremely fast speed. He didn't know how long he had been trying, but his divine power was almost exhausted. The moment his divine power was exhausted, it would be the moment of his death. However, at the most dangerous time, a simple and imposing black cauldron floated out. This cauldron was bombarded by these violent forces, but it was as steady as a mountain. It was not destroyed, nor was it blasted away. It just kept drifting due to the force. Just now, that young man had already jumped into this black cauldron, and escaped the bombardment of these violent forces. With this simple and unadorned black cauldron, this young man relied on to save his life in this violent space for the past 2 years. Otherwise, his soul would have long dispersed, and he could not be more dead. And wasn't this handsome and mighty young man Ling Xiao, who was sent into the chaotic burial space? He was forced to this place by the Shadow Assassin group. At that time, he thought he was going to die. But at the critical moment, he still remembered to merge his divine soul with his doppelganger, and kept the obsidian cauldron. Only then did he follow the vortex into this godforsaken place. There was no breath of life here, only a lot of violent forces and that terrifying pressure. Back then, he was instantly attacked by the terrifying forces here, and his entire body was almost festering. Fortunately, the three foreign beings in his head moved at the same time. They seemed to realize that in this space, not only would Ling Xiao die, but they would also be completely destroyed. Although they were all treasures nurtured by heaven and earth, under the terrifying forces, they would still be destroyed. Therefore they had no choice but to work together and protect Ling Xiao's head and divine soul. Otherwise, how could Ling Xiao have another chance? It was precisely these three foreign beings that saved Ling Xiao's life at the critical moment. He once again took out the divine cauldron and isolated most of the forces, giving him a chance to breathe and recover his physical body and divine power as soon as possible. He originally thought that by hiding in the divine cauldron and letting the divine cauldron drift, he would definitely be able to break through this violent area. But in the end, things did not develop as he imagined. Instead, these forces bombarded from all directions. The divine cauldron would sometimes advance and sometimes retreat. Back and forth, it was almost impossible to leave this god-forsaken place. After staying here for a few months, Ling Xiao knew that he could not continue like this, so he tried to cultivate his physical strength here. As long as he could temper his body to the extent that he could withstand the violent attacks here, he could directly leave this place. With this plan, Ling Xiao began to cultivate here with his physical strength. He recultivated the ancient emperor's divine technique again, and polished the level of each transformation to the most perfect realm. In the beginning, he could not even withstand a single attack here, but after 2 years, he had completely adapted to the power here, and it was not a problem for his physical body to withstand for a few days without being destroyed. He could clearly feel that his physical body had improved to a terrifying level, and even if it was an attack from a normal high-level divine weapon, he could still withstand it. The dragon pattern on his chest also became more and more obvious, and it was obvious that the level of the ancient emperor's divine technique had improved a lot. After several days of violent attacks, Ling Xiao once again returned to the divine cauldron to take refuge, and at the same time, he closed it. After 2 whole years of baptism in this unstable place, Ling Xiao's low-level peak god-king realm finally showed signs of loosening. He wanted to make use of today's opportunity to break through to the mid-level god-king realm in one fell swoop. That way, his physical body would become even stronger, and then it would be time for him to leave this violent area. The only pity was that the power here was too chaotic, and it was not easy to absorb. Moreover, the environment was especially harsh, and it was too easy for problems to occur if he wanted to break through here. Once he was affected, the gains would not make up for the losses, and he might even fall into a state of eternal damnation. It was just that Ling Xiao had stayed here for 2 years, and he was already numb to this environment. He calmed down and began to adjust his state. Breaking through to the God-King realm was not like the previous realms, which could be achieved in a single day. This required the power between his divine soul and Dantian to continuously condense more god power at the divine bridge, and then use all the god power to rush up to the next barrier in one go. The process seemed simple, but it would take at least half a year or a year to complete. Moreover, the energy in this environment was extremely violent, and it was simply unthinkable for others to absorb the power here to break through. However, Ling Xiao had the help of the 3 foreign creatures, and he could let them absorb the power here, and after they filtered it into a stable and pure state, they would then transfer it to his Dantian. Of course, by doing this, the power Ling Xiao obtained would be greatly reduced. However, being able to absorb power in this environment was already a great blessing, so how could he ask for more? Ling Xiao filled the divine cauldron with many god crystals, and at the same time, several stalks of god herbs appeared in his hands. These 5 kinds of god herbs were chosen according to Ling Xiao's attributes, and they were all precious god herbs that could increase his god power. Among them were the fire attribute fire serpent vine, the ice attribute snow lotus king, the wind attribute 5-star curling flower. Every stalk of god herb and god crystal was something that Ling Xiao had to absorb to break through. He had to make sure that nothing went wrong during this breakthrough, and there could not be any accidents. Ling Xiao quickly swallowed the 5 kinds of god herbs, and began to circulate the unique origin returning technique and the ancient emperor divine technique, allowing himself to enter a state where he forgot about himself and everything else. As the 5 different types of god herbs entered his body, a vast and majestic power constantly washed through his body, and the 2 divine techniques quickly devoured their essence. A portion was absorbed and assimilated by his flesh, meridians, organs, bones, and blood, while the other portion was continuously absorbed into the 5-color Dantian, and was converted into Ling Xiao's power. Because the power was too great, the five-color dantian swelled until it overflowed and rushed towards the divine bridge. His divine soul seemed to have sensed it, and his soul power, which was already stronger than his real body, rushed towards the bottom of the divine bridge. The two kinds of power began to intertwine and condense on the divine bridge, and bits of five-colored, crystalline god power began to form. As the god power continued to grow, the divine bridge began to shine even more brilliantly. Originally, the god power only took up 1/10 of the divine bridge, but now it was gradually growing, and soon, it filled up 2/10 of the divine bridge. As the god power continued to grow, Ling Xiao's aura continued to rise. The god power kept rushing towards a node, and as long as this node was broken through, he could advance to the next level. Rumble, rumble. The god power in Ling Xiao's body was like thousands of galloping horses, and his aura surged like thunder. After an unknown period of time, a faint sound rang out. Pa! Everything belonged to Tai Yuan, and he felt extremely comfortable. Chapter 1269. Becoming a godly king was equivalent to possessing an undying body, allowing one to live forever. Although godly kings had an endless lifespan for cultivation, this did not mean that they could use this endless lifespan to advance towards higher realms after becoming a godly king. God monarchs of the same rank were also divided into different ranks. Some godly kings reached godly king step by step through many years of arduous cultivation, using various spiritual herbs, sacred materials, and heaven-defying pills. During this period of time, they had expended a great deal of time and energy to reach that step. This was already a great fortune. And for these cultivators who reached godly king in the later stages, if they wanted to advance further, without divine pills or heaven-defying divine materials, it would be almost impossible for them to advance any further. After all, before these godly kings reached this step, their divine bodies and muscles would have aged to the extreme. Their foundations would not be able to support them in advancing to higher realms. The other type of godly king was Ten Bin, who was extremely good. They could constantly make breakthroughs within a certain period of time, allowing their bodies to maintain vigorous bloodline power and powerful muscles. This allowed them to use their endless lifespan to make further breakthroughs after reaching godly king. These godly kings were rather extraordinary existences compared to ordinary godly kings. Their battle prowess would definitely be much stronger than the previous godly kings. As for the last type of godly king, they were born with divine bodies. From the moment they were born, they were destined to become godly kings in the future. It was almost difficult for people like them to encounter bottlenecks in their cultivation. They had heaven's perception for all their advancements, allowing them to break through naturally. When they reached godly king, their bodies were almost at their most perfect state. Their appearances would almost always remain youthful, unlike the previous godly kings who would show signs of aging or middle-aged. These godly kings were born for battle. Their battle prowess was definitely top-notch amongst those at the same level, and they could even fight those at a higher level. It was also because of this monstrous physique that their divine bodies were the most perfect. Their future advancements would still be much easier than ordinary godly kings. The first two types of godly kings were the most common in the heaven region, while divine bodies were the rarest. They were the targets that the various superfactions placed the most emphasis on nurturing. However, there just happened to be a certain type of god king that didn't belong to these three types, but they still possessed unparalleled advancement advantages and powerful battle prowess. They were the lucky ones who had obtained heaven-defying opportunities. They seemed to be born with the will of the heavens. Every time they were in danger, they would be able to turn danger into safety, and in the end, they would obtain heaven-shaking opportunities, causing their levels to rapidly increase. This kind of lucky person could only be considered as someone who could survive through all kinds of dangers. Many people wanted to become this kind of lucky ones, but they all died prematurely. Those who were able to survive were all people with hearts as firm as iron. They were very hot-blooded and always had a tenacious and unshakable mentality. They could face all kinds of dangerous situations calmly and protect their own lives. Ling Xiao was undoubtedly one of the lucky ones. Ever since his rebirth, he had encountered countless perilous situations along the way. In the end, he had reaped what he had paid. He had reached the godly king stage before the age of 100, so his advancement speed was definitely not inferior to that of those divine bodies. And now, he had once again faced this extremely harsh environment, and he had successfully advanced a step further, becoming an intermediate-level godly king. Moreover, He had become the fastest person to become an intermediate-level godly king in the heaven region, and he was only 78 years old. Of course, this was an intermediate godly king who hadn't relied on any divine pills to break through. If others were to find out about this, his name would probably immediately be recorded in the annals of history, and he would stand shoulder to shoulder with those monstrous ancient godly kings. Ling Xiao sat in the godly cauldron. The hundreds of millions of divine crystals around him had already been sucked dry by him. His entire person became extremely ethereal and holy, and waves of five-colored light constantly flashed within the godly cauldron. The violent explosion in this area seemed to be affected by this powerful divine light, and it temporarily fell silent. Immediately afterward, two substantial rays of light burst forth from Ling Xiao's eyes. His hair began to flutter, and the muscles all over his body constantly circulated with a crystalline halo that resembled colored glaze. His subduing aura was like that of an overlord, and no one dared to look at him directly. A bewitching smile flashed across Ling Xiao's face. His body trembled slightly, and his entire person rushed out of the godly cauldron. Roar! He raised his head to the sky and let out a long roar. The vast and mighty dragon might reverberated incessantly in the vicinity, and this dragon roar actually shattered the power of this violent area into pieces. It was as if a 10-clawed golden dragon was surging mightily in this area, roaring for thousands of miles. The explosive power of this violent area was everywhere, and it was already very difficult for Ling Xiao to calm it down in a short period of time. As soon as his voice fell, countless lightning, flames, hailstones, rocks, a series of attacks once again rushed over without any warning. Every wave of power was almost equivalent to the full strength of a high-level God King's attack, and the heavy tens of thousands of forces still pressed down on him. Ling Xiao's body instantly sank, and he felt as if he was being pressed down by dozens of mountains on his shoulders. The various forces with the power of thunder and lightning constantly drowned him. If it was before he advanced, Ling Xiao would definitely be struggling to resist the gravity and bombardment, and his skin would definitely be torn and his flesh would be splattered at the first moment. However, the gravity now only made him feel slightly uncomfortable, and when the power bombarded his body, it no longer immediately tore his skin and flesh apart. Instead, he only felt waves of numbness and pain. Ling Xiao grinned, "Hee, I finally have the ability to protect myself." Then, he raised his head and faced the continuous impact of the power, and shouted, "So what if it's one of the 8 great forbidden areas? I, Ling Xiao, can also do whatever I want here." As he shouted, he raised his fist and punched upwards. Rumble, rumble, rumble. This punch contained Ling Xiao's most powerful attack since he had advanced to the next level. His battle prowess was tens of times greater than before, and it also contained a torrential fist intent. Even a high-level God King would die if he were to face this attack. The majestic punch caused the violent power above him to tumble and tumble. Ling Xiao did not stop because of this. His figure began to change and fly around like a fish. His speed was many times faster than before, and the gravity on his body was almost negligible. It was not that the gravitational field no longer existed, but that Ling Xiao's strength had increased, and it was enough to withstand the gravity. He did not just blindly fly, he also had to work hard to blast a path in front of him. He had to leave this damned place. The surroundings were filled with violent power, making it impossible to distinguish between north, south, east, and west. Although Ling Xiao wanted to leave this place and return to land, he still could not determine which direction was the exit. He could only choose a direction based on his feelings and keep moving forward. Along the way, he did not know how much power he had exerted to resist the power here. However, the power here seemed to be endless, and it seemed like there was no end to it. He did not know how many times he had exhausted his divine power, and how many times his physical body had been destroyed, but he still could not find a way out. He was getting more and more irritated. He did not know how many days had passed, and he only knew that he had become numb to this area. He had never suffered such a boring torture since he started cultivating. He was almost bored out of his mind. Even if he saw a divine herb or a divine material now, he would be able to kill some time. Damn! Didn't they say that there are amazing opportunities here? But I haven't seen a single weed until now. F***ck. Ling Xiao could not help but curse. He was naked now, and he was not wearing any clothes. If he wore them, they would be destroyed in a short while, so he might as well just walk around like this. Anyway, No one would come to see him like this. It had to be said that Ling Xiao's figure could be described with the golden ratio. Of course, this did not mean that he was like a woman's, and that his body was very curvy. Instead, he was referring to the fact that his slender figure was indeed very tall and strong. His muscles, which were full of explosive power, were evenly distributed yet did not lose their soft beauty. He was definitely not like those big guys who were hard and ugly to look at. His muscles were all suffused with layers of golden divine light, and there were dragon-shaped patterns on his chest, looking very mighty and domineering. These days, his mid-level godly king's power had already been consolidated, and his physical body had reached the defensive state of a high-rank godly artifact. He was not far from a top-rank godly artifact. His punches and kicks were all immune to these violent attacks. Perhaps he had already resigned himself to his fate. This was definitely a boundless space. He released his late-stage high-level godly king divine soul, and borrowed the violent power here to temper himself. After being destroyed and reassembled again and again, the divine soul doppelganger became even more powerful. He firmly believed that the power of his divine soul was enough to fight against those true peak godly kings. He could even put up a fight against ordinary Sinjin of Goguryeo. It could be said that Ling Xiao had already set foot on the peak level of all godly kings with his current power. If he used his soul power to attack, he would be invincible within the godly king realm. In the blink of an eye, Ling Xiao had already walked in this region for a whole 5 years. In addition to the 2 years that he had entered before, it was already 7 years. He missed the outside world very much. Finally, when he had already given up on finding a way out, he discovered that the violent power in front of him had actually weakened quite a bit. It seemed like he was already about to pass through the border of this region. Ling Xiao's originally numb emotions seemed to have been thrown a little bit of ice water, and he instantly became elated. "I've finally endured to the end. Haha." Ling Xiao roared into the sky, and then he shot forward. Unfortunately, that wasn't the exit that he had hoped for. Instead, it was another strange region. Chapter 1270. Chaotic Burial Space. It was unknown which supreme being came up with this name. He only knew that it had existed for tens of thousands of years, and according to the descriptions of some supreme beings in the records, this should be a burial space. It seemed to contain some shocking secret from ancient times, so it was called Chaotic Burial Space. After Ling Xiao passed through the explosive area, he thought it was the exit. Unfortunately, he was happy too early. This was not an exit at all, but a space that was deathly still. He looked at the scene in front of him and was extremely shocked. He saw many desolate hills floating in the air without any roots, and many rocks were also colliding with the rapid flow here. It was like a land of turbulence. This was originally nothing to be afraid of, but upon a closer look, one would find that these turbulence were accompanied by some dead beast corpses and limbs from time to time, and there was no lack of human limbs floating in the air. Moreover, there was a huge number of them, and a sinister aura permeated this place. The deep chill was like the scene of the end of the world, and it would definitely make one's hair stand on end. As soon as Ling Xiao entered this space, he immediately felt a very strong corrosive aura. Moreover, he was also involuntarily sent flying by the powerful impact. Ling Xiao used the power of Thousand Fall to stabilize his body, but what followed was the impact force of countless hills and rocks. The impact force of these hills and rocks was enormous, and definitely not weaker than the force in the explosive area. In fact, it was a lot stronger. "What the hell is this place?" Ling Xiao cursed, and both his fists punched at the hills and rocks. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The powerful destructive force forcibly blasted these hills and rocks. However, Ling Xiao felt his fists go numb, and his whole body was also jolted backward. Coupled with the force of the rapid flow here, his body immediately flew out uncontrollably. Bang bang. Ling Xiao was instantly dizzy from the impact of the hills and rocks here, and his skin and flesh were torn. Fortunately, he had broken through to the mid-level God King realm, and his defensive capabilities had increased by another level. Otherwise, he would have been smashed into smithereens by these small mountains and rocks. He suspected that the owner of the severed limbs here had met with the same collision and died just like him. Ling Xiao did not dare to be careless, nor did he want to expend too much divine power. He barely managed to stabilize his body, took out his golden dragon spear, and swept away the approaching hills and rocks. With the help of the golden dragon spear, Ling Xiao suffered less physical pain. However, the flow of space here was still very strong, and if one was not careful, they would be sucked in and become unstable. Ling Xiao observed the situation around him, trying to think of a way to deal with this situation. At the same time, he thought of his master, the evil emperor. Could master be here? He had the evil emperor's jade tube of life, so he knew that the evil emperor was still alive. He believed that these severed limbs had nothing to do with his master, but he was wondering if his master was here as well. With this thought in mind, Ling Xiao quickly flew up a small hill and allowed the energy to flow along with it. At the same time, the jade tube of life appeared in his hand. Generally, the closer the jade tube of life was to its original owner, the more dazzling the light it emitted. Ling Xiao knew that the evil emperor was in the chaotic burial space, but when he took out the jade tube of life, he found that the jade tube of life was still lit up, but there was no change in its light. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. I wonder how big this chaotic burial space is. Master has been here for over 100 years, so I wonder where he is now. Ling Xiao put away the jade tube of life, his expression indifferent as he pondered whether he should go with the flow or go against the flow to find the source. Just as Ling Xiao was distracted, another hill came crashing down on the hill he was on. Fortunately, Ling Xiao reacted in time and jumped away. Ling Xiao muttered, "Why don't I go against the flow and see what kind of damned place this is?" After saying that, Ling Xiao's figure began to weave through the turbulence. He nimbly avoided the small hills and rocks, and from time to time, he would use them as footholds to rest. Ling Xiao didn't know how far he had gone. The turbulence was always there, and if he wasn't careful, he could easily be hit. However, in this kind of environment, Ling Xiao had tempered his movement technique, allowing it to reach the most perfect realm, and his speed had increased several times. With his mid-level God King strength and his wind attribute body, even high-level God Kings couldn't catch up to him, and he could be compared to a peak God King. Ling Xiao was constantly paying attention to the environment, and he discovered that these severed limbs seemed to have been left behind by God Kings who had died many years ago. Otherwise, these limbs wouldn't have been preserved until now. However, he didn't understand where these severed limbs had come from. After all, no one had entered this chaotic burial space for 10,000 years, so how could so many people have died here? Moreover, not all of those God Kings had been able to pass through the berserk area and come here. All of a sudden, he saw a severed arm rushing in his direction. If it had been before, he would have immediately dodged or directly defeated it. However, he caught the severed arm this time because he found a spatial ring on it. Anyone who could come here was probably a top-level God King, so there must be a lot of good treasures in their spatial rings. After Ling Xiao took it off, he threw the severed arm away, and then used his divine sense to scan the spatial ring. Sure enough, just as Ling Xiao had expected, the space ring really did contain a lot of spirit materials and other strange divine treasures. However, Ling Xiao discovered that there wasn't even a single divine crystal in it. It was obvious that this God King had absorbed all of it in the nick of time. After all, not everyone could use the 3 foreign objects to absorb the berserk and chaotic energy here. Ling Xiao put away the spatial ring, and a look of joy finally appeared on his face. Maybe I can make a fortune here. There were severed limbs everywhere, so he felt that as long as he paid attention, he would definitely be able to find a lot of spatial rings. Unfortunately, his estimation was wrong. Many of these severed limbs had been smashed by the turbulence here, so it was really not easy to find an arm with a spatial ring. Ling Xiao didn't know how far he had walked, maybe a month, maybe half a year. In short, he found that this place was still the same as the berserk area, as if there was no end to it. Fortunately, he didn't end up empty-handed along the way. During this time, he had fished up more than a dozen high-rank god weapons, and even a top-grade god weapon. He had only obtained 3 spatial rings, and there were many good things hidden inside. This could be considered a way for him to kill some time in this chaotic burial space. Hey, why does this leopard head look so familiar? Ling Xiao looked at a huge beast head that suddenly passed by his eyes and exclaimed. He hesitated for a moment, then chased after it. He stopped the leopard's head and carefully sized it up. He was instantly stunned. He found that this leopard head was actually the one he had seen some time ago. Its left eye had been shattered by a rock, which Ling Xiao remembered clearly. He had clearly been moving in the opposite direction of this place, so why could he still see this leopard head that he had seen long ago? Could it be that I've been walking in place? Ling Xiao exclaimed, but then he shook his head and dismissed this idea. Immediately afterward his eyes jumped. I understand, this must be a circular space, and everything here is flowing in circles. It must be like this. Sure enough, after rushing for a while, Ling Xiao returned to the border between the berserk area and this chaotic burial space. This was even more correct in Ling Xiao's heart. It turned out that he had been going in circles all along, from the starting point back to the end point, and this end point was still the starting point. This made him so depressed that he was going crazy. Ling Xiao kept looking at this chaotic burial space. In the end, he didn't turn back and once again escaped into the berserk area, leaving from the other direction. He felt that those who died here were probably god kings who had mistakenly entered and died of exhaustion in that space just like him. Ling Xiao's goal wasn't to break into the forbidden area of this chaotic burial space. He ultimately just wanted to leave this place. This time, he chose to go back in the opposite direction. Ling Xiao was no longer as worried as before. He knew that there must be an end to this chaotic burial space. Perhaps the direction he chose was the exit. Thus, he took out the divine cauldron and let it float above his head to block the many forces. He flew with all his might, passing through this area as soon as possible. In the blink of an eye, another 2 years passed. Ling Xiao's originally cheerful personality was about to be obliterated. However, he had always felt that there wouldn't be any divine items or living beings in this berserk area. However, on this day, he saw a figure moving in the distance just like him. From the figure's figure, it was definitely a holy beast. It was just that he didn't know what kind it was. Holy beasts that could travel freely here were probably top-notch existences. Ling Xiao couldn't care less about how powerful the other party was. He immediately chased after it. This was the first time he had encountered a living being in many years. He had to see what it was no matter what. When Ling Xiao approached the living being, Ling Xiao was shocked again. This was definitely a living being that had never been recorded in history. Perhaps it couldn't even be considered a living being. It looked like a lion or tiger. Its body didn't look like it had flesh and blood at all. Instead, it looked like it was formed from various origin crystals. It looked very strange. The colors on its body were rather messy. There were red, yellow, black. It seemed like there were all kinds of colors. It didn't react at all to the violent power. It seemed to be used to it. From time to time, it would raise its head to devour and absorb the energy here. When it saw Ling Xiao, its energy crystal-like eyes flashed with confusion. It didn't have any desire to attack, nor did it reveal any signs of life. Could it be that this is something that was born on its own in this area? It hasn't completed its transformation and hasn't developed intelligence. Ling Xiao guessed. However, just as Ling Xiao was about to get closer, the docile primordial beast instantly went berserk. Chapter 1271. The origin beast referred to the birth of all living things at the beginning of the world. It was condensed from various source energies, and after undergoing layers of transformation, it became a creature that truly possessed intelligence. It could be said that the origin beast was the most primitive type of creature. It was just that they did not possess the ability to think or survive. Once they left the place of life, they would immediately die and be digested. Of course, this kind of origin beast would inherit the existence of some of the factors in the place of life. For example, fire-type origin beasts would be more explosive, while wood-type origin beasts would be more docile. The origin beast in front of him was born from the 9 types of explosive power. It was unknown how many millions of years it had taken for it to become like this. Therefore, it had also inherited the explosive factors here. As soon as Ling Xiao approached, it charged towards Ling Xiao, wanting to destroy this thing that was different from it. This was purely a primitive action, not deliberate or intentional. It was just like the berserk explosion zone. The power it emitted was shockingly much more terrifying than the energy blasted from the surroundings. In the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao immediately used the divine cauldron to block his figure. Bang! Ling Xiao felt a powerful impact. He and the divine cauldron were actually sent flying far away. While Ling Xiao was shocked, the origin beast rushed over again. All the explosive power in the surroundings seemed to be under its control. Lightning, flames, hail. All of them bombarded Ling Xiao. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Ling Xiao's skin and flesh were split open by the explosive power, but he did not die just like that. After all, he had lived here for nearly 10 years, and his body had already been strengthened to perfection. My God, it can actually use the power of this place. Ling Xiao cried out in surprise. The other party's attack was actually much more terrifying than any peak Divine King's attack. If there were a few more attacks like this, even Ling Xiao would not be able to withstand them. He really wanted to escape immediately. After all, this origin beast did not have any intelligence and did not know how to track him. However, Ling Xiao didn't want to leave just like that. After all, this origin beast's crystal was an incipient God realm material. It was a divine item that even incipient God realm experts were jealous of. One had to know that the primordial beast was formed from origin power. But after countless years, its origin power was layered and heavy. It was beyond the scope of ordinary God materials. Thus, as long as they could get the origin crystal, it would be a big benefit to their cultivation. Even incipient God realm experts couldn't resist this temptation. It could be said that the primordial beast itself was a supreme divine material. How could Ling Xiao let it slip away from his eyes? Although the origin beast's attack was almost as powerful as a half-incipient God realm expert, it only knew one attack. It didn't have anything new. However, this made Ling Xiao suffer a lot. After all, this place was its home field. It had the absolute advantage. Each of its attacks would only become stronger. If it didn't know how to use its advantages, Ling Xiao wouldn't be hurt like this. As Ling Xiao dodged its attacks, he observed the primordial beast. He had to find its weakness and deal it a destructive blow. After observing for a while, Ling Xiao finally found a strange energy crystal in its glabella. It was made of 9 different colors. It was the key to the origin beast. Ling Xiao sneered. He threw the golden dragon spear at the beast's glabella. The origin beast didn't have the ability to think. It didn't do anything to defend against the incoming danger. The golden dragon spear smashed into the space between its eyebrows. Ling Xiao thought that it was enough to stop the origin beast. However, when the golden dragon spear hit the beast's glabella, the golden dragon spear was blown away. It couldn't pierce the energy crystal of the origin beast. Ling Xiao's attack seemed to make the primordial beast even angrier. It had drawn all the energy within 10,000 miles. Different kinds of energy intertwined with each other as if it wanted to smash everything in this area into smithereens. This power was simply terrifying to the extreme, and even Ling Xiao felt a deep sense of fear. All he knew was that once he was hit by the explosive power that had gathered, the 3 foreign creatures in his sea of consciousness would be destroyed. This was definitely the power of a half-incipient God realm expert. It was the attack of a real incipient God realm expert. Ling Xiao didn't think and immediately enlarged the divine cauldron. He hid inside the cauldron again. The cauldron's mouth was sealed with layers of restrictions that Obsidian had set up, isolating the energy outside. Even so, Ling Xiao still felt like he was in a storm inside the divine cauldron. He felt dizzy. After an unknown amount of time, Ling Xiao finally felt the energy outside lessen. He dared to come out again. He found that the origin beast was still not far ahead. It seemed to be in a deep sleep, fusing with the explosive energy. Ordinary people couldn't find it. If Ling Xiao didn't have sharp eyes, he wouldn't have found it. Perhaps the primordial beast underwent a metamorphosis in this endless slumber. Ling Xiao muttered to himself as his divine soul avatar appeared. When the god soul clone appeared, the golden dragon spear was already in his hand. When he gathered his energy to the peak, he threw it at the origin beast's forehead. The god soul clone was only 1 step away from peak God King realm. After his power increased dozens of times, it was definitely as strong as a peak God King's full-powered attack. The golden dragon spear stabbed the origin beast's forehead again. It wasn't blown away, but it didn't break it either. The origin beast didn't seem to feel anything. It just stayed there and didn't attack. Ling Xiao finally remembered that the energy here had been bombarding this place for a long time. The power of the origin beast's crystal was unimaginably strong. He was just a god king. It was wishful thinking to break it. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao smiled bitterly and put away the golden dragon spear. It seems that with my current power, I can't break its weakness no matter what. Ling Xiao mocked himself and wanted to leave. However, just as he put away the divine cauldron, An idea flashed through his mind. He didn't think and immediately put the origin beast into the last layer of the divine cauldron. As expected, the origin beast moved from this explosive space to his divine cauldron as his thought flickered. Ling Xiao couldn't close his mouth. He hadn't thought that he could subdue the origin beast so easily. It was reasonable. After all, the origin beast hadn't become a real living creature. It was just a crystal of energy. It was still in the process of changing. Thus, Ling Xiao treated it like an object and used his thought to put it into the divine cauldron. He hadn't thought that this method would work. Without the cleansing of the berserk energy here, the primordial beast that was still in a deep slumber would dissipate sooner or later. At that time, it would split into energy crystals. Those were the supreme divine materials. Each piece would be very helpful to incipient God realm experts. To Ling Xiao, this was the most important material he could use to break through to incipient God realm in the future. After wandering around this area for nearly 10 years, it was absolutely worth it to be able to obtain these exalted divine materials. After all, every single supreme divine material existed in an extraordinary place, and it was difficult to find them in an ordinary ancient mountain range. Thus, Ling Xiao felt satisfied. No wonder those who could get out of this place could get something. He believed that they had the same experience in this explosive area. Or perhaps, they had other fortuitous encounters. After taking the origin beast, Ling Xiao went on his way again. Another year had passed, and he finally arrived at the border of the berserk zone. He walked out of the explosion zone and discovered that this place was actually similar to the turbulent space he had been to before. The only difference was that there was no spatial energy circulating. There were also many small mountains and rocks floating in the air, but there were no severed limbs. Instead, there were many ancient coffins floating in the distance, giving off an even more sinister and terrifying feeling. Ling Xiao looked around and found that there were many ancient coffins. They were so dense that it looked like a space burial area. At this moment, he finally understood why the chaotic burial space was named. The reason was because of these ancient coffins. If it were an ordinary person, he would have been frightened by such a scene. Fortunately, those who could reach King God Realm were all brave and talented people. They weren't afraid of this, but they felt a little unnatural. Ling Xiao noticed that these ancient coffins seemed to be arranged in a certain pattern. It seemed to be some kind of formation, but it also seemed to be deliberately made by someone. Ling Xiao couldn't figure out what kind of existence would be able to do this and place so many ancient coffins here. Perhaps it was a supreme existence that could reach the heavens and earth. Anyway, that kind of existence was not something that Ling Xiao could understand. He only knew that other than these ancient coffins, there seemed to be spiritual herbs growing on the floating mountains. No, maybe they were holy herbs or divine herbs. Ling Xiao didn't dare to approach those ancient coffins for now, because he felt that there was something terrifying there. He leaped onto one of the small mountains and there was a divine herb growing on the peak. Divine corpse grass. Ling Xiao immediately recognized this divine herb. This wasn't an ordinary divine herb, but a special type of divine herb. It could allow ordinary corpses to live forever and maintain their appearance when they were alive. Another effect was that it could be used to refine God's corpse puppets. It was a divine material that evil people liked the most. Chapter 1272. Ling Xiao was a little disappointed. He had no interest in this kind of divine grass. He did not know how to refine any god's corpse puppet, even if he could sell it. He did not want to earn this kind of evil fortune. Ling Xiao jumped over a few hills and found that it was all this kind of corpse divine grass, which made him quite depressed. Just when Ling Xiao gave up looking for any divine grass, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a different kind of divine grass growing on another hill. Ling Xiao kicked with one foot and his whole body swept towards that hill. He saw a stalk of divine grass growing in the crevice of this hill. Its appearance was very strange. At first glance, there was nothing attractive about it, but upon a closer look, he found that it was faintly emitting a fluctuation similar to soul power. Could this be the corpse soul grass? Why is it all this kind of ghost divine grass? Ling Xiao cursed. The corpse soul grass and corpse divine grass were both useful for corpses, but their effects were completely different. After the corpse soul grass was swallowed by the dead, it could allow the dead to remember some memory fragments from when they were alive, causing them to have a huge resentment, and also understand some profound skills from when they were alive, greatly increasing the offensive power of the corpse puppet. However, this kind of corpse soul grass was still somewhat effective for those whose divine soul was seriously injured. The key point was that the side effects were greater, and could not be compared to the nether soul divine grass. Ling Xiao no longer stayed on these hills, but slowly walked towards those ancient coffins. Each of these ancient coffins seemed to have quite a history, as if they had existed for countless years. That ancient and simple aura constantly lingered around. When Ling Xiao was a kilometer away from these ancient coffins, he immediately felt a burst of deep coldness, and at the same time, there was a lot of inexplicable power contained in it, attracting him to continue walking forward. Roar roar! Just when Ling Xiao was 500 meters away from the ancient coffins, a series of beast-like roars came from those ancient coffins. These sounds sounded abnormally terrifying, like the roars of hungry ghosts in the Nine Serenities hell. Ling Xiao instantly woke up, but he still stared at the ancient coffins in front of him, and then his pupils began to contract tightly. He found that some of the coffin lids on the ancient coffins bounced up, and then there were long green-haired palms climbing on the edge of the ancient coffin. This was a human palm, needless to say. It must be something that came out of the coffin. Sure enough, he saw green-haired corpses walking out of the ancient coffins. Their eyes glowed with a demonic green light, and their bodies exuded a strong deathly aura. The long green fur on their bodies looked even more ferocious and frightening. They all looked in the direction of Ling Xiao, their green eyes pulsing with waves of sinister light. Shenin Ba! Ling Xiao took a few steps back. From some of his memories, he learned that this was a type of Yin demon that was born from the saliva of corpses and death chi that were laid out in formations over a long period of time. These Yin demons before him were all god-level Yin demons, and were many times stronger than the ones he encountered in the ghastly Python sect. If the Yin Drake sect had possessed such a divine Yin Ba, they would have been able to move unhindered in the heavenly region's stronghold. Swoosh! Suddenly, rays of green light shot out from the eyes of these god Yin Ba. These attacks were extremely powerful and fast. Even a high-level god monarch would be caught off guard and be struck by them. It wasn't difficult for Ling Xiao to dodge, but no matter where he flew to, there were so many Shenin Ba, and their eyes would follow him at any time. Ling Xiao enlarged the divine cauldron and placed it in front of him, blocking all the green light. Boom boom boom. As Ling Xiao was pushed back, more than a dozen divine Yin demons let out unpleasant sounds as they charged at Ling Xiao. The strength of these god Yin demons was shockingly strong. They were actually not lower than the mid-level God King realm. There were even a few who had the strength of high-level God King realm. The speed at which they rushed over was extremely fast, and all of them revealed their deep fangs, looking as if they wanted to tear him apart alive. Ling Xiao wouldn't hold back against these evil creatures. He threw 2 punches at the 2 that arrived the fastest. The Nine Suns' scorching fist was undoubtedly the best divine technique to restrain these Shenin Ba. However, when Ling Xiao's punches landed on them, they didn't immediately destroy them. There were only 2 shallow fist marks on their chests, but they still pounced on Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao furrowed his brows and retreated a lot. His strength once again burst forth to more than 70%, and his 9 Suns' heaven-burning fist mercilessly bombarded these Shenin Ba demons with heavenly fire. Boom boom boom. These Shenin Ba took on Ling Xiao's powerful attacks head-on. Fist marks appeared on their bodies, and at the same time, heavenly fire burned their green fur. However, the heavenly fire, which had always been successful, quickly burned these evil creatures into ashes. However, the physique of these Shenin Ba was different from ordinary people. The flames on their bodies didn't spread very quickly, and they didn't immediately burn them. 5 of them had already arrived in front of Ling Xiao. 2 grabbed at Ling Xiao, 2 pounced at Ling Xiao, and the last one chose to attack with its eyes. Ling Xiao originally thought that his fire fists were enough to destroy all of them. Unfortunately, his estimation was wrong. Due to his carelessness, he was actually captured by 2 Shenin Ba. To be honest, these Shenin Ba had reached high-level God King realm. Their speed and strength were much stronger than ordinary God Kings. When Ling Xiao was captured, before he could shake them off, the other 2 Shenin Ba actually opened their mouths and bit at him. Moreover, there was another Shenin Ba that shot at him with its eyes. He really couldn't react in time. Clank! While Ling Xiao was shaking off the Shenin Ba that had captured him, the other 2 Shenin Ba bit him twice. However, although the fangs of these Shenin Ba were sharp, they couldn't break Yan's body. If it were anyone else, they would be stained with the original corpse poison. At that time, they would turn into Shinin Ba just like these Shinin Ba. The other two eye lights also attacked Ling Xiao's chest, but they couldn't hurt Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao was enraged. He thought that after he had broken through to mid-level God King realm, he could deal with any expert under incipient God realm. However, not long after that, these Shinin Ba had attacked him. "All of you, get the hell out of here!" Ling Xiao roared. His fighting power finally burst out, forcefully blowing away the Shinin Ba. At the same time, he urged the power of his fists to the acme, hitting the Shinin Ba. Boom! Boom! Ling Xiao didn't hold back and punched the Shinin Ba. Their corpses directly exploded. The other Shinin Ba that had chased after him couldn't escape Ling Xiao's attack. The first batch of Shinin Ba was smashed by Ling Xiao directly. After the Shinin Ba exploded, clusters of green light emerged from their bodies. These green lights were like demons, jumping and wailing unceasingly. Flows of resentment and evil aura diffused, quickly dashing towards Ling Xiao. "Souls of the dead!" Ling Xiao screamed in fear when he saw these green lights. He could see that these green lights were the souls of the dead that remained on the corpses. It was also a kind of remnant soul that had a terrifying corrosive power to the god soul. Once they entangled him, he would be driven crazy by these souls of the dead. Eventually, he would be assimilated into the Shinin Ba. While Ling Xiao was bewildered, these souls of the dead had already entered his sea of consciousness. These souls of the dead immediately rushed towards Ling Xiao's god soul to bite. It would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens for any god king to get rid of these souls of the dead, but to Ling Xiao, these souls of the dead were nothing. Just as Ling Xiao was about to burn them with the heavenly fire bead, the Tree of Immortality, Lu Wang, took the initiative to attack. However, Lu Wang only absorbed the green light of the souls of the dead. The remnant soul still existed, but it had lost the aura of decay. Instead, it was filled with confusion, panic, and other emotions. Ling Xiao was very surprised. He knew that these souls of the dead had been purified by Lu Wang. After a brief moment of bewilderment, Ling Xiao quickly absorbed these remnant souls and stored them aside. This was because many more Shinin Ba flew out in front of him. Ling Xiao bluntly destroyed all of these Shinin Ba. Every time he destroyed a Shinin Ba, more or less souls of the dead would appear and rush towards him. Ling Xiao faintly felt that there must be a huge secret in these ancient coffins. Otherwise, how could so many Shinin Ba have appeared? Thinking of this, Ling Xiao cast his gaze towards the largest ancient coffin in the distance. Around this ancient coffin, there were another 8 golden coffins that were different from the others. These 8 golden coffins seemed to be guarding the wooden coffin above them. That place was still a long distance away from here, but Ling Xiao could feel a majestic and obscure power radiating from it. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment before showing a firm look and walking towards those ancient coffins. The Shinin Ba were destroyed by Ling Xiao one by one, and Ling Xiao arrived in front of the first ancient coffins. Ling Xiao looked at the nearest ancient coffin, and his brow jumped. He suddenly discovered that there was a divine artifact and a space ring inside this ancient coffin, and something was recorded on the edge of the coffin. Ling Xiao quickly glanced at the records on the ancient coffin and memorized these bitter and incomprehensible ancient texts. Meng Hongguan, high-rank god king, proficient in using axes, cultivated the divine skill sky-dominating divine axe, died. Ling Xiao barely understood these texts. His expression became more and more apprehensive. Immediately afterwards, Yang Kai looked towards the other ancient coffins, his heart stirring in shock. He didn't expect that the people in these ancient coffins were all god kings from ancient times, nor did he know how they ended up being buried here. However, the godly skills that they cultivated were indeed godly skills that had been lost for a long time, and every single one of them possessed great power. These were just the outer ancient coffins, but each of them had the strength of a high-rank god king. These records were equivalent to an inheritance. Just as Ling Xiao was immersed in these records, a Shinin Ba wearing a set of top-grade divine armor appeared in front of him with a divine artifact in his hand. Chapter 1273. Invader, go to hell! This god's Inba was still able to speak, as if it still had some consciousness. This god's Inba was different from the other god's Inba. It was still wearing the armor from when it was alive, holding a top-notch divine sword, and there was no green hair on its body. It should be a top-notch god's corpse demon. After saying that in a hoarse voice, It brandished its sword and charged towards Ling Xiao. Its speed and power had reached the pinnacle God-King realm, and in the blink of an eye, it was in front of Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao spun the golden dragon spear in his hand and blocked the attack. Clang! Ling Xiao was sent flying by a powerful force, and he cursed, "How can this guy be so strong?" The god's corpse demon continued to shout, "Invader, go to hell!" As if it only understood this one sentence, its attacks continued to rain down on Ling Xiao. The power of each of its attacks was so terrifying that it tore the space in all directions. Ling Xiao instantly raised his battle power to the highest level, and met it fearlessly. He didn't have time to tangle with this god's corpse demon. After he met the god's corpse demon's heavy blow, his divine soul avatar took the opportunity to rush out and punch the god's Inba. However, the god's armor on its body seemed to be unusually hard, and it could even block the power of his god's fist. This is a top-notch god's armor. Ling Xiao quickly made a judgment and shouted. The god's corpse demon shifted its target to Ling Xiao's divine soul avatar, and a series of violent attacks were comparable to the battle power of a Senjin of Goguryeo. If it was still alive, it would probably be a top-notch existence like the Senjin of Goguryeo. While the divine soul avatar was entangled with the god's corpse demon, Ling Xiao's real body seized the opportunity and pierced through the back of the god's corpse demon's head. Just like the previous divine Inba, this god's corpse devil immediately released a strong wave of corpse souls that attacked Ling Xiao. To be honest, if it wasn't for the fact that Ling Xiao's soul had the means to deal with these spirits of the dead, he would have perished in front of these spirits of the dead even if he was a peak god king. Thinking about every corner of this chaotic burial space, every step was frightening. Sure enough, those who could get out of this place were all peak existences. Otherwise, how could he have walked out of the berserk area, the loop space and the spatial burial area? Even an incipient god realm expert could be killed on the spot if he was careless. Just as Ling Xiao was about to put away the divine weapons, he sensed more divine corpses appearing in front of him. They bounced out from the coffins one by one. These gods' corpse devils were much more terrifying than the divine Ba from before. Each of them held various divine artifacts and could even launch elemental attacks. It wasn't a problem for Ling Xiao to face 2 or 3 gods' corpse devils alone. However, facing dozens of gods' corpse devils at the same time, he didn't dare to be arrogant anymore. He hurried to put away the god's corpse devil's corpse and retreated. How many formidable existences are there in this place? These are just the armies in the periphery. Ling Xiao screamed inwardly. The 100 divine Ba he had killed were as strong as high-level god-king realm experts. And these gods' corpse devils weren't weaker than peak god-king realm experts. If they went to the ancient coffins, would they be even more intimidating? Ling Xiao didn't dare to guess. If so, the ancient coffin in the center was absolutely an existence that could go against the natural order. Dozens of gods' corpse devils attacked Ling Xiao crazily. Divine techniques that could destroy the entire world were aimed at him. If his speed wasn't peerless, this round of attacks was enough to blast him into pieces. Ling Xiao retreated to the area of the berserk area. The gods' corpse devils didn't continue to chase him. They seemed to have their own consciousness as they returned to the ancient coffins. Everything seemed to have calmed down again. After a while, Ling Xiao appeared again, but he didn't dare to get too close to the ancient coffins. He knew that these ancient coffins might contain some kind of ancient secret, but it wasn't something he could investigate with his current strength. Wealth was sought in danger, but overestimating one's capabilities would only result in losing one's life. Ling Xiao didn't think there was any need to take that risk now. However, when he thought of the god weapons and space rings inside the ancient coffins, he couldn't help but feel an itch in his heart. He couldn't wait to plunder them before leaving. Fortunately, he suppressed this impulse and began to circle around the ancient coffins. This space was not only occupied by these ancient coffins, but also other very vast areas. As long as he didn't approach these ancient coffins, the divine Ba and God's corpse devils wouldn't take the initiative to attack him. After Ling Xiao left this area of ancient coffins, he encountered some corpse puppets belonging to holy beasts. These corpse puppets also seemed to have mutated and actually attacked him. Fortunately, dealing with them was much easier than dealing with the god's corpse devils. Is this just a land of death? Ling Xiao thought gloomily. Perhaps this was the real important area of the chaotic burial space. However, according to the legends, this place had some heaven-defying treasures. Why hadn't he found them yet? Perhaps the greatest heaven-defying opportunities were these ancient coffins in front of them. 4 peak god kings, as long as they could enter these ancient coffins, they would be able to obtain the god's corpse's divine artifact and space ring from any one of them. This was perhaps the greatest opportunity. After all, these were the ancient king gods from the antiquity time, or there were even existences at the incipient god realm. The divine treasures they collected were all passed down from the antiquity time. To anyone, it was a divine treasury. Perhaps, some of the space rings had some supreme god pellets that could help the peak god kings take the most difficult step. Ling Xiao found that this space was simply too vast. He didn't want to find out what was at the end of this space. Thus, he found a small mountain to rest and think about how to solve the current problem. Should he return from the explosive area again or explore the secrets of the ancient coffins? After hesitating for a long time, Ling Xiao decided to digest the power of the remnant souls and cultivate the last move of the soul-controlling art. As long as he learned that move, he believed that he could directly explore the secrets of the ancient coffins. Even if he couldn't reach the central area, he could still plunder many good things in the periphery. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao immediately took action. The remnant soul's power came from the divine Yinba. The corpse poison in them had been absorbed by Lu Wang. Perhaps this old man thought that the corpse poison was helpful to him. There wasn't much remnant soul power left. More than 100 divine Yinba weren't enough for him to digest for half a day. After all, they were corpses from the antiquity time. It was already good enough to have a remnant soul. Ling Xiao wanted to learn some secrets from these remnant souls. Unfortunately, these remnant souls were too weak. They didn't even have fragments of memories. Disappointed, Ling Xiao once again focused on cultivating the soul concealment secret technique. As long as he completely cultivated it to the mastery stage, his soul avatar would be able to achieve the effect of concealment. Unless it was someone much stronger than him, it would be impossible for them to sense it. This was definitely a very practical secret technique for assassinating enemies. It turned out that Ling Xiao had also cultivated this secret technique, but he could only reach a semi-invisible state. He was still far from the mastery stage. Now that he was trapped here, he could focus on the secret technique again and make it reach his ideal requirements. Ling Xiao calmed his heart and began to silently recite the incantation of the control technique. Then, he began to cultivate this secret technique according to the instructions. If Ling Xiao's soul was an illusion like the other divine kings, then it wouldn't be too difficult for him to cultivate this secret technique. However, Ling Xiao had the rare flesh and soul, which made it more difficult for him to cultivate this secret technique. Fortunately, Ling Xiao had been wandering around this place for 10 years. He had tempered his temperament to become calm. Therefore, when he cultivated, he didn't have any short-sightedness. Instead, he cultivated patiently. Half a year later, his soul avatar finally achieved the effect he wanted. His soul avatar flew out of his sea of consciousness. There was not even a shadow of it. It also didn't reveal the slightest bit of aura. It was really difficult to detect that there was an extra person in the sky. Of course, Ling Xiao could sense the avatar's every move. He smiled and murmured, "I wonder if I'll be discovered by those divine corpses and devils if I use my soul avatar to go to the ancient coffin?" As Ling Xiao spoke, he immediately put it into action. Leaving a small amount of soul power in his sea of consciousness, Yang Kai's soul avatar turned invisible and flew towards the ancient coffin. He left this bit of soul power in case something happened to his soul avatar. This way, he would have a chance to turn the situation around and not implicate his real body if his avatar was destroyed. Of course, Ling Xiao's avatar didn't dare to rush to the center of the ancient coffin at once. Instead, he slowly walked towards the ancient coffins in the periphery. The divine Yin demons in the ancient coffins in front of him had already been eliminated by him, leaving only divine artifacts and space rings inside. Therefore, Ling Xiao planned to collect these good things first. When Ling Xiao arrived in front of the ancient coffins in the periphery, he was not in a hurry to collect his things. Instead, he wanted to see if the divine corpses and devils had discovered his existence. Yang Kai took a step forward and found that there was no movement. Overjoyed, he immediately began to search the nearly 100 ancient coffins in the periphery. He found that there were a lot of divine artifacts and space rings inside. Of course, he also found that 1/3 of the ancient coffins were empty. Yang Kai thought that they might have been taken away by some senior or ancestor, Or perhaps the dead god king had left nothing behind. After Ling Xiao collected the things in the periphery coffins, he gathered his courage and moved toward some of the ancient coffins in the periphery. He knew that there were divine corpses and devils inside these ancient coffins, so he had to be careful not to be injured by them. Yang Kai secretly opened one of the ancient coffins, and the divine corpses and devils lying inside instantly bounced up and let out a hissing sound. Ling Xiao stood motionless to the side, but in his heart he muttered nervously, "You can't find me! You can't find me!" Chapter 1274. Ling Xiao muttered to himself with a nervous look on his face. Now was the time to test whether his soul concealment secret technique had reached the grand accomplishment stage. The god's corpse devil's eyes, which were exuding a strange light, kept darting around, but when they swept over Ling Xiao, it seemed it really couldn't detect Ling Xiao's existence. After looking around, it finally felt that nothing was approaching it, so it prepared to lie back down in the ancient coffin and sleep again. But how could Ling Xiao let go of this opportunity to kill it? Bang! Ling Xiao punched out violently and directly blew up the god's corpse devil's head. Any evil creature, as long as it lost its head, would immediately lose the ability to fight, and this god's corpse devil was no exception. Ling Xiao had used all of his strength in this punch. After all, every part of the god's corpse devil was extremely powerful. He had to make sure that he killed it in one blow without alarming the other god's corpse devils. It was just that his explosion caused the other god's corpses and devils to emerge. Ling Xiao immediately converged all his life aura, making it impossible for them to detect him before they once again entered the ancient coffin. Ling Xiao patted his chest and secretly cursed, "You're so bad, making my heart beat so fast." Ling Xiao quickly put away the god's corpse devil in this ancient coffin, including all the top-grade god tools and space rings. Ling Xiao looked at the records on the ancient coffin again, and was surprised to find that this god's corpse devil in front of him was also in existence belonging to the Senjin kingdom of Goguryeo in ancient times. No wonder it's so strong. Ling Xiao sighed in his heart, but at the same time, he was overjoyed. The stronger this god's corpse devil was, the richer the treasures inside its space ring. Ling Xiao didn't have time to immediately check the inventory inside the space ring. He quickly ran to another ancient coffin and destroyed the god's corpse devil in the same way. It was just that every time he destroyed a god's corpse devil, he always felt as if something was watching him, which made his hair stand on end. However, when he scanned the area with his spiritual force, he did not find anything unusual. However, he felt that it would be better if he didn't go too deep because he was sure that the closer he got to the center of the ancient coffin, the more terrifying the demon corpses would be. Perhaps they could sense his presence, and that would be troublesome. Ling Xiao took the corpses and devils from more than a dozen ancient coffins and destroyed them all. Then, he collected their corpses as well. Just as he was about to grab another coffin, a gust of wind came from the back of his head. Ling Xiao was shocked. He quickly lowered his body and flew to the side. However, the attacking power continued to chase after him. The power was not inferior to any peak god king at all. In fact, it had already surpassed them by quite a bit. Rumble! Ling Xiao felt a sharp pain in his back as his divine soul avatar was sent flying far away. It was lucky that his god soul avatar was stronger than his real body. It couldn't resist this attack, so it wasn't hurt badly. However, Shi Yan felt strange. Why did this attack have such a powerful elemental power? He knew that even if the god's corpse devil wielded the top divine weapon, the elemental power wouldn't be obvious. After Shi Yan had retreated far away, he turned around to see what had ambushed him. He was surprised to see 5 people with living auras dashing towards him. What's going on? Are there any living people here? Ling Xiao's heart stirred up a storm. Ling Xiao found that these people's auras were much stronger than his. Moreover, they could detect his existence. If he didn't run now, when would he? Asking him to deal with 5 peak god king or even half-incipient god realm existences at the same time was like throwing an egg against a rock. However, when Ling Xiao wanted to run away, his dragon eyes caught sight of a middle-aged man with a furious aura. He was dumbstruck. Master. Ling Xiao's throat sounded dry. Ling Xiao had never thought that the evil emperor, whom he had been searching for a long time, was in one of those ancient coffins. Even though his appearance wasn't the same as when Ling Xiao had met him in the Central Territory, and he seemed even younger and only had the appearance of a middle-aged man, His features were exactly the same. He possessed an oppressive heroic aura, and he even carried an evil aura. However, the evil emperor seemed to be controlled by something. He had become a half-human half-corpse. The evil emperor was wearing a set of purple divine armor with a purple halberd in his hand. He looked extraordinary. While Ling Xiao was still in a daze, the attacks of the 5 people had already arrived. Ling Xiao had to pull himself together. He turned around and ran away immediately. The attacks of these 5 people could kill a half-incipient God Realm expert, let alone Ling Xiao. Rumble! 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 Although Ling Xiao had run fast enough, he was still affected by some of the attacks. Ling Xiao's divine soul flew thousands of meters away as he spat out a few mouthfuls of golden light. If it weren't for the fact that this doppelganger had the same insane defense as his real body, this attack would have been enough to destroy his divine soul. Master, you don't recognize me? I'm Xiao. Ling Xiao shouted at the evil emperor with an anxious look in his eyes. The evil emperor seemed to have some reaction. He paused for a while. However, in just a blink of an eye, he was covered by a thick, evil aura. Intruder, kill! The evil emperor hissed hoarsely. He joined hands with the others to attack Ling Xiao one more time. Ling Xiao dodged in a flustered manner, but he was still injured by the shockwaves. Damn it! What's going on? How could Master become like this? Ling Xiao gritted his teeth, pushing his intent domain to the max to leave this place. However, these 5 people weren't like the other gods' corpses, who didn't dare to leave the ancient coffins. They actually chased after Ling Xiao. Damn it! How could they detect my presence? Ling Xiao cursed anxiously. Ling Xiao's speed played to his advantage. While he was fleeing with all his might, he returned to his real body one step ahead of him. At this time, Ling Xiao's real body finally realized why he had been discovered by these 5 people. This was because his God Soul avatar was wearing the Divine Cauldron's spatial ring. Although his God Soul avatar was invisible, he couldn't make the Divine Cauldron invisible too. Damn it! Ling Xiao cursed. He put the Divine Cauldron back on his real body and fled again. It wasn't that he didn't want to figure out what was going on with his master. It was just that he didn't have the ability to deal with these 5 people at the same time. Their auras were already at the Great Perfection God King realm. Moreover, since they could pass through the Berserk explosion zone and arrive here, they were definitely extraordinary existences. How could he have the confidence to fight against 5 of them alone? He needed to think of the best way to deal with them and see how he could rescue his master first. Ling Xiao didn't immediately merge with his God Soul avatar. Instead, he let his God Soul avatar skim to the other side to test whether the 5 people could still detect the existence of his God Soul avatar. When the 5 people approached, their target fell on Ling Xiao's real body. Their hostile eyes locked onto him, and they didn't pay any attention to his God Soul avatar at all. It's really the Divine Cauldron's fault. Ling Xiao cursed inside. The golden dragon spear appeared in his hand. He quickly donned a set of top-grade god artifact armor and raised his battle prowess. To deal with these 5 people, Ling Xiao had to prepare for the worst. Although his physical body was abnormal, it was nothing in front of a top-grade god weapon. Therefore, adding an extra layer of defense was another layer of protection for his little life. Of course, Ling Xiao's real body wasn't stupid enough to fight them head-on. He relied on the advantage of his movement technique and constantly dodged and jumped among these small hills. Occasionally, he would turn around and attack a few times. He was completely using a roundabout strategy. Although Ling Xiao's strength couldn't compare to theirs, he didn't suffer many injuries in this way. After all, he had a top-grade god weapon on him, which blocked most of the opponent's attacks. A small part of the power was blocked by his real body. Of course, he did this to attract these people's attention. His real goal was to kill them. Of course, his master, the demonic emperor, was excluded. Ling Xiao's God Soul avatar chased after the 5 of them. Ling Xiao chose the guy with the Wolf Fang mace to attack first. The big guy with the Wolf Fang mace was the strongest and posed the greatest threat to him. Ling Xiao's God Soul avatar chased after him. The 9 Suns heaven-burning fist smashed towards the big guy's head. Bang! The head of the peak divine king with the Wolf Fang mace burst open. He was killed by Ling Xiao just like that. Ling Xiao didn't have time to deal with the things on his body. He immediately flashed behind another person and slapped the top of that person's head with the dragon's subduing palm. After killing 2 people consecutively, the other 3 immediately realized that something was wrong. They actually gave up on chasing after Ling Xiao's real body and vigilantly observed their surroundings, hoping to find the culprit. Unfortunately, they couldn't find anything. This made Ling Xiao extremely proud in his heart. This soul concealment secret technique was really useful. Ling Xiao took the opportunity to get close to one of the shorties and blew him up as well. Now, only the demonic emperor and one of the women were left. It's 2 against 2 now, let's have some fun. Ling Xiao withdrew the power of the soul concealment and revealed his body. He planned to have a real fight with his master and the other woman in order to verify if his newly advanced strength had the strength to challenge the peak divine king. Sure enough, when Ling Xiao's divine soul appeared, the evil emperor and the other woman quickly separated and charged towards him and his clone. In order to respect the evil emperor, Ling Xiao used his divine soul to fight with his master, letting his master know that his disciple was no longer the same as before. Master, wake up, I'm your disciple, Ling Xiao. Don't you remember Xiao? Ling Xiao's divine soul avatar cried out in alarm when it faced the evil emperor. The evil emperor seemed to still be conscious as he muttered, Ling Xiao, my disciple? That's right, Master. Do you remember? Master Feng Qingyuan and I came to the heaven region to look for you, Ling Xiao said in surprise. Unfortunately, in the next moment, the evil emperor's rationality was once again covered by the evil aura. He raised his purple halberd and smashed towards him. Intruder, kill! Ling Xiao sighed helplessly. Looks like I really have to have a good fight with Master. Chapter 1275. Speaking of which, Ling Xiao and the demonic emperor's disciple relationship was really not that long. He and the demonic emperor only stayed together for a short year before the demonic emperor left him. But in that 1 year's time, the demonic emperor had taught him the supremacy of the demonic king deity technique and allowed him to fuse the origin returning technique together to create his own unique cultivation technique, the supremacy of the origin returning technique. It was just a divine art, but it had benefited him greatly. Ling Xiao still had a deep respect for the demonic emperor. In addition to hearing some of the legends of the demonic emperor in the central region, it made his respect for the demonic emperor rise to a new height. He knew that the demonic emperor was in this chaotic burial space, but when the demonic emperor appeared in front of him, it still shocked him. Fortunately, the demonic emperor still had some consciousness, and his jade tube of life did not disappear. There should still be hope. But before saving the demonic emperor, he still had to completely suppress him before thinking of a way to save him. Of course, with Ling Xiao's soul concealment ability, it was still possible to subdue the demonic emperor without anyone noticing. However, as a disciple, he hoped to have a real match with his master. Although the demonic emperor's current state was not too good, but it was precisely because of this that his master would not hold back against him. Ling Xiao's divine soul doppelganger deduced the ancient sovereign technique to the extreme, and his combat power was several tens of times, causing his combat power to not lose out to a peak divine king. Before Ling Xiao could attack, the demonic emperor had already taken the initiative to attack Ling Xiao. The purple halberd in his hand carried the power of thunder and lightning as it headed towards Ling Xiao's head. The demonic emperor and Ling Xiao both cultivated 5 attributes at the same time, but the demonic emperor's 5 attributes were different from Ling Xiao's. His 5 attributes were thunder, fire, water, earth, and wood. Among them, the thunder attribute attack was naturally the strongest, so the demonic emperor naturally chose it as his main attack method. The purple halberd in the demonic emperor's hand was indeed a top-notch divine weapon, and should be a set with the purple divine armor he wore. The power of his attack wasn't something an ordinary peak god king could compare to. It should be comparable to those Senjin of Goguryeo. Ling Xiao used the dragon subduing palm to send out peerless true dragons to attack the purple lightning. Boom boom boom. Ling Xiao had blocked the demonic emperor's all-out attack, but his divine soul avatar had been sent flying far away. The difference in strength between him and the evil emperor was actually so great. He could faintly feel that this should not be the evil emperor's true power. After all, he knew that the evil emperor cultivated in the 5 elements at the same time, and the power he could amplify would only be stronger than it was now. This might be related to the thing attached to his body. But he couldn't care less. His dragon-subduing palms slammed towards the demonic emperor without holding back at all, not worried that he would hurt the demonic emperor. It was the same for the evil emperor. He had already lost his mind to something and almost became a god's corpse devil. The demonic emperor's moves were extremely tyrannical. Every move was like a heavenly might descending, causing Ling Xiao to retreat step by step. If not for Ling Xiao having the help of the ancient emperor's divine arts, it would have been impossible for him to withstand the demonic emperor's powerful attacks. He felt that the demonic emperor's current strength was even stronger than the golden snake of the snake sect. If the demonic emperor returned to normal, he might not be any weaker than his nephew, Ling Gang. One had to know that Ling Gang was in existence in the upper middle of the Senjin of Goguryeo, and was comparable to those old Senjin of Goguryeo. Ling Xiao was unable to restrain the demonic emperor using the dragon's subduing palm, and was even struck by the demonic emperor until he vomited blood. Ling Xiao had no choice but to change his move and use the 9 sun-burning heaven fist, hoping that this kind of extreme yang fist energy would be able to expel the evil poison from the demonic emperor's body. The 7th stage of the 9 sun-burning heaven fist. Purple flame divine sun. Raging flames, bright suns, and torrential fist intent shook the heavens and the earth. The demonic emperor roared, holding the purple halberd in his hands with both hands, and smashed it down from above. An illusory figure of a heavenly lightning beast appeared behind him, spitting out bolts of heavenly lightning. This was the most tyrannical attack of the demonic emperor's lightning attribute godly skill. Raging lightning strike. Ling Xiao and the demonic emperor exchanged countless blows, and Ling Xiao found it more and more difficult to endure. The power of the lightning was too terrifying. It actually penetrated through the top-grade godly armor and directly into his body, causing him to feel numb and uncomfortable. If not for the fact that he had tempered his divine soul doppelganger countless times over the years in the raging explosion zone, he would not have been able to endure the terrifying lightning attacks. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth and endured, and after using the 9th stage of the 9 sun-burning heaven fist, Azure Flame Holy Sun, he finally attacked the demonic emperor. Ling Xiao's 9th stage flame was refined from the prodigal's high-grade flame source, and it was the nemesis of any evil poison. Indeed, when the flames came into contact with the demonic emperor, a thick green light instantly appeared around his body, and he was burned clean by the flames. The demonic emperor seemed to have gained a chance to regain consciousness. On the other side, Ling Xiao's real body was fighting with the woman. Be it in terms of appearance or figure, this woman was absolutely impeccable. She wore a silver crown on her head, which made her look especially graceful and elegant. She wore a set of silver-white armor, which vividly accentuated her graceful and sexy body. In her hand was a thin silver sword, which flashed with bursts of wind-attributed divine light. It was a pity that her pale face was mixed with a lot of green qi, which caused her overall beauty to be reduced. The reason why Ling Xiao chose to let this woman stay, other than to spar with him, was to see if he could subdue her and help her regain consciousness. The reason why Ling Xiao did this was naturally because he hoped to have another guard by his side. Of course, wouldn't it be better if this guard was more pleasing to the eye? It had to be said that Ling Xiao's flirtatious thoughts could not be changed. This woman was of the wind attribute, and she was also a peak divine king. Her speed was much faster than Ling Xiao's. Luckily, the offensive divine weapon in her hand was only of the high grade. If it was a top-grade divine weapon, Ling Xiao would have died countless times from being attacked by this woman. Ling Xiao was continuously sent flying until he vomited blood. Luckily, he was wearing a top-grade defensive armor, so he was able to hold on. Ling Xiao realized that fighting with this woman was simply asking for abuse. He couldn't even touch the corner of her clothes, and instead, he was being attacked until he was in an extremely sorry state. Helpless, Ling Xiao's divine soul doppelganger didn't wait for the demonic emperor to regain consciousness, and immediately stealthily swept over, knocking this woman out. Following that, Ling Xiao also used some supreme yang heaven fire to attach itself to the woman, removing the evil qi from her body. After that, he took out a god-binding rope and tied the woman up. He also placed a lot of sealing power on her so that she couldn't struggle and recover immediately. Only then did he feel safe. This woman was definitely still alive, so it was impossible for him to get her into the medicinal cauldron. At this time, Ling Xiao's true body and clone merged together, and he took out the divine pellet and the soul divine spring to consume them. At the same time, Ling Xiao once again rushed over to the evil emperor's side, and exclaimed, "Master, do you remember me? I am Ling Xiao." Seeing that the evil emperor had already regained his calm, Ling Xiao knew that the heavenly fire had more or less worked. Sure enough, the evil emperor's gaze landed on him. Following that, a wild laughter appeared on his handsome face. Ling Xiao! Haha, why are you here? Hearing that the evil emperor could actually call out his name, Ling Xiao immediately cheered. Master, you remember me? I'm fine, right? The evil emperor laughed very happily. He raised his hand and patted Ling Xiao. Not bad. Not bad. Master was right to choose you back then. You have actually reached the Divine King realm. How many years has it been? Just as Ling Xiao was about to pour out his heart to the evil emperor, the smile on the evil emperor's face suddenly changed. The dense evil aura reappeared, and the purple halberd in his hand suddenly stabbed towards Ling Xiao's abdomen. With such a close-distance attack, Ling Xiao was completely unprepared. The defensive armor on his body was also pierced by the purple halberd, and the halberd stabbed straight into Ling Xiao's abdomen. Master, you! Ling Xiao quickly gripped the evil emperor's purple halberd, not allowing him to exert any more force. He didn't understand how his master had suddenly changed so much. The evil emperor had indeed lost his mind once again, and a voice came out of his mouth. Intruder, kill! The purple halberd in his hand swallowed, and a powerful lightning force exploded towards Ling Xiao's body. Ling Xiao could no longer stand, and more than half of his body was blasted away, causing golden blood to splatter everywhere, causing him to scream in pain. Just as the evil emperor attacked again, Ling Xiao's reaction speed was extremely fast. His soul avatar carrying the golden dragon spear rushed forward to block the evil emperor from destroying his body. Although the strength of Ling Xiao's soul avatar was slightly weaker than that of the evil emperor, it was still barely able to cope. Ling Xiao's true body took out a few more divine pills and tossed them into his mouth, circulating the ancient sovereign divine art to the extreme, rapidly healing his ruined body. When Ling Xiao's true body was almost fully restored, Ling Xiao immediately hid his soul avatar and handed the golden dragon spear to his true body. The evil emperor had lost sight of his soul avatar, so his target naturally fell on Ling Xiao's true body. However, before his attack could fall on Ling Xiao's soul avatar had already knocked the evil emperor unconscious from behind. Master, I'm sorry. Ling Xiao quickly caught the evil emperor and tied him up. Although Ling Xiao had the evil emperor under control, he didn't know what to do next. He faintly felt that his master might have been poisoned, but that didn't seem to be the case. However, he knew that his supreme yang fire should have some effect, so he covered the evil emperor with heavenly fire and used it to expel some of the evil poison from the evil emperor's body. He hoped that when his master woke up, he would be able to find a way to help the evil emperor recover his consciousness. Right, the corpse god grass and corpse soul grass from before should be useful to master. Ling Xiao suddenly thought of something and shouted in surprise. Immediately afterward, he picked up the evil emperor and the other woman and headed towards the hill where the corpse god grass and corpse soul grass grew. He hoped that the two divine grasses would be able to completely expel the corpse poison from the evil emperor and this woman's bodies as he imagined. Chapter 1276. The corpse god grass and corpse soul grass were both useful for corpses and could help refine them into corpse puppets. However, these two kinds of divine grass were extremely effective for a half-corpse half-human like the evil emperor. They could fight poison with poison and neutralize the corpse poison in the evil emperor's body. However, there were still some prerequisites, and that was to combine it with some other divine grass to refine a pill to achieve this effect. Otherwise, if these two kinds of divine grass were directly given to the poisoned person, that would only accelerate the person who had not yet become a corpse devil to become a true corpse devil. Ling Xiao had learned this common sense from the memories of the remnant souls he had absorbed from the ghastly Drake sect. After Ling Xiao spent a lot of effort to control the evil emperor and the woman, he went to collect these two kinds of divine grass. Then, he left the ancient coffins and began to refine the pill. Fortunately, this pill was not particularly difficult to refine and did not require a lot of power. Otherwise, with the thin source power here, it would be difficult to condense the pill. Soul Cleansing Pill. This was a relatively unorthodox detoxification pill. Fortunately, Ling Xiao had obtained the inheritance of the first-generation divine alchemy god, and all the pill recipes in that inheritance were definitely the most comprehensive. Otherwise, even if he had the materials, he would not be able to get them. While Ling Xiao was refining the pill, The evil emperor and the woman woke up. They also temporarily regained consciousness, but soon fell back into the state of corpse devils. Fortunately, they were first tied up by Ling Xiao with the god-binding rope so that they could not struggle, and then used various restrictions to barely seal their cultivation. At the very least, before Ling Xiao finished refining the pill, they would definitely not be able to break the seal. A day later, Ling Xiao finished refining the pill. Ling Xiao looked at the evil emperor and said, "Master, you will be fine after taking this pill." Ling Xiao knocked the two of them out again and stuffed 2 pills into their hands. When they took the pill, they immediately revealed a look of extreme pain. They spun around on the spot as they screamed in pain. A strange green light was emitted from their bodies. As the green glow on their bodies disappeared, their skin color gradually became the same as a normal person's. Ling Xiao was pleasantly surprised. "Looks like it's really effective." The two of them screamed for an unknown period of time before they finally fainted. Ling Xiao looked at them struggling to the point where even blood had appeared. He felt a little sad, but he was more happy. After going through so many hardships, he had finally found his master. He was happier than anything else. Ling Xiao took out healing divine pills and ghost divine spring water and fed them to them, letting them recover as soon as possible. At that time, they could discuss what to do next. Another day passed, and the first to wake up was not the evil emperor, but that woman. Whether it was in terms of appearance or figure, this woman's heart palpitated. Especially now that she was tied up by the god-binding rope, her full chest and perky buttocks were extremely protruding. In terms of appearance, she was comparable to Yun Mengqi and Lai Ruyu. She was breathtakingly beautiful, and her figure was rather similar to Euro Fei's, causing any man to have the urge to ruthlessly punish her. It was undeniable that part of the reason why Ling Xiao had kept her here was because he was attracted by her beauty. However, he did not have the urge to immediately fall in love with this woman and press her under his crotch. Instead, he thought that perhaps this woman had some background, and that her strength would be of great help to Ling Xiao. That was why he kept her here, to see if she could become his personal guard. "You? Who are you?" The moment the woman opened her beautiful eyes, she immediately looked at Ling Xiao and asked. Her eyes were very cold, giving off a feeling that she was 1,000 miles away from others. However, when Ling Xiao saw her expression, he felt happy, because this meant that the corpse poison in this woman's body might have been removed. The woman felt that her power had been sealed and her body was tied up by the god-binding rope, so she immediately struggled. "Don't be nervous. If I wanted to kill you, I wouldn't have waited until you woke up. Do you still remember chasing me?" Ling Xiao hurriedly tried to persuade her. The woman furrowed her brows. Her expression made one feel a sense of pity for her. Ling Xiao sighed inwardly. "This woman is truly a disaster. I almost wanted to untie her." The woman seemed to have thought of something and looked at Ling Xiao with a complicated expression. "You saved me?" Although she did not remember chasing Ling Xiao, she clearly remembered that she had been poisoned by the corpse poison and that her mind had been controlled by the corpse curse. Fortunately, her divine soul was much stronger than an ordinary person's, so she was able to barely resist the corpse curse and did not completely become a god corpse devil. Otherwise, she would have been a corpse by now, and would not have been able to wake up again. She felt that these past few days had been a terrifying nightmare. Thinking about it now, she felt a chill in her heart. Ling Xiao nodded his head and said with a faint smile, "That's right, you want to kill me, but the heavens have the virtue of cherishing life. I am a kind person, so I will repay evil with good, and remove the corpse poison from your body. I'm afraid that if I untie you, you will act up and kill me again." If those people who had been killed by Ling Xiao heard his words, they would probably crawl out of hell and scold Ling Xiao for being shameless. Damn, if you are a kind person, then there are no good people in this world. Of course, this woman did not believe Ling Xiao's nonsense. She was very confident in her own appearance. She was once known as the #1 beauty in the Sky Dragon region, so she had a strong killing power over any man. She felt that the little man in front of her must have saved her life because of her appearance. However, no matter what, he had still saved her, so she was more or less grateful in her heart. Otherwise, if she were to become a corpse devil and live the life of a walking corpse for the rest of her life, she might as well just die. "Thank you, I'm fine now," the woman said indifferently. Other than gratitude, she also hoped that Ling Xiao would immediately untie her. However, Ling Xiao still did not seem to have any intention of untying her, and asked her, "I wonder what sister's name is? Why did you also come to this chaotic burial space?" The woman was a little angry and thought to herself, "Is this kid so untactful? Do you want me to lie here and talk to you?" The woman didn't care about Ling Xiao. She discreetly urged her god power, hoping to break all the restrictions that Ling Xiao had set up. This woman was at the peak of King God Realm, just one step away from incipient God Realm. She thought that it wouldn't be difficult to break the middle-grade King God Realm restrictions in front of her. However, when she urged her power, she found that the power of these seals was very strong, and she couldn't break them instantly. If she didn't spend more time, she wouldn't be able to recover her power. "Sister, don't rush. I just want to confirm if you have fully recovered. Then I will untie you," Ling Xiao advised her. The woman didn't want to talk more. She closed her eyes and continued to attack the restrictions that Ling Xiao had set up. To be honest, she was cold to any man, but it wasn't because of Ling Xiao. When she was young, she had almost been humiliated by a man. Thus, she hated men very much. Because of this, although she had many pursuers, she was still single. No one could capture the heart of the most beautiful woman in the Sky Dragon region. Of course, Ling Xiao didn't know that, and he didn't know this woman. He just thought that chatting with such a beautiful woman was a good way to get rid of his dull mood. However, seeing that this woman wasn't the kind of person who didn't know how to flirt, he had to do it. He put away the god-binding rope on the woman's body and removed all the seals on her body. "All right, sister, you're free now. Do whatever you want. My good intentions aren't rewarded." Ling Xiao shrugged begrudgingly. The woman was bewildered. She didn't expect that Ling Xiao would change his mind and let her go. She was surprised, looking at Ling Xiao. She found that Ling Xiao didn't look at her like the other men who used to look at her. He just looked at her with appreciation. She also felt the loneliness from Ling Xiao. She knew very well that anyone who entered the chaotic burial space had experienced a long period of time. In the end, when they came here in a hurry to obtain the divine treasury, they were corroded by the evil things in the ancient coffin. They were infected with corpse poison and became a god-ean ba or a god corpse devil. All of these experiences would definitely cause anyone's state of mind to undergo earth-shattering changes. Ling Xiao was originally a cheerful and active person. However, in the past 10 years, his sharp edges had been smoothed out, making him more calm and mature. It was just that he suddenly found his master and met such a beautiful woman. He was in a good mood and naturally wanted to find someone to chat with to pass the time. However, it seemed that he was thinking too much, so he acted very helpless. That feeling of loneliness was naturally revealed again. This woman was about the same as Ling Xiao. She had been in the chaotic burial dimension for a longer time than Ling Xiao, and had even come in much earlier than the evil emperor. She knew very well how unbearable it was to be in such a place where there was no one around, and filled with dead things. She once missed the noisy world that she hated very much. She missed occasionally meeting some boring people to pass the time. She missed the days when she fought with those sacred beasts for the divine treasures. Thinking of this, she looked at the handsome man in front of her and felt that she had gone too far just now. It was just that she had never been good at pleasing people. She didn't know what to say to Ling Xiao. "My name is Lu Pia Piao." The woman hesitated for a moment and said her name. "Lu Pia Piao, hee, what a nice name." Ling Xiao smiled faintly. He seemed to feel that he had heard this name before, but he couldn't remember it for a while. Just as he was thinking, his master, the evil emperor, finally woke up. Chapter 1277. The evil emperor slowly opened his eyes and the first thing he saw was Ling Xiao. "Master, you're awake? Do you feel anything wrong?" Ling Xiao asked with great concern. The evil emperor cultivated a secret technique that allowed him to separate his avatars of various attributes, making them an independent physical existence. The one who returned to the Xianling continent from the heavenly region fortress and accepted Ling Xiao as his disciple was only a clone of the evil emperor. That was the clone that the evil emperor left behind when he came to the heavenly region fortress from the Xianling continent. It was only at the peak of the middle stage Holy Emperor realm. It was an imperfect clone and looked rather old. Ever since the evil emperor had taken Ling Xiao as his disciple and settled the matters in the central region, The evil emperor had cut off all connection and support to that clone, and that clone had been destroyed along with it. At that time, the evil emperor's real body was in the chaotic burial space. At that time, he had not been attacked by the gods' corpses, nor had he become like before. Therefore, he still had a very good impression of his only disciple, Ling Xiao. After all, the comprehension and cultivation speed that Ling Xiao had displayed back then had truly made him feel admiration. He even felt that when he was young, there was still quite a bit of difference between him and Ling Xiao. It should be fine now, the evil emperor said with a slight frown. Sensing his own situation, it seemed that the corpse poison had been removed, and his mind was completely awake. Are you sure? Don't kill me later. Ling Xiao asked again. Previously, he had been stabbed by the evil emperor and almost lost his life. He had no choice but to be cautious. Stop talking nonsense. I'm fine now. Hurry up and untie me. The evil emperor looked at Ling Xiao and scolded. Being tied up by his own disciple indeed made him, a person who loved his face, feel very depressed. At the same time, he also caught a glimpse of Lu Piapiao at the side. His eyes raised slightly, as if he had recognized Lu Piapiao. Over the years, although he was trapped by the corpse poison, he would occasionally be awake. Every time he wanted to expel the corpse poison, he would be affected by the environment around the ancient coffin at a critical moment. Perhaps there was someone inside the ancient coffin that was controlling all of this. Therefore, when he was awake, he had seen a few people like him who had not completely lost their humanity. Naturally, he had also seen the woman not far from him. Ling Xiao did not notice that the evil emperor was looking at Lu Piapiao strangely. He quickly retrieved the evil emperor's god binding rope and removed all the restrictions on the evil emperor. Master, you've been here for more than 100 years. Master Qingyuan and Master Ziqian are both very worried about you, Ling Xiao said. The evil emperor said with a slightly surprised expression, You've seen little Qian? Ling Xiao nodded and said, Yes, if it wasn't for Master's wife, I wouldn't have come here, let alone find you, Master. Ling Xiao revealed a somewhat desolate expression. To be honest, he had not planned to enter the chaotic burial space at all. After all, he, who had reached the Divine King realm, could feel the horror of the chaotic burial space. However, some things might be destined, and he could not do anything about it. Fortunately, he had survived and found his master, so it was not a wasted trip. Tell me, how did you come back? How did you come to the heaven region? How did your cultivation improve so fast? It has only been a few decades, but you've almost caught up with me. The evil emperor asked curiously. When he first taught Ling Xiao, he was just a little boy in his early 20s who had just entered the Earth Emperor realm. Now, Ling Xiao had grown up, but he was only about 80 years old. Unexpectedly, he had reached the intermediate Divine King realm, and with such strength, he was able to capture him. The evil emperor could not help but be curious. Ling Xiao also answered every question. The two of them left Lu Piapiao, the #1 beauty of the Sky Dragon region, to the side. Ling Xiao gave a simple recount of what had happened in the past few years, causing the evil emperor to be filled with praise. Although Ling Xiao's words were relatively relaxed, the evil emperor knew that Ling Xiao must have encountered many unexpected setbacks and dangers. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to reach this step in such a short period of time. I didn't misjudge you. You actually became an elder of the Dragon Gate, and a descendant of Kim people. It seems that I have a backer in the future. Haha. The evil emperor patted Ling Xiao's shoulder and laughed. He was in a really good mood. Since entering the chaotic burial space, he had not been happy for a day, and he almost became a divine corpse demon. Just thinking about it made him scared. However, he did not come here in vain. Back then, he came here with the strength of an intermediate divine king, but now he was already a peak divine king. Needless to say, he must have had a great opportunity. Hee, of course. Ling Xiao laughed, not at all modest. Following that, he asked about the evil emperor's experience in the chaotic burial space. He mainly wanted to know why the evil emperor was trapped in the ancient coffin and was still able to maintain some consciousness. Of course, the evil emperor told Ling Xiao everything without reservation. It turned out that the evil emperor had come here just like Ling Xiao. He knew that there was a great opportunity in the ancient coffin, and wanted to force his way in to see what it was. After all, the evil emperor had fought countless battles in his life. Like Ling Xiao, he had also experienced many dangers and had the ability to fight above his level. Moreover, his purple lightning power was the nemesis of those evil beings. Therefore, he was not very afraid of the divine Ba and the divine corpse demon in the ancient coffin. It was also because he was overconfident that something happened in the end. However, the reason why he was able to reach the peak divine king realm was really related to the secret of the ancient coffin. After he was poisoned by the corpse poison, he was still able to resist it, preventing it from immediately corroding him into a divine corpse demon. However, he was also forced to lie in one of the ancient coffins. In a daze, he seemed to have obtained some kind of ancient inheritance from the ancient coffin, which allowed him to reach his current realm of strength. As for what exactly was going on, he still did not understand it clearly. However, in the years that he had been sleeping in the ancient coffin, he could faintly feel that there was an invisible hand controlling everything. Thinking of this, he could not help but shiver. He glanced in the direction of the ancient coffins, and cold sweat quietly appeared on his forehead. Master, what's wrong? Ling Xiao noticed the strangeness of the evil emperor and became a little nervous, as if he was afraid that the corpse poison of the evil emperor would return. I'm fine, let's hurry up and leave this place. The evil emperor stood up and said very seriously. Master, there's no need to be anxious. As long as we don't go near there shouldn't be any problems. Ling Xiao replied. What do you know? Do you think they will always be in eternal sleep? Sometimes, they will all get up to take a breather. At that time, even if we want to leave, we won't have the chance. The evil emperor said very seriously. Hearing the evil emperor's words, Ling Xiao instantly felt his hair stand on end. When he thought of those evil fellows moving out, he was afraid that even if they had 3 heads and 6 arms, they would still die. Do we still have to leave from that explosive area? Ling Xiao asked doubtfully. If we can't find any other way out, we can only leave from there. The evil emperor replied. Even though his strength had improved greatly, the evil emperor still felt very afraid when he thought of going to that area again. Back then, he'd barely escaped from that damned place after going through a near-death experience. At this time, Lu Piapiao, who had been silent at the side, opened her mouth and said, I know there should be another way out, but I don't know if you dare to enter? Ling Xiao and the evil emperor looked at Lu Piapiao in surprise. Is this young lady the #1 beauty of the Sky Dragon region, Lu Piapiao, Miss Lu? The evil emperor did not reply and asked instead. At this moment, the evil emperor's refined aura was revealed. With a charming smile on his face, a white fan appeared in his hand and he gently waved it, making him look elegant. Lu Piapiao looked at the evil emperor coldly and nodded her head in reply to his words. The evil emperor boasted of his elegance, and in the face of all kinds of beauties, he really had his ways. He did not reveal the slightest bit of displeasure towards Lu Piapiao's reaction. Of course, there was no need to talk about his romantic affairs back then. After so many years of depression, he had long since let go of the affairs between men and women. However, facing a woman of Lu Piapiao's level, he was only a little moved. So it's really Miss Lu. It's really not as good as meeting her in person. She looks like a fairy, and it's hard for mortals to compare to her. The evil emperor praised. Lu Piapiao said with some disgust, Cut the crap. Are you guys going to walk another path with me or not? If it weren't for the fact that she had been trapped here all these years, which made her feel very disgusted with the feeling of loneliness, she would never have invited these 2 men to walk the path with her. Of course, there was another important reason, which was that she did not feel any repulsion towards the little man. After all, he had saved her and prevented her from becoming an immortal's corpse or a demon. Have you walked that path before? What if it's another space? Wouldn't it be going further and further? Ling Xiao asked. He had walked here for 10 years and knew that the chaotic burial space was really divided into different areas. He was very afraid of following Lu Piapiao to another damned place. He really did not want to stay in this deathly silent place. He wanted to return to the outside as soon as possible. I came from there in the beginning. However, there are turbulent forces everywhere, and there are often terrible forces blowing over. If your strength is not enough, it's very easy for you to get into trouble. If you don't dare, then forget it. Lu Piapiao said. Immediately after, she was about to fly in a direction. However, all of a sudden, there was a terrible change in this world. The whole world became gloomy, and a terrible sound came from the ancient coffin. Many corpse poisons began to spread out from the ancient coffin. Once anyone was infected, it would be difficult to get rid of it. In the end, they would become an immortal's corpse or a demon. In addition, a vast and oppressive force was emitted from the center of the ancient coffin, giving people an unusually heavy sense of oppression. The expressions of Ling Xiao, the evil emperor, and Lu Piapiao changed greatly. Lu Piapiao was the first to fly in one direction. "Those guys are coming out. Let's go!" the evil emperor shouted. Immediately after, he grabbed Ling Xiao's arm and pulled Ling Xiao to follow Lu Piapiao's direction. Ling Xiao looked back curiously. His pupils shrank and his face instantly turned pale. Chapter 1278. What kind of scene did Ling Xiao see that could frighten him like this? Those Shenin Ba, divine corpses, and demons came out of the ancient coffins one by one. The ones in the middle were like the evil emperor and the others, who still had some consciousness. They were half-dead people who were controlled by corpse poison and curse. After they came out one by one, they all knelt down in front of the wooden coffin at the highest point in the center and the 8 golden coffins around it. They let out a series of roars, and a stream of corpse poison, death aura, and evil aura rose into the sky. The dense evil chi flowed towards the 9 coffins. 8 of the golden coffins opened, and 8 people wearing black cloaks walked out. Their faces couldn't be seen clearly, but other than the corpse chi, there was also a vague life chi. That vast and boundless power was enough to make people's hearts tremble. They all bowed respectfully toward the wooden coffins, and their mouths murmured some incantation. Something appeared in their hands, and they threw it toward the wooden coffins. Swish! In an instant, the sky was sprinkled with blood, and a stench began to spread. Those Shenin Ba, divine corpses, and demons all let out a roar that shook the heaven and earth. The mournful sound seemed to come from the 9 serenities, deep and terrifying. The wooden coffin finally reacted. The coffin shook open, and the blood was instantly absorbed into the wooden coffin. Then, a phantom that looked like a demon condensed. It was a face with a strong evil aura, resentment, and murderous intent. It was like the ruler of this world, and its eyes were filled with tears of blood. It seemed to be filled with grievances and resentment, and it wanted to destroy everything and take revenge on everything. "Don't look!" The evil emperor found that Ling Xiao actually looked back at the scene, and immediately shouted. He pulled Ling Xiao to the extreme, and they had to get away from here as soon as possible. Lu Piapiao, who was in front of him, did the same. Her wind attribute body technique had evolved to the extreme, and she was as fast as a lightning meteor. The huge face instantly looked toward the 3 of them. As for Ling Xiao, he became extremely nervous and fearful precisely because he came into contact with that ghastly face and bloody eye. He had always been a fearless person, so why would he be scared by such an illusion? That was because he had seen this face before, and it had left a deep impression on him. Back when he had obtained the last scroll of the soul-controlling art, the memory fragments that the soul-controlling art had instilled into him depicted a man who was like the reincarnation of a fiend god. With the power of a single person, he had slaughtered millions of people. It was as if he could instantly kill a person with a single thought. However, no matter how powerful he was, his clansmen were still banished by the enemy into a turbulent space, unable to come out for eternity. He killed countless enemies alone, but in the end, he died of exhaustion. At that time, there were mountains of corpses and rivers of blood beneath his feet. Ling Xiao had never placed that memory fragment in his heart, but after seeing this face, the memory flashed through his mind again. He faintly felt that the person in front of him was very familiar, as if he had become that person, feeling the grief of his clansmen being hurt and banished. Tears flowed down from Ling Xiao's eyes, and a strong sense of hatred rose to the sky. Ah! Ling Xiao threw his head back and roared like a madman, and the demonic emperor was shaken away by the force of his roar. "Xiao, what's wrong with you?" The evil emperor didn't understand what was going on with Ling Xiao, so he immediately turned around and asked. Lu Piapiao, who was in front of him, obviously paused and looked back. Who knew that at this time, Ling Xiao ignored the evil emperor and actually rushed in the direction of the wooden coffin. "Xiao!" The evil emperor screamed and immediately chased after Ling Xiao at full speed. However, there was one person who was one step faster than him. That person was Lu Piapiao, who had turned around and returned. She was originally of the wind attribute, and her body movement had reached the completion realm. Her speed was far above that of the evil emperor. In an instant, she caught up with Ling Xiao and turned her palm into a claw, grabbing at Ling Xiao's shoulder. "Don't go over!" Lu Piapiao's strength burst forth to the strongest, and directly held Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was shocked by Lu Piapiao, and instantly regained consciousness. However, his body was already covered in cold sweat. "Xiao, what's the matter with you? Don't look, let's go immediately." Without saying anything, the evil emperor stepped forward and pulled Ling Xiao away again. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment, then immediately turned his head and left with the evil emperor and Lu Piapiao. At the same time, he did not forget to say to Lu Piapiao, "Thank you for your help." If Lu Piapiao hadn't pulled him, he would have really rushed over there. Lu Piapiao did not respond to Ling Xiao's words. She just wanted to return the favor to Ling Xiao. However, this time, it was not enough to return the favor. The three of them moved very fast. In just a blink of an eye, they had crossed tens of thousands of miles. They wanted to reach the other exit that Lu Piapiao had mentioned as fast as possible. However, before they could go far, several shadows appeared in the blink of an eye and blocked their way. There were 6 Immortals' Corpse demons. Moreover, they were not ordinary Immortals' Corpse demons. Unexpectedly, 2 of them had reached the incipient god realm, and 4 of them were half-incipient god realm existences. Ling Xiao, the evil emperor, and Lu Piapiao's hearts instantly sank to the bottom. Facing such opponents, how could they have a chance of winning? "Oh no, why did they come here?" The evil emperor cursed in fear. Instantly, the purple halberd in his hand danced and attacked the 6 of them. At the same time he shouted in fear, "You 2 go first. I will hold them." The evil emperor had the thunder attribute. His power could also restrain some corpse poisons and suppress some evil creatures. The evil emperor had used all of his power in this attack. Waves of lightning bombarded the Immortals' Corpse demons like the power of heaven. Rumble! 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 When everything vanished, the Immortals' Corpse demons were unharmed. The evil emperor knew that he couldn't deal with them, but he couldn't care less. He couldn't let Ling Xiao die here. Ling Xiao was his only disciple. As Ling Xiao could come to the chaotic burial space to find him, this disciple was filial. Thus, no matter what, the evil emperor wanted to protect Ling Xiao. The evil emperor raised the purple halberd high in the air and attacked with all of his power again. At the same time, his other hand gathered the power of the 5 lights and shot them out at the same time. The 2 attacks were launched at the same time. The power of the palm that had the 5 powers fused together was even stronger than the power of the purple halberd. However, right after that, the 6 Immortals' Corpse demons didn't receive his 2 attacks or attack him. Instead, they went to stop Lu Piapiao and Ling Xiao. Lu Piapiao didn't hesitate to attack. However, she was blown away by one of the Immortals' Corpse demons at the half-incipient god realm. The evil emperor wanted to take action, but he was stopped by one of the Immortals' Corpse demons. The 2 Immortals' Corpse demons at the incipient god realm arrived in front of Ling Xiao in just a blink of an eye. One on the left and the other on the right, they took Ling Xiao to the ancient coffins. No matter how hard Ling Xiao struggled, he couldn't get rid of the hand that was like a tiger's pincer. The heaven flames that he had released burned the Immortals' Corpse demons, but nothing happened to them. What's going on? Ling Xiao wanted to die. Did he have to be turned into a half-corpse, a spirit Ba, or a god's corpse demon like the evil emperor and Lu Piapiao? The evil emperor and Lu Piapiao wanted to save Ling Xiao. Unfortunately, they couldn't break the 4 Immortals' Corpse demons at the half-incipient god realm in front of them. However, those Immortals' Corpse demons didn't want to tangle with the evil emperor and Lu Piapiao for too long. They just hurt them badly and didn't chase after them. Instead, they returned to the ancient coffins. The spirit Ba and the Immortals' Corpse demons in the ancient coffins were still kneeling. They didn't move an inch and looked very respectful. At the same time, the 2 incipient god realm Immortals' Corpse demons forcefully dragged Ling Xiao to the wooden coffin in the center. Ling Xiao was so tense. He was so scared that he was going to be skinned alive. What the hell was going on? He had drawn out all of the heaven flames on his body to burn the two incipient God Realm Immortals Corpse demons. Unfortunately, he couldn't burn them down. After all, the Immortals Corpse demons at that realm could be compared to any top divine weapon. How could they be destroyed so easily? Little Xiao. The evil emperor dragged his wounded body and wanted to rush over there. However, Lu Piapiao stopped him. If you go there now, you will die. Perhaps he will be all right. Lu Piapiao's beautiful eyes rippled with a strange light. She looked at the scene and seemed to think of something. Sigh, do you think he will be all right? You can imagine how terrifying the center is. I don't know why it wants to find little Xiao. Damn it! The evil emperor cursed helplessly. The attacks from the Immortals Corpse demons had corpse toxins. They had to expel them from their bodies. Otherwise they would die if they went there now. Don't worry. Maybe it's not as bad as we think. Lu Piapiao looked at the ancient coffin and said. Then she added, perhaps it's waiting for him. The evil emperor seemed to understand the latter part of her words. As they had stayed in the ancient coffins for so many years, they knew some secrets of the coffins. Perhaps the thing on the wooden coffin in the center was waiting for someone. However, it was a vague feeling that they weren't sure about. Today, seeing Ling Xiao being captured, it seemed to confirm their guesses. Does that guy want to replace little Xiao? The evil emperor thought of another possibility. His face grimaced even more. After all, the thing inside the wooden coffin was a terrifying existence that could reach the sky and earth. It had stayed here for so many years and controlled so many evil people. Was it willing to stay here forever? Looking at the torrential hatred it exuded, one could feel that it must have a very unreconciled resentment. Thinking of this, the evil emperor could only grit his teeth and wanted to rush up again. However, before he could even get close, a powerful force soared into the sky and sent him flying. Then, in the center of the ancient coffin, Ling Xiao was thrown into the wooden coffin by the two Immortals Corpse demons. No! Chapter 1279. Ling Xiao's soul was about to fly out of his body. He didn't know why he was so unlucky to be thrown into the coffin. I'm not dead yet. Ling Xiao screamed silently. After Ling Xiao was thrown into the coffin lid was closed. Then he lost consciousness. However, tens of thousands of divine Ba, God's corpse demon, and half-zombies were still kneeling. They didn't want to return to the coffin. Evil Emperor didn't care much anymore. He wanted to rush over to save them. Unfortunately, the God's corpse demon stopped him before he could take a few steps. Evil Emperor crazily attacked the God's corpse demon. The God's corpse demon at half-incipient God realm couldn't resist anymore. However, a half-zombie wearing a cloak came out of the gold coffin. It was still alive. With just a light wave of its hand, it sent the evil emperor flying far away, causing him to vomit blood non-stop. The God Lord has returned. Don't disturb him. The cloaked half-zombie said in an extremely cold voice. A terrifying aura burst out, pressing the evil emperor and Lu Piapiao to the ground. They didn't have the ability to resist. The evil emperor and Lu Piapiao were peak god kings who had encountered many dangers. Their minds were tough. However, in front of this half-zombie, they were scared to the extreme. In the half-zombie's eyes, they were just small existences. It only needed one thought to kill them. Just wait here. The day the Divine Master returns will be the day you leave. The half-zombie didn't want to trouble the evil emperor and Lu Piapiao. After saying that, it flew back to the ancient coffin. The evil emperor could only watch it leave. He didn't have the thought of risking his life to fight against those evil creatures. After a long time, Lu Piapiao's voice came to his ears. He's the one it's waiting for. I don't know if it's a blessing or a curse. The evil emperor shuddered. He was dispirited. Sigh, little Xiao, I'm sorry. The evil emperor punched a rock and sighed. He was so sad that he couldn't describe it. If Ling Xiao hadn't come here to look for him, how could Ling Xiao have gotten into this mess? However, after hearing the latter part of the half-zombie's words, the unholy emperor no longer planned to go out. He had to wait for the so-called Lord God to come out before leaving. He hoped that he could see Ling Xiao return safe and sound. In the following days, the evil emperor first recovered from his injuries and stayed here. Lu Piapiao, who had escaped, did not leave. However, She did not stay with the evil emperor. Instead, she found another place to digest the benefits she had gained over the years. At the same time, she also hoped that the little man would appear again. A dream. It was like a bubble, but it was also a realistic dream. Ling Xiao seemed to see another version of himself growing up in a different race. He actually saw his own life in front of him. It was a peace-loving, united, and friendly race. Unlike the other races, they did not possess a strong physique, a powerful cultivation tenbin, and the ability to reach the peak of this world. They could only be regarded as ordinary warriors, belonging to the inconspicuous weak race. They never intervened in any war. They always worked at sunrise and rested at sunset. They lived a peaceful life. However, things did not go as they wished. Because of their weakness, they were reduced to the lowest level of people in this world. They were bullied and oppressed by foreign races. They were separated from their families and suffered unspeakably. Finally, one day, a genius appeared in this weak race and awakened their race's tenbin. It was a kind of tenbin magical power called Heavy Soul. Heavy Soul referred to the fact that the soul of their race was actually twice or even several times larger than that of ordinary people. This varied from person to person. The genius also created a unique divine technique that belonged to their race based on this tenbin. This divine technique was called Controlling Soul Technique. It was also because of this divine technique that their weak race began to rise and occupy a very important place in the land of the 100 races. As for the races that had once oppressed them, they exterminated and suppressed them one by one. From then on, their race became a terrifying race that was feared by every space domain. This race was one of the most powerful races among the primordial era races. They were known as the Soul Race. After the Soul Race gradually rose to prominence, they became the leader of all races in ancient times. No other race dared to provoke them again. However, after the Soul Race awakened from tenbin, they destroyed many races. Their methods were extremely cruel. They did not spare men, women, old, or young. They exterminated them all. It could be said that they had completely destroyed humanity. Although they later restrained themselves, this made the other races feel very uneasy. They were afraid that if the Soul Race continued to grow stronger, they would eventually destroy them as well. Thus, many powerful races began to form alliances. They wanted to summon the other races to suppress the Soul Race and completely eliminate it. In the end, many powerful races joined forces and began to massacre the Soul Race. However, the Soul Race was just too powerful. Among them, the prodigy of the Soul Race was extraordinarily powerful. Even when all the supremes of the various races came out, it was difficult to suppress him. That prodigy of the Soul Race battled the supremes of the various races alone. He killed countless people by himself, and the people from the clan execution division were terrified. In the end, the various clans had no choice but to force the Hun clan into a spatial crack and completely banish them, allowing them to be completely annihilated in that spatial land. All the experts of the Soul Race had perished in that battle. The genius of the Soul Race had fought until he died of exhaustion. However, the various races also paid a heavy price when they joined forces to deal with the people from the Soul Race. Many races were even killed by the Soul Race until they completely disappeared from the ranks of the powerful races. That battle was definitely the most tragic battle of the ancient times. It was also known as the War of the Soul Execution. This battle was known as the most tragic battle of all time. It was recorded and sealed in the history books of the various races. No one was willing to mention this battle again. And that prodigy was the person Ling Xiao saw in his dream. A prodigy by the name of Hun Feng, a supreme character that the Soul Race called the Soul Ancestor. He was a terrifying supreme that all the ancient races were deeply afraid of. Soul Wind represented an era, represented a period of glory, and also represented a heroic figure that could be sung and moved to tears as he guarded the clan. He worked tirelessly for the sake of the race's rise, allowing them to gain respect and status. In the end, he fought for his race until he lost his last drop of blood. Within the race, he was a well-deserved hero, a god, respected and revered. However, outside the race he was a demon, a heavenly demon. People feared him and wanted to get rid of him. No one knew how to comment on such a person in history. But on the sovereign list, he was ranked at a height that everyone could only look up to. That's right, he was in the top 5 of the sovereign list. He was an existence that could stand shoulder to shoulder with the supremes of the ancient times. This was a fact that no one could deny. When Ling Xiao woke up, he was already in another space. He didn't know where this space was, but he knew that this place was related to his mission. The cycle of reincarnation was impermanent. Ling Xiao didn't know how many lives he had been as Hun Feng, but he was sure that the dream was real. He was sure that he had a close relationship with the soul race. Because ever since he obtained the soul control soul and successfully cultivated it, he had an inseparable bond with the soul race. Ling Xiao didn't expect that in addition to having the blood of the Kim people flowing in his veins, he was also a soul race member with a heavy soul. Perhaps this was an accident, or perhaps it was the will of the heavens. Otherwise, how could Ling Xiao have the chance to be reborn? All of this was fated, and even Ling Xiao didn't know why. He was an optimistic person. As long as he could keep his life, nothing else was a problem. Since I can't resist, then I'll just obey, Ling Xiao murmured. Then, he crawled up from the ground and began to look around. To be honest, Ling Xiao didn't know how he came to this place. He only had a vague impression that there was a domain gate in the wooden coffin. Yes, it was a domain gate, not an ordinary space formation. The teleportation distance was incomparably far. He didn't know whether he had left the chaotic burial space or not. But now, he was sure that this space was absolutely different from the chaotic burial space. There were still mountains and rocks here, but there was more land and spiritual energy. Although this place was desolate, it was indeed a land space. However, the spiritual energy here was so thin that it was hard to imagine. It could be said that it was almost the same as air. If one wanted to use it to cultivate, it would be amazing if they could reach the Earth Sovereign or King rank. This was simply a lot worse than the northwest region of Ling Xiao's ancestral land. Ling Xiao spread his divine sense. He scanned the surroundings and found nothing that could threaten him. He didn't even find a high-grade spirit beast. At most, there were a few fifth-grade spirit beasts. Most of them were low-grade spirit beasts between the first and the third grade. At the same time, he also sensed the existence of the human aura. Although it was quite weak, it was indeed there. This made him very happy. Fortunately, although the spiritual energy here is thin, it is still possible to live. It seems that some of my clansmen have survived and not been completely exterminated. Ling Xiao relaxed and a smile appeared on his face. At this moment, he had already regarded himself as a member of another clan. It couldn't be helped. Regardless of whether the person in the dream was his previous life or not, he was reborn, had a heavy soul, and cultivated the mind-controlling art. So, he was a member of that clan. He couldn't even deceive himself about this feeling of familiarity. It was even more real than when he returned to Kim people. Since I'm here, I'll take things as they come. It's better to complete my mission and return as soon as possible, Ling Xiao murmured. After taking a deep breath, he walked confidently towards the place where there was human habitation. You're tuning in to the Wisdom Diary YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.